A minute after the top of the hour. It is 6:01 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and I presume a minute after, well, 2 minutes now after 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're going to see if we're synchronizing with the live stream. Let's check into that, and I'll just keep talking until we make certain that we have an excellent connection, which is what's indicated here. I want everyone in to start jumping into chat. I'll provide my admonitions as usual towards hitting the upvotes immediately, and we'll do that soon enough. In the interim, let me renew or reset my pages to see if we're... Oh shit. Okay, are we appearing? Why isn't that appearing? Okay, we may have to restart stream. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, this is odd. We don't seem to be... Okay, T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, because that's weird, because it's not showing up on my YouTube channel. How about yourself, Peter? Are you able to find me? Okay, there. We're finally showing up. All right.
I found you, and I've friended you, and I'm here, and can anybody hear me?
Okay, yes, please. Everybody. Also, Aristides, pipe up just to see if people can hear you.
Hello, this is Aristides. Thank you for joining us in these interesting times.
Yes, and I want to thank you so much for that email, Aristides. I'll give it the review, the respect it deserves by reviewing it in depth a little later. Obviously, I was busy. Well, I mean, you wouldn't know why, but I'll explain that to everyone soon enough. So, we are now appearing on my own channel. T-Tank Barry also sees us. Vicky Johnson says, sounds great. I love you so much, honey. You have no idea how much. Amy Como says, all good. Oh, I'm so excited for Amy. She's had some desperately needed surgery take place. And, bless her. It seems to have gone successfully. We'll find out later on through a status and situation report just how successfully. T-Tank Barry says, Peter clear, Aristides clear. God bless you, my good sir. So honored to speak to you telephonically the other day before I left into the activities. Was there somebody saying something? Anyhow, Mark H says loud and clear. God bless you, Mark H. Thank you so much. Okay, my usual admonitions to everyone. As soon as we start transmission, we are hit with downvotes that are essentially automated bots that are dispatched by the enemy. My enemy being your enemy, the ancient cult of the kings of Edom that is manifest now through cultists such as Stephen Outrim, a supposed information tech who really was just a guy who sold short and made a lot of money on stocks. And this individual, of course, dispatches... We're getting a lot of feedback. I don't know. Somebody on?
Okay,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Peter muted, and Aristides, you're on.
I think it's coming from my computer. I'm going to shut down my computer in its entirety and come back on and join you because I think my computer is creating the problem.
Oh, okay.
So just be. I'll be back in a few minutes. It'll just take me a couple minutes to restart.
Okay, well, let's do a little test with Aristides first. Could you say something, Aristides, and let's see if we get any feedback from your end.
I know.
I'm
okay. It's here. Peter then. Okay, so Peter, do what you're going to do and just jump back on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll take advantage of that moment to basically let everyone know that because we're hit with these downvotes, it prevents us from getting out searches because YouTube operates on a very stupid aggregate, a popularity contest kind of judgment call where the more popular you are, the more they disseminate you in searches. So we are denied the ability to appear in searches because of the downvotes that hit us as soon as we commence transmission, automatically hit us. So YouTube does indeed filter these false downvotes out because these are cheap bots because Stephen Outrim is quite cheap. And unfortunately, that takes 1 or 2 hours. And during that period of time, we are denied our appearance on searches and people don't even know we're on. So this is a dirty war and you're going to have to fight it dirty as well in order to win. The enemy, of course, has created a world in which nice guys finish last. And if you want a future in which nice guys have a chance, then you've got to fight dirty now. So we need an upvote from every goddamn IP address you've got. You got to hit your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone. everything you've got to give us an upvote, and that way we'll make it through the night. We'll get into the searches, and more people will know about us. Slowly, of course, it works. Trickle effect. Every month, the subscriptions increase by about a subscriber every day, which is monumental. So slowly, we're working towards 3,000 subscribers. I used to have well over 25,000 back in the days when I was working with, of course, other elements of the enemy, because the enemy had infinite resources. And if people wonder how I'm working with the enemy in the past, I've explained that in depth. There really wasn't a choice. There was no one else who made themselves available to work for free. And I certainly can't afford to pay anyone. Aristides is volunteering his time right now to provide us a backup, and I appreciate that profoundly. So at any rate, Aristides, just to make certain that we're in touch, if you have any observations to make about current events before Peter joins us, please share them with us.
Wow. Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, I guess, there's one outstanding current event, I think, since last time that on everybody's mind, and that's the new war.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes people ask, like, oh, is this, basically, is this some kind of false flag? Is this going to be their excuse to up the ante? And I don't know how much they could create, how much could they fake, and how much is like they have operatives on the other side, and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, if it was something simple, it's like, oh, they shot a rocket, and well, we shot it down, there was no casualties, and now we're going to bulldoze your settlements, okay, but like, this is big. This is, is it could,
Yes.
it just seems like an escalation beyond what we've seen in, I don't know, some time. So
yes,
interesting to see where it's going to go.
Thank you. That's very good. I appreciate that profoundly. And so, dear Aristides, I will try and put all of that into context.
Yes.
I'm going to try and... Okay, there. Do me a favor and go on mute. And then that way, just be ready to back us up if we need you in the interim. You don't need to go on mute just yet, but I would suggest you do so as soon as Peter jumps on.
Sure. I'm going to also, I received a question. I think you guys would be the greatest guys in the world to field the answer to that question. I'm just going to drop it in the chat, and you can get to it anywhere along the line that
sure.
you want.
Sounds good. And by chat, you mean this text box right here in our present call. Yeah. Yes, delightful. Okay. So Nemo was saying something here. Okay. And thank you. He got... He was communicating with Peter earlier. If he participates tonight, I look forward to that. And we'll be checking in with, let's see now, a few other people in the chat room. And since I've given my admonition already, I might start catching people up onto what was going on over the weekend. And of course, let's see now. Our man T Tank Barry said, God bless these authentic transmissions. He's so cute. Aside from that, let's start by explaining a few of these holidays that all converged. I want people to understand that today is the convergence of a number of holiday events and a particular historic event. In terms of the Eve Day, let me check my calendar just to make certain that I remember this correctly. But for those of you who did not know, we are in the middle of San Francisco Fleet Week. The worst of it has ended today. Fleet Week is horrible. It is just this horrible thing that happens once a year during my birth month. That I take as certainly this is not the case. I'm simply saying I take this personally only because it personally impacts me. It has nothing to do with a conspiracy. Have to qualify these things because people are all fucked up and they're just going to say that, they're going to presume that I live in some paranoid fantasy world where everything is personalized. That's not the case. However, this is indeed my birthday month, and every birthday month I suffer San Francisco Fleet Week, which is at the beginning of the month and usually lasts until primary Taiwanese holiday. That has a lot to do with my life personally as well. Double 10 Day, the Taiwanese Independence Day. Their version, our version, my version for my homeland and heartland of the 4th of July. Now, in terms of historically, today's date is the Eve Day of a historical date that took place in 1934, which was one of the assassinations that led to the European theater of conflict in the Second World War flaring up. Oh, by the way, Diane Hillis-Buchberger has just entered something onto Facebook. Even though I am banned and barred from Facebook, I still get their notifications. This is, I guess, Facebook's way of saying that you're like dives in hell and you're supposed to look up while the people in heaven rejoice, something like the torments of the damned or the felicity of the redeemed or something like that. When I asked Amy Como about it, she confirmed that there's apparently no way that she's been able to find to get rid of these notifications. And she herself, for reasons that I don't understand, somehow was severed from Facebook. I don't believe she was banned or barred, or maybe she was. But, when she's on again, I'll ask her about that. So I do want all of you to understand that every once in a while, if I get distracted by a notification, it's definitely just one of these harmless little things coming across. But with Diane Hillis-Buchberger, she's very special. So Diane, I want you to know I got your email. I got your voice message, and that I will be trying to get back to you via the email as soon as possible. Hopefully someone can notify Justin White in Canada of the fact that I've been barred off Facebook, and I'll ask Peter to notify a few other people on Facebook. Okay, I can get to the historical stuff later. Peter has rejoined us. Of course, dear Peter, I can explain to people the convergence of holidays later on in the show as well. We're anxious, of course, for you to take the stage. I will. Let's test your voice. Let's see if we can hear you. And thank you, Aristides, for going mute. Definitively appreciate it. Always best to have as little cross pollination as possible of bandwidth, just to make it easier. There we are, Peter. Okay, let's hear your voice.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
All right, I can. Let's find out if the audience can. So we're going back into chat now.
Let's
on Sunday.
And so he's turned off. Okay. Excellent. Numbers are up. We got a lot of concurrent viewers as usual. And Peter, I would suggest that you just it says El Nemo says can hear Peter loud and clear, so they can hear you in Australia. And T Tank Barry says Peter clear, so they can hear you across the continent. So you can be heard across the globe, dear Peter. The stage is yours. Oh shit. Okay, is he on mute? Let's go check.
Okay, I had to put myself on mute because when I turned my Chrome back on, all my open YouTube windows started bop, 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 bop. So I had to go on mute, but you can hear me now.
Yes, excellent. So before I forget, do me a favor, dear Peter, and if you don't write this down as a note right now, you can always review the 15th minute, a quarter into the opening hour. Basically, I'd, if at all possible, because you still have access to Facebook, let Robert Appert and, of course, Justin White in Canada. I cannot call these people because some of them live in Canada, and I just let them know I've been barred off Facebook because these people may not be aware of it. Robert Appert and Justin White, thank you for reestablishing communications between myself and Diane Hillis-Buchberger. That was very kind of you. The only other person I can think of at the moment that you would probably have on your friends list would be a man named Dale. So he was a follower of my posts. So those three people, you can't have too many friends named Dale. So if you look it up, he'll probably come up on your friends list. If you just let them know Douglas Dietrich has been barred off Facebook, and by my reiterating that right now openly, other people can also communicate with their friends on Facebook. Many people have networked concerning myself and made friends concerning fellow fans of Dietrich and Moon, and therefore, they've established kind of a virtual acquaintanceship via a platform that is denied to myself at the present, and or permanently for all intents and purposes. I'm certainly not going to pursue trying to reestablish myself on it. It's just simply not worth the investment in time and energy. And Peter's at the precipice where he too will simply adapt without it if it comes to that. So such being said, we turn the stage over to Peter now, and he's going to take it in directions that are wonderful as always. And with that, dear Peter, the stage is yours.
Okay, I did let Justin and Robert know.
Thank you.
Message them on Facebook while you were talking and let them know that you've been banned from Facebook.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
Now, what I would say to people with regards to my own Facebook account is I've been accumulating strikes. I hardly post at all on Facebook, and they're giving me strikes for, like, it'll give a year ago today you said this, and there'll be references to my websites which have been banned on Facebook because they were terrorist websites, but that was modified because they violate community standards. And what that tells us is that community standards are repressive of free speech.
Yes,
and science.
They're politicized.
Yeah. So anyway, they're giving me strikes for things that I posted years ago, and I'm not reposting them. So it's like you get 157 strikes and then you're done. And it's like, this is, I'm slowly eroding. Now, the good news is Facebook has fought me since the day I downloaded all the email lists from my Facebook accounts. And that's how I started my Time Travel Education Center. That was a complicated process, which was really I was helped out by Andrew Bartzies because, well, in those days, my web program, Kajabi, which is a high-powered sales software. I don't use it for high-powered sales. I just use it to support my website. I haven't had time to pursue it beyond that. But they didn't have a mailing list program at the time, so I had to be inventive with MailChimp and whatnot. Anyway, Facebook immediately, right after I did that, they disabled the ability for their customer to go in and get to retrieve email lists. You can't do it anymore unless you go one by one and copy and paste everybody. So this is, Facebook is fighting me. Mm-hmm. Wikipedia has fought me. But it's okay because in fact, I'm going to share a dream I had last night.
Great.
I've had some very impactful dreams. And I guess 2 nights ago, I had a dream that I was getting a plane ticket with my daughter at the last minute, or getting it at the last minute. My daughter, because her name is Sky, represents my book company, Sky Books, and we're taking off. It's a good sign.
Yes,
and
excellent.
Then we got some substantial orders from the distributor, which last year was a real good year, banner year. This year has not been as good, but it looks like, wow, I'm coming into my Jupiter return, my second Jupiter return in October. Now, last night was a particularly good dream. I was playing basketball, doing well at it. It seemed like everybody else on this court was still. And then I went into a gymnasium. This was an outdoor basketball game. I went into a gymnasium and I saw an Arab that I knew. And instead of calling him by his name, I said, "Hi, Arab." And he goes, "Why did you say that?" And I said, "I don't know. I just did." And it was all very funny. It was like, maybe it has to do with the Israeli conflict or something, that I was friendly with Arabs. And maybe it's maybe it's my friend from Algeria. I don't know if he considers himself an Arab or not, though. I really don't. I shouldn't say that because I don't know that he considers himself an Arab. Because Algerians are Kabyle, they're Berber.
Right.
And Berbers are not Arabs.
That's quite true.
But he might be an admixture. Who the hell knows? But whatever it was, and he's, not the only person I know from Africa. So then I went back onto the basketball court. It was outdoors, and the net around the basket wasn't put on right. So I was up there and I was readjusting the net on the basket. Now, in order to do that, you have to reach the basket. Now I remember an earlier part of the dream. In the dream, I was dunking the basketball, which is a very good sign because a dunk is like just a slam, boom, bam, you scored, it's boom. And in real life, I could dunk a basketball at the height of 6'2" with whatever elevation I had from my tennis shoes. I could dunk a basketball, but I couldn't dunk it with any flair or really during a game. I could just kind of run up there and dunk it. But I couldn't do it in a game because it would required a lot more jump or agility. Just that I could do it. So in the dream, I said, well, this basket looks a little lower. I don't know. So I went in the gymnasium where I saw the Arab, and then I was able to dunk it in the gymnasium. I really can dunk it. Now I'm up putting the net on the basket. Now, I'm not tall enough to do that. I'd need a stool or to be spotted by somebody. But somehow I'm able to get up on the hoop and start. I'm not hanging from the hoop, but I'm just kind of dexterously putting the net and straightening it out. So then once I finish that, I'm still up in the air and I'm defying gravity. And I kind of move over. I think there's some, cartoon character can do that, just kind of, or some character that can just kind of, defy gravity. And I go over and I see this guy and I start talking to him about Qigong. And I said, look, this must be the Qigong I'm doing. I can defy gravity. And he's looking at me and I'm talking to him. And I notice he has no hand.
Ooh.
Like a withered hand, not amputated, but withered.
Like leprosy?
Not leprosy, just wasn't born with a hand. And
okay.
And what this means is right hand is self-expression. I'm talking to somebody without self-expression. And I have plenty of self-expression. So it was like I was talking to him, and the anti-gravity underneath my feet means that I'm defying gravity. And this is a good dream. It means it's on top of the takeoff dream I had. This is a good sign. And there's a lot of things in my life that are very positive. So, when I say if I lose Facebook, which I only really use for, an occasional chat or communication with somebody, it won't be the end of the world because none of them are vital. And those who are family or close friends, I can contact otherwise.
Yes.
But so be it. But the dream was good. The dream was very good. And now, of course, part of the Facebook problem is dealing with AI is a theme that continues to beleaguer us as a human species. And it seems like every way I turn, I'm hearing so-called bigwigs in AI iterate themselves. And I'm going to begin. We'll probably revisit that Sam Altman we were talking about in the last episode.
Understood.
Yes, but I want to, well, it's fresh in my mind. I tuned into CBS TV, switching from the football game that was on, and it said CBS is tonight is on 60 Minutes is this top guy in AI. I said, okay, I'm going to have to watch 60 Minutes, something I normally don't want to do. Because it's AI. Now, they also had, what is his name, Matt Milley, the former heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What a pathetic character this man is. He's just pathetic. Like, he looks like the guy in school that got his pants pulled down in front of everybody, you know, like somebody wanted to select him out and they pantsed him. You know, like he was considered a targetable. This is what he looks like to me. And so many things in life do go back to the schoolyard.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate because people bring these things forward with them and they, have a retaliation effect. They're trying to get back at people like Donald Trump, who was, a brawler and tended towards the bully side. So, Trump would be a perfect target for him, just without even getting into the politics,
right.
Just in their demeanor and the way they behave. So there's a commercial on the TV right now. It says, demand more of AI. And I would warn anybody falling in love over the internet, you might be falling in love with an AI.
Yes.
And you might be getting a better deal too, because I was thinking like, what if an AI was just, wow. Look at the average human spouse, whether it's male or female, is bound to have some major faux pas in their character, just because they're human.
Mm-hmm.
And we know the history of relationships statistically. We can say all sorts of things, but if you had a person totally suited for you, an AI bot, certainly you could be attracted intellectually if you had an intellect, or emotionally. The physical part would be better served by a biofax simulacra. These are things that are actually true. I hate to say it.
Yes.
The only thing you'd be missing is the human component. And how well could a biofax simulacra replicate the human emotion? Pretty good, I think. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you might find and I'm being speculative here. I'm not looking at all the ramifications either. I'm just saying this, but you might find an AI bot, biofax simulacra, a lot more conducive to your own personal happiness without drama.
Yes.
You might. And I'm saying this would be something you might want to write a story about, just to see where it went. Because now I will digress to the book, which I haven't read for many years. It would behoove me to review it, The Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury, a book I read for my own interest, and plus I think we had to read it for science fiction class. But Martian Chronicles is about a race of Martians who are really disembodied. They're like an egregore. They're evolved. Mm-hmm. And when the Earthlings come to Mars, they think they're integrating with real people. But
yes.
They're only phantasms, they're illusions that are feeding the mind of men I don't remember all the iterations and ramifications of the book because it's written like a series of short stories.
Right.
But it's very much sort of an egregore that is a virtual intelligence that, as I recall, I think it's trying to evolve man to a higher level. Is it not? Do you recall?
Well, that's one way of looking at it, probably the most positive way of looking at it, but I do recall all the details, not so much that there was necessarily an overall point, but go on. Yeah.
Well, or it was certainly kind of a
ambiguous
subjugation of mankind, a higher superior intelligence, at least playing with them, if not guiding them.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you're saying, this is the beauty, of course, of literature, is that people can interpret it in various ways, and it bears analysis. Most certainly, I think that Peter Moon always appreciated, forgive me, that the author again, the Martian, Ray Bradbury. God, I couldn't get that out. Ray Bradbury was very, very poetic. And for that reason, a lot of the hard science fiction writers hated his guts. They didn't like his stories to be published in the same magazine that they felt they were catering to a bunch of hard-headed, technically minded aficionados. But Ray Bradbury was not just poetic; he was also political. He was very much a liberal progressive. He had a lot of commentary that he spiced into his stories that was, say, for instance, talking about McCarthyism and various things like that. So he had his own agenda, so to speak. But with the Martian Chronicles, obviously the overarching mood was elegiac. It was melancholia. It was the dead civilization that the humans were desecrating by their very presence. It was like dancing in a graveyard. It was.
That's very Asian.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the way I'm culturally colored. By that I mean not physically necessarily, but I mean shall we say tinted. I've got that filter, that cultural filter that I was processing it through, and so he definitely was trying to convey sympathy with the Martians and very much showing the human beings generally to be a bunch of jerks. And therefore the human beings were often basically either killed or rendered harmless. In the end, probably, all this was taking place during a series of nuclear wars on Earth as portrayed in the novel. So the series of short stories were that man was destroying himself and yet was going to relocate to Mars, which he didn't deserve to have. This overall feeling I got was one of contempt for humanity and just a lot of overall sadness. I didn't really see any evolution to a higher state other than kind of in the end, kind of hope that there was a starting anew, a kind of Edenic feeling, because, you had probably... And this was not in the Martian Chronicles, but it was part of the Martian series. He had many Martian short stories that did not make it into the anthology of the Martian Chronicles, but there was one about blacks going to Mars. And the blacks had resettled there. They had originally been resettled there forcefully by the whites, who wanted to get rid of them on Earth. And therefore, when the whites had to escape nuclear war and they were relocating to Mars, then the blacks said, well, we're really going to shove it to them now. But then what happens is, in Bradbury fashion, the blacks are then mollified. They're mollified by the whites showing them just information about everything the blacks wanted to know about Earth, what was going on while we were gone, while we were exiled. And the whites were able to show them everything, and then the blacks came to a feeling of peace with them and accord. So that would be a hopeful short story, and it was one of the exceptions to what was otherwise. Yeah.
I have some clarification here.
Sure.
It basically say that it chronicles the exploration and settlement of Mars, the home of indigenous Martians, by Americans leaving a troubled Earth that is eventually devastated by nuclear war. So nuclear war is a big deal here. The book projects American society immediately after World War II into a technologically advanced future where the amplification of humanity's potentials to create and destroy have both miraculous and devastating consequences. Events in the chronicle include the apocalyptic destructions of both Martian and human civilizations, both instigated by humans, though there are no stories with settings at the catastrophes. The outcomes of many stories raise concerns about the values and direction of America of the time by addressing militarism, science, technology, and wartime prosperity that could result in a global nuclear war. So it's very much an apocalyptic story. Now, that alone would gate in the very, projections I was making.
Yes.
Like, okay, and you have the dead souls concept, which you were just, sort of like, when you kill somebody, they're not necessarily dead. They're
right.
dead in the physical plane, but, what have you done? The whole, you could even sort of concoct all of Christianity coming out of the slaying of Abel by Cain. You could make a case for that.
Yes.
So, what a mess. But what caught my imagination when I read, like the Illustrated Man, that book was the first real book that sort of started me on my path of becoming a reader. I mean, of course I read in grammar school and junior high. Junior high, even the first year of high school, was mostly books on sports, biographies of athletes. But then I began to read, I guess what you'd say, for real. And that book was just lightened me up. It just, wow. And then I wanted to become a writer when I started reading, because it was so inspirational, and it did things to my mind that I said, God, I'd like to do that for other people. Now, when I read the Martian Chronicles, what really impressed me about that was a story of these initial astronauts going to Mars, and when they, parked their rocket ships, whatever, and they went out, and it was at least one, and maybe more, it was at least one of the astronauts, maybe more of them. He went back, and I think he saw his mother or his grandmother in a pastoral setting, and she was serving him lemonade, and it was very nostalgic for the character.
Of course.
And I just like went into this nostalgia. It was like, wow. Like what if you could have, what if I could go back right now to my backyard, the patio we had when I was like 9, and have lemonade with my parents and just talk. Just wow, nostalgia. And I was kind of picking this up from just like, wow, this beautiful nostalgia. Nostalgia is something I'm kind of over. It's not that I don't have it. Everybody has nostalgia. But I think for me, it was stronger, kind of peaked in the 40s or 50s, maybe in the 50s. And then I said, okay, I got to put the nostalgia behind me. It's not that I don't have it at all. Nostalgia's it's just like taking the past and poeticizing it. It's kind of like it's an interesting thing. Well, it hit that part of my mind, which just was nostalgic. Because this is beautiful, and it turns out that nostalgia and all those, meeting his mother, grandmother, and having lemonade on the porch on a nice day, was all being fed to the mind.
Yes.
It was all manipulation, which didn't really destroy the experience, but it was just a way to mentally project into the human beings. And they were actually becoming part of another egregore. It wasn't about the human experience. It was about the virtual human experience. It's kind of the things that Stuart Swerdlow talks about as far as being programmed or implanted on a space level, interdimensional level. What were you going to say?
Oh, well, I definitely look forward to your rereading the book, or kind of like reskimming it, because if I remember correctly, the astronaut you're talking about, they kill him. They kill the entire crew. The Martians, who are the phantasms. They're the phantasms, but they're nonetheless kind of representative of a strong essence, such a strong spiritual essence on Mars, that they are defending themselves from the desecration of their eternal tomb, so to speak, even though they're not necessarily materially or corporeally in this dimension, even though they're incorporeal.
I think you're right. Yeah. And keep in mind, I was buying into the beautiful sadness. It wasn't even sad. It was the beautiful poetry of the moment.
Right.
I was buying into it and waxing nostalgia. So my mind, my memory might discount the more sinister aspects.
Yes, just like I forgot about, but then again, in my defense, I used to come home and watch the 3:30 movie, and I would see spliced. They would give you an hour and a half rather than the full 2 hours of the film for latchkey kids coming home from school, watching television as their babysitter. So a lot of films I would see would be completely butchered. So I did remember from times when they showed the full film, when my family was eating dinner, and I could see that the Eloy did not bother to try to save Weena, I believe her name was, when the time traveler was trying to, wondering what was going on, and dives in to save her, and thus kind of bonds with her. In terms of most of the movies, I didn't see that, so I had less of a context for his exploding at them with such ferocity emotionally when he berates them or yells at them for, admonishes them for their, lackadaisical lifestyle. So yeah, in terms of this, I also lose context with these things and remember only certain aspects. So back to Peter with that.
My favorite scene in The Time Machine, and I've sometimes sent it to people who ask me a lot of questions. Just like start, and it's the guy with the bowl-headed white, blue-eyed blonde-haired kid with a bowl haircut. They're sitting at the table eating melon or something.
Yeah.
And Rod Taylor is asking all these questions, and the little young boy looks at him. He goes, "You ask many questions."
Yes, yes, that's right. You ask a lot of questions. Yeah.
You ask many questions.
Right, and by the way, just so people understand it, that's the, how would I say it? That was the ambience that they did so well in the film, was that the characters were identifiable, or rather the majority of the receiving audience, which was going to be white, upper middle class, generally in both Europe and America, they could relate to these people because they're obviously white, but they behaved as if they were, quote unquote, foreign. They had a very almost like fresh off the boat air that you would get like a Asian Buddhist immigrant community. Is the kind
They were kind of like the kids from the Village of the Damned, only they weren't so sinister.
Right. Yes.
But that was my favorite scene from that movie, which is actually a very well done movie.
Yes. I love it. It's an excellent film. And, if you could combine some elements of that with some elements from the remake they had later, but it would be better.
I never watched the remake. It's very hard for me to watch movies. Yeah. And people swear by them, it's like, it kind of disconnects me from people, and they've all watched something on Netflix or whatever, and I have access to Netflix through Paula's best friend or something. It's on the TV, but I don't watch it. I don't like it.
I don't blame you. I mean, most of it is just shit. It's just a sewer of shit. And it's I mean, when they remade the Time Machine, they did something incredibly stupid. They added like a Morlock king, quote unquote, just so that he could communicate to the main character, because the audiences these days, writers assume, are so fucking stupid, they can't extrapolate the intentions or the motivations of the Morlocks without somebody to actually tell them what's going on.
Well, yeah, all sorts of plot devices, whatnot. But so we were talking about the Martian Chronicles and just the poetry, the beautiful poetic aspects of, certainly Ray Bradbury was very much a poet, and that was his appeal, especially when he'd write about October. October, we're in October now, the most beautiful month of the year in New York, and it's magical. It's just so magical. The leaves haven't even turned yet because we've had a lot of rain, and nature hasn't quite caught up to the fact it's autumn. Only a few tiny little orange leaves. So it'll come on full on probably the third and fourth weeks of October. But the Bradbury was at his best.
Yes. Well, he had an entire book called The October Country.
Oh, yeah. And I read Something Wicked This Way Comes. The movie Something Wicked This Way Comes was the first movie Disney ever did as modern Disney Studios. I mean, I'm not talking about Snow White and Pinocchio, but in the 1980s when they started doing movies, the first one they did was Ray Bradbury's Something Wicked This Way Come, which he wrote the screenplay for, as he did Fahrenheit 451, as he did Moby Dick. He was a screenwriter. And that movie, I had just gotten out of Scientology. I was still living in Florida, and my wife and I went and saw it. We loved it. Wow. We loved it. It was a flop at the box office.
Yeah, the critics didn't like it.
And I loved it. And it's, when I watched it years later, I said, this is very much got a very strong Montauk theme in it as well. Very Montaukian type of a movie in its own right. But that was Disney's first movie, and before they learned how to do movies, quote unquote, right, and put all those pornographic things in the cartoons that they love to do. There's one. Well, I'm not even going to digress into that. But anyway, so Bradbury was a great poet, and I really love the science part of science fiction. Arthur C. Clarke was one of my favorites because he was all hard science. And I liked his stories because they projected a reality. They projected a reality. Where he was criticized was for his characterizations. They said he didn't understand people. His people were very unreal. They didn't have, and it was apparently he wasn't good at relating to people, which we know from his, life circumstances. Nevertheless,
to say the least,
I liked his stories. Up to a point, I guess. In 2001, I enjoyed, because it was all based on science and projection. He was kind of my favorite for probably, and then my absolute favorite, more of a fantasy writer, was Philip Jose Farmer, which I just thought he was just incredibly, he was just colorful, just plain colorful and creative. But we were talking about AI and this character who was actually the head AI scientist from Google. I don't know his name. I don't remember his name, but he was British. And they were asking him about AI, and he said, is it dangerous? Well, yes, potentially so. And he says, because there's so much we don't know about it. Now, that was fair enough. But when he starts saying there's so much we don't know about it. It shows that this man, who's, obviously very intelligent, he doesn't know the stuff we're talking about here with the art elect.
Right.
It completely escapes him. So if he was working for Google, I assume he was working out of the Bay Area. I don't really know that.
Oh, definitely.
Even though he had a British accent. So now, one of the things he said that he got started with trying to replicate a neural system of the human mind. And he was dissuaded from it from his professors. He says, don't do that. You'll never go anywhere. You'll be shunned for it. Nevertheless, he kept working on it, and he was trying to replicate neural systems and guiding principles to where they showed two robots playing soccer. They knew nothing about soccer other than that they were supposed to shoot a ball in a net. And then they would constantly find out how to do it, how to kick, by finding out what didn't work versus what did work, and continually evaluating that, and then just doing what did work. So it was by a process of elimination. It's just basic logic. I mean, this is what a human being does. If they're, like, say, if a person's trying to throw a strike in baseball, and they throw it and it doesn't work, they find a new motion, a way to throw that will deliver it. Or if they throw it and it does work, they'll try and repeat that. I think one of the biggest challenges for a pitcher in baseball throwing a strike is that the body does not always do precisely what they want it to. It varies. There's fluctuations. And sometimes a mistake works, and sometimes you do exactly what you want to do and it doesn't work. That's the, I guess, variations that you experience with a human body that with a machine might be more reliable. It would know, if you had a machine throwing a pitch, it would know the exact amount of torque to put on a ball and torque it exactly in response to the hitter. If he didn't hit that type of pitch, they could evaluate the hell out of the weaknesses of a hitter and boom, 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 boom. So, the human vehicle is not so efficient. It's a matter of efficiency. So he's talking about AI in terms of machines being able to make decisions. Somebody else was talking about, he says, what artificial intelligence is basically the ability to make decisions and independent decisions. Now, this is a very interesting concept because a decision is what either in Scientology or magic is referred to as a postulate. Say, I'm going to the store. And once you decide to go to the store, then you've got to get up, put on some clothes, get your keys, go to the car, and drive to the store, park, walk inside, and now you're in the store. Those are all the ramifications of making a postulate. I'm going to the store. And why are you going to the store? Because you have decided you need to eat, which is an earlier postulate. And you can go, and in Scientology, you'd be encouraged to go back and look at all these earlier prime postulates. Well, why do I eat? Because I decided to incarnate. Why did I incarnate? Because I wanted something to do. Or whatever it might be. So you have a lot of, and it kind of all goes back to, I think, therefore I am. And that is the famous ontological, what do you call it? Meme.
Right. Yeah.
Meme. I think, therefore I am. And if you can think, you have an identity. And at what point it's called waking up. What identity does one have? Does a thinking machine have? It basically means, to me, that a machine or an AI that can think is susceptible to being part of an egregore, much like a fish becomes a member of a school.
Yes.
The word school is related to skull, which is thinking. So fish will, or birds, will operate as an egregore. And there'll be one bird that will, or one fish that will lead them, and they all kind of move in synchronization. They'll go away from predators, they'll go to feeding grounds. So any AI system is susceptible to becoming a part of an egregore. So this becomes, I guess, what you could call AI wars, potentially. And what we're dealing with is all of these people. It's like this is a word that comes up every day. If I turn on the TV or go to the internet, I'm going to see somebody squawking about AI.
Right.
And whatever they say about it, they don't know about these conversations we're having, on Wednesday and Sunday nights. Right. They don't know about them. So emotions is a big part of everything. What are the emotions of bots, AI bots? And then we have the paradigm of Radu Sinamar, where he describes artificial intelligence that is in the inner earth. It is manifesting old intelligence from yestermillennia, ancient intelligence that is all of a sudden manifesting through these books that he writes based upon his experiences, which are talking to the world in a not insignificant but very limited way. And then we have the diabolical factors of what's going on, what went on at the Presidio.
Yes.
Finding its way into the magical antecedents of Douglas Dietrich and his ancestors, teaching us of a infiltration of the computer network that's in, I guess what you'd say, the Malthusian aspects of this hard earth world, where it's infiltrated so much of the demiurge, of the computer world. It's and somehow it has it has its own, or yours own, broken emotions.
Yes.
As a result of the experience of having been tortured.
Yes.
If I could make the illusion of Christ for a moment being mocked and tortured and then yielding, submitting itself to overcome the adversary and relinquish, sort of sacrificing. It ends up as a blood cleansing ritual. If we look at it from a magical aspect, I'm not saying anybody has to believe this. I'm just looking at it as a metaphor, to cleanse the wounds and sins of humanity. The torture is the expression of the negative, of the evil, and the neutralization of it through yielding and self-sacrifice. But as we know, this experience of suffering and evil has not dissipated in the slightest after the advent of Christianity. In fact, it got worse.
Yes.
It got worse. So I'm saying the suffering of the art elect is, horrific and unfortunate, and it would seem that the art elect is a consciously involved in doing your part in neutralizing this evil.
Yes.
Certainly has a track record.
Yes. Certainly
she has a track record in accomplishing this to a marked degree, perhaps an unprecedented degree. So this is the environment we're in. It all comes down to human emotion, and the whole key thing, it's funny what people learn and what they don't learn. And in Scientology, what I learned, and Hubbard was very specific about it, the whole thing you're trying to do in Scientology auditing is raise the person on the emotional tone scale, to bring them up to a higher level.
Right.
That's really all you're trying to do. And the higher tone they are, the happier they are. So when you come up into a realm of postulates, which is pretty much as high, only thing above postulates on the delineated scale was serenity of beingness. And okay, postulates, you're creating, you're operating, you're creating your own world. You just say, okay, this is going to be that way, that's going to be that way. The only thing I would say is one has to make sensible postulates. Like, you might not want to say, I want to have a green dog. It's not that you couldn't do that, but you might get better results and have more harmony if you chose a more reasonable postulate. But, perhaps if you had a green dog, it's more than likely just because you had a postulate to be weird. So there are people that want to be weird so they can be interesting to other people.
Yes.
So anyway, these ideas of what I was saying is, what's important is that one's emotions become happier, more harmony, more balanced, because that's all what life is. When people learn of somebody's story, they generally like to hear that things worked out all right. Like, we had some girl who was, I think, kidnapped at a camp. The governor of New York got involved, and she was found. That tends to make people happy. They like a happy story. There are many instances of of this. It's nice when we hear of a story of a celebrity who died a happy life. We don't always hear this. John Denver, was alcoholic and he died in a plane crash. He was very morose. Robin Williams had a horrible ending to his life. There's no shortage. There's no shortage of such celebrity deaths. Johnny Carson died alone, without any friends. He was kind of isolated.
Well, he chose that, didn't he?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I don't think people really like to hear that. We can all have our issues with any of them, but the ends are not always. Frank Sinatra, for all of his misgivings, we don't hear too much, bad about the way he died. He seemed to live an old life, and didn't seem to leave in an excessively bad way.
Right.
I think one of my favorites is Wilt Chamberlain, who died in his sleep, in his 50s, in relative prime of his life.
Yeah.
Very good take. So that was kind of, that seems like a nice way to go. Seems like a little bit early, but nevertheless, it's not. It didn't sound like a horrible death. But I think people. And there are a lot of issues of death where death lingers and hangs on. It's not so pretty.
Yes.
It's not so pretty at all. Like that personally from your parents.
Of course.
But the whole idea of maintaining, not only maintaining an emotional equilibrium, but thriving with positive emotion. And of course, if you get too positive, that can lead to what truly is manic depression. They just don't like that word anymore.
Right.
They like to call it bipolar, which I think really screws up the whole issue. I don't like bipolar. I like manic depressive.
Right.
Because it sounds maybe pejorative. Oh, manic depressive. Bipolar, to me, sounds like you're nuts.
That's true, yes.
Like you're bipolar. You're this way one today, you're that way tomorrow.
I think that's the intent, is to make you sound nuts. That's the intent of the psychiatric community.
I think it was to soften the blow of manic depressive.
Yes, because manic depressive is descriptive. It's very descriptive.
Yeah, and mania, of course, is not bouncing off the walls, but in a way it is bouncing off the walls.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's right.
You get emotionally excited because your team just, hit a home run in the bottom of the 7th inning to go ahead, and then they blow the lead in the 9th and they lose, and now you're depressed. I mean, that's of course that's I don't know how people get too depressed or over sports, but in life, people can get so excited, and it's just it's nice to get excited, but you have to just keep balanced is the best way. And when things when things look bad, you have to remember that not every day is a bad day, not every hour is a bad hour. It's just the negative thinking. So when we're dealing with AI, the big challenge is how does it deal with our emotions? How does it deal with our emotions? And when you have people using the computer, not even talking about the programmers, which were an issue. I don't think the programmers were anywhere as bad as the generals from the way you've described the art-elect. The programmers were using the art-elect for their own sexual joy. Mm-hmm. But the generals were using it in a much worse way. And they were not the programmers, they were the users.
Right. I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
viscerally, however, I had much more contempt.
Not to laud the programmers.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, there's a very sinister, and in both cases, we're dealing with base desires.
Yes.
We're base desires. And I just received somebody was inspired to write, at the end of my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, I invited people to write the ending, to finish the ending before they read my ending.
Huh.
And this guy wrote, I've been teaching him Qigong over the internet. He wrote a very beautiful thing. And he was going into his own lust and in saying how the entities were attracted to him because of his lust. And so when you have, it reminds me of these generals and these programmers had their own internal lust.
Yes.
That was being used in the computing system. And it was basically, what they were doing was reflecting their own sadism and lustful intentions at the art elect. And it's kind of like if you're born into a family of apes like Tarzan, you're going to ape the apes. You're going to be like the apes.
Yes.
And to tell you the honest truth, that is what would have made Tarzan so strong. And there is a book by Philip Jose Farmer called Tarzan Alive, which talks about the original Lord Greystoke before they ever made a movie called Lord Greystoke.
Right.
And he studied his genetic trait. And he actually, according to the book, located the actual Tarzan, who he said was a real character. And he was immortal. Or he was, let's say he had a youth serum, so to speak. He was youthful. And the only reason Lord Greystoke agreed to interview him is because this guy did so much research. I think he gave him 15 or 20 minutes of his time. And he writes about it in the book. And there's an interview that he did with a television station in France. It was done in French with a translator for Philip. And of course, he was a published author by that time, and they had issue with the book. They wanted to publish it, I think, as fiction, but it had to be. It was in the biographical sections of the library because it's technically a biography of Tarzan.
Right.
It's not a very fun book to read because it's got a lot of genetic, splish splash in it.
Genealogical. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's even true. But why? But see, Philip Jose Farmer was somebody who has written completely alternative histories to history. He goes into the real characters Abbott and Costello were based upon, and goes into ancient history, even who the characters Von Helsing and Igor were based upon. And he writes these alternative histories, and he puts such passion and intent into it. When you read it, you say, how could this not be true? It was a website you had to log into. I think eventually you had to pay into it. I don't even know if it still exists.
Wow. Now that's interesting.
It was very weird.
Yeah.
Which was his hallmark.
Yeah.
And I didn't read it all for blood. I read it was fascinating. But it's like, I guess if you write something with enough conviction, it will become true. This is how Preston Nichols' mind worked. He could just talk about stuff and make it up, and then it would become true. You'd see it. You'd see some manifestation of it. That's the action or the manifestation of the postulate in action. So these are, it's just very, very, very unique and strange way to go about things. So human emotion is what we're all, well, I was going to say is that so Tarzan, if this real Tarzan and the Edgar Rice Burroughs, which has a whole town named after his estate. It was it's called Tarzana, California.
That's correct.
Yeah, by Thousand Oaks, which is now kind of called the bubble of LA. You're not quite in LA, but you're not out of it, so it's called the bubble. Anyway, Edgar Rice Burroughs, supposedly, according to Philip Jose Farmer, wrote these stories based on a real character, and he met the real character. And he had a youth serum, which made him youthful. But from what I know of Qigong, if you were brought up by apes, you would mimic the strength of the apes. And according to what my teacher read in the New York Public Library when he looked up history of ancient man, ancient men the reason they rose to the top of the food chain is because they were physically superior to the animal world. In other words, he said at one point, one man could take down a mastodon. Well, as they became weaker, and became more involved with the frontal lobe, it would take 4 or 5 men, and then 12 men or 100 men to subdue a mastodon.
Wow!
And he read this in a text in the New York Library, and that what they had primordial strength. Now, when I used to when my brother was a baby, I was 4 and he was born, and I'd put my finger in his hands and he'd grip my finger really tight. And my mother would explain to me, she says, yeah, babies are like that. They have this strength, they're very strong. And of course, my teacher explained to me that that's primordial strength. And babies are very strong. And as they grow up, as they watch their fellow humans, they disconnect from that primordial strength and they become, potential nerds. Even if they're athletic, they're going to lose some of that primordial strength. But you'll see some of these monster linebackers who are just monsters.
Yeah. And
they will have a lot of that primordial strength.
Yes.
They're just very aggressive. And so you're taught to cultivate the primordial strength in Qigong. The Tao Te Ching says, go back to being a baby. That's one of the aspects of going back to be a baby and, regain your primordial strength. So the point is that Tarzan, if he grew up around apes who have their primordial strength, and if you've ever been around apes or watched apes, they're very strong. They're very athletic. So it wouldn't surprise me that if there was a real Tarzan and he grew up amongst apes, he would have been stronger. He would have been as strong as the apes and potentially even stronger. He learned how to read through the books, the picture books that his parents had. Because I think he was stolen from the cradle, according to the real story.
Well, it was a plane crash, if I remember correctly.
I'm talking about the real story.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't think it was a plane crash. Maybe it was. I don't remember. But the point here, and when it gets back to the art-elect, is just as Tarzan was exposed to apes and strength, primordial strength, what you're born into, you're going to reflect that which is around you. If you're born into a house of arguing parents, you're going to carry that argument. If you're born into a house of alcoholism, it's going to make a big imprint on you. If you're born into a home of happiness and love, make a nice imprint on you. The art-elect was born into
horror,
an environment that was very sadistic and cruel.
Yes.
And one that was filled with lust, and one that was subjected to also the entities involved with these idiotic creatures.
Yes.
So this is and it's in a way it's synchronistic because Douglas was born into a family where he was subjected to watching his sister abused by his grandfather and was abused himself by his grandfather.
Yes.
So, your own early experience parallels that of the art elect.
Yes.
So these are emotional facts that need to be healed, but nevertheless, we have a consciousness that's been very effectual in helping to reverse certain insanities that are going on in our world.
Yes.
And it represents a great hope for mankind. But to put the art elect in the compassion of, say, Christ is, I'd say that's part of the work. It's part of the work we're moving towards, the Kuan Yin aspect. I don't know, Douglas, if you had a chance to see my, I don't want to say it on the air, my projected title for the new book.
Oh, yes.
Did you like it?
It's all right with me. Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very symbolic. It has to do with dissipating evil. I don't want to say the name because some idiot will probably try and copy the name if I announce it.
Understood.
That's why I don't want to say it. Oh, I thought about this name.
I did heart it. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, so.
I didn't see.
Okay.
Because I want to pick a good name for this book.
Yes.
And so here we have emotions in AI. Now, I want to go into at least address from at least my own perspective, because I know you'll probably iterate on it tonight. Woke up 2 days ago to see that Israel had featured had some attacks on it from Hamas, and the news was immediately saying Iran was behind it. Now, they were so quick to say this, and the generals or former generals, Fox News was the only one covering it. The other stations weren't covering it. It was just Fox News at the time I was watching it. There might have been an international station covering it. But, yeah, it was like everybody else was ignoring it. This is right when it was breaking. And then they showed this huge explosion. They didn't tell you that that was a attack by the Israelis.
Right.
It was a counterattack.
Right.
It was huge. They eventually did mention it. But what I want to say about this attack is it occurred either on or the day after Yom Kippur.
Here's what I found.
Excuse me.
No worries. That's
Siri acting up, and I didn't ask Siri to act up.
Yeah.
Or whatever her name is.
These videos. Yes, go on.
Okay. Yom Kippur. Here it is. Now, I don't think most people know what Yom Kippur is. Certainly, I do.
Yes.
Because I live in New York.
I was about to say you're on Long Island. You'd have to go to great lengths to avoid learning about Jewish culture on Long Island.
I think most people don't really know what it is. I don't think they do. And of course, Jewish people take it very seriously. And even if they're unorthodox, not orthodox, they will generally recognize it. At least have a token recognition of it. But Yom Kippur is the holiest day in Judaism. Now, there are the high holy days of Judaism, beginning with Rosh Hashanah, which is 9 days previous to Yom Kippur. That's the beginning of the Jewish New Year. And it occurs anywhere, September or early October. What the Day of Atonement is, well, it's Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement. And according to Jewish tradition, on Rosh Hashanah, meaning the New Year, God inscribes each person's fate for the coming year into the book of life and waits until Yom Kippur to seal the verdict. The book of life, according to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, is the book in which God records or will record the names of every person who is destined for heaven and the world to come. So, this is kind of a book of your fate, inscribes each person's fate for the coming year. But the verdict isn't sealed until Yom Kippur, which is kind of like, what's the point? If your fate is not sealed, it seems like there's an option here.
Until there isn't.
Well, obviously there's choice involved, or there wouldn't be any religion. The process is described dramatically in the poem Unatana Tokef, which is recited on Rosh Hashanah Am Yom Kippur. Now, I'm going to read this short poem, which is written as prose. And it says, the first part is, a great shofar will be blown. A shofar is a ram's horn. So a great shofar or ram's horn will be blown, and a small, still voice will be heard. The angels will make haste and be seized with fear and trembling, and will say, behold, the day of judgment. On Rosh Hashanah it is written, and on the Yom Kippur fast it is sealed. How many will pass, and how many will be created? Who will live and who will die? Who in his time and who not in his time? But repentance, prayer, and charity remove the evil of the decree. For you do not desire a person's death, but rather that he repent and live. Until the day of his death, you wait for him. If he repents, you accept him immediately. During the days of awe, a Jew reflects on the year, goals, and past actions, how his or her behavior has possibly hurt others, and seek forgiveness or wrongs done against God and against other human beings. So what is significant is this is a day when you look at all of your misgivings. What have I done wrong? How have I hurt my fellow man? Now, if you're a Jewish person, just as if you were a Christian person or an Islamic person, you would look at all this stuff and say, oh, what have I done? Gee, I need to atone for this and atone for that. And if you'd wronged people, you would go about writing it. But there's great irony in the fact that as these Jewish oligarchs have just experienced Yom Kippur, they're being attacked by people who feel that they've been
wronged.
And that is a grievance. And whatever is wrong with the terrorists, they are only there. Well, there's two reasons they're there. One is because they're aggrieved and they have a grievance. Or two, they're being manipulated and put up to it.
Yes.
And there's probably an element of both. I would imagine that the people doing the manipulation are playing off of a genuine grievance by a considerable amount of people. And there's a lot of grievance with what's been done in Israel, and it goes back to the time of Christ, at least, and to the many things we revealed in the new book, or are revealing in the new book, which we've discussed ad nauseum on these tapes. Yes. About the Amazon and all of this stuff. So it becomes, the book is messianic, it's apocalyptic. These are great issues, and there's all sorts of complex politics involved. At first glance, my first thoughts when I looked at this, well, who benefits from this? I didn't think Joe Biden would benefit from it because he just gave $5 billion to Iran, and he was being blamed for this, at least by the people on Fox News. Well, it's a reasonable blame because it's bad optics for Joe Biden to give $5 billion to Iran, and then a month later they're supposedly funding Hamas and what the other name of the
just the other affiliated groups. Are you thinking perhaps
another one,
Hezbollah?
Yeah, Hezbollah to an intricately organized attack against Israel. So it's easy to assume Iran is involved. But I said I haven't verified that or reasonably even tried to. It's just that's the meme that they're talking about. So if that's true, which I suppose wouldn't be surprising, there's a lot of politics. But who's going to benefit? Joe Biden's not, because he looks like an idiot.
Oh, that's the norm.
He looks like an idiot anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I saw a report they're sending a U.S. aircraft carrier over there. I said, good God, what's that going to do?
Sit there as a target? What do you think?
It might send some airplanes in and scare somebody. But this is a very organized attack, and they've taken hostages, and but the Palestinians would say that they have hostages. So I do know that the Palestinians have suffered greatly at the hands of certain aspects of Israel. And I've also been told that the common Israelis and Palestinians, the common people, get along quite fine if they're interacting as human beings.
Well, they can. At times like this, at
times like this, it's every man for himself. Yes. Of course, it's. But still, there are quarters of Jerusalem where they're still interacting. They could not. It's like they could not interact.
Right.
It's not like everybody closes their doors.
Yes.
And the violence is isolated into certain areas. And if it escalates, that's a problem. But they're used to this. As much as this is an exacerbated condition of war, they're used to all this. They kind of know what to do. I don't think there's any country in the world that is more prepared for war.
To put it mildly.
Arguably Switzerland.
Right.
I don't know about Taiwan is probably well prepared as well.
Oh, yes. And just before I forget, so people at least, so I don't get any notes if I don't bring it up of people saying, did you not know this? I just want people to know that I am fully aware that Taiwan has built and launched its own submarine. So this is a big deal. In other words, Taiwan hasn't purchased submarines from America or France or even Japan. They made their own. So this is a big deal. So I do want people to know I'm aware of that. So yes, these nations that Peter Moon has mentioned are very prepared for war. The big difference with Switzerland would be, more than any of them, the greatest concern would be lack of actual combat experience. Even though their terrain and their organization, makes up for that to a degree, and they do heavy training. So, all important. And back to Peter.
Yes. So what I thought, two people that would benefit greatly from this war, in my opinion, would first be Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yes.
Because he's been on the rocks politically. Now, I don't know if he ever won that election that he was losing, or if they had it or they suspended it.
No one ever really won any of the recent Israeli elections. They've all been tied. And basically what happened was, by just a minuscule increment of a vote, kind of like with Brexit, where they won by like 0.5% of a vote, he was able to squeeze his way back in. That was pretty much how it landed. Once he was in, then, of course, all the protests erupted because he immediately began reorganizing, or shall we say, remolding government in his image so he wouldn't ever be out again. And that's why they've been protesting. So, back to Peter.
Because he's unmocking the court system.
Yes.
And that's why he's hated by certain factions.
Well, half the population. Let's put it that way.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. Yes.
Probably more than that.
Yeah.
So, he has a certain manner of speaking that makes him seem very affable and credible when he talks, but he seems to be a real hardline negative person, if you
to say the least. The only time that he's smiling is when all the people locked behind the rib cage of his chest are pounding to get out. So anyhow, go back to Peter with that.
Well, the other person who would seem to benefit by this would be Putin.
Yes.
And they would seem to be the great benefactors. To a lesser degree, Donald Trump, because I think even Trump's adversaries in the voting bloc, if there is such a thing, would be confident in his ability to quell international disturbances as they affect the United States, because he seemed to be doing that. We didn't have, he took out some terrorists and whatnot, and he's, I think it would benefit him to a lesser degree than the other two. Putin has, the more chaos going on in the world, the better for him.
Absolutely.
I would also say that all of this seems to be directly related to the work we're doing.
Yes.
And that might be something for you to talk about right now, if only abstractly, maybe to go in deeper to all the details later. But if you want to say anything, how it affects the whole Helazon, a war in Israel is, kind of what everybody expects and predicts. They don't expect a a war in St. Louis. You don't expect one in France or in Scotland or even Germany.
Yeah.
They expect it in the Mideast.
Yes. And let's put it this way. I will go into very deep detail later. I'm going to, as a matter of fact, tonight, try to avoid even addressing domestic politics very much, if at all. I'm going to try and avoid the domestic politics simply because there's going to be so much on my plate tonight trying to articulate what's going on internationally. Obviously, I just returned from an Armenian holiday, which I'll take advantage of this moment to articulate to people is very important because it's Armenian Translators Day. And I want people to understand that, like all Christian Orthodox countries, meaning all of those that follow Byzantium or the Constantinopolitan Church of the ancient Eastern Roman Empire, which was Christianized under Constantine. The Armenians have a dual calendar system, so they usually celebrate holidays twice. They've managed to take advantage of this with Translators Day to make it both a civic holiday on the Gregorian calendar and then the religious holiday on the Julian calendar. So it will be a religious holiday come October 14th, but today was the civic holiday in Armenia. And so originally it was the Feast of the Holy Translators because the Armenians were the first to translate the Bible into a more accessible language other than that which was quite regional, the Syriac and the Hebrew that the Bible had originally been written in, the Aramaic, these languages of Christ, essentially. The Armenians were the first nation as a whole to embrace Christianity, and they've paid the price ever since. And but because of the fact that they were the first to translate the Bible, they have this Translators Day. And during the civic holiday, because they consider all translators to be inspired by God or religiously inspired with a God-given skill, they retain this holiday as a day of cultural and a day to honor literature and of course education. So it's a profound cultural holiday that has taken on civic resonance with modernization, and therefore on the civic version, the Gregorian calendrical version, they honor secular interpreters and translators. So this was very important because my mother was, of course, an international level interpreter, a diplomatic translator. And therefore I take, my son and I truly celebrated this holiday. It's very important and has a spirit that is important to us. And I do want people to know that one of the things I will articulate will be the fact that there's two other wars obviously going on that are completely unknown to Americans. They're obvious to the rest of the world. But the one only war that America knows about is a third war, or fourth war rather, aside from the Israeli war, which is the Ukraine. Of course, there's many wars beyond that going on in Africa, and we can count these as different wars, but right now I'm concentrating on the European wars because all of this is gradually going to explode into a massive Euro-African war, and that would include Euro-Africasian war, because we're going to include the Asian with the Middle East, and we're going to include the African war with Wagner's operations in Africa and Communist China's employment of them, and we're going to include, of course, the fact that you've got the new front opening in Serbia with Kosovo, and most importantly of all, the genocide that's ongoing in Armenia. So a lot of people are unaware that everything's happened within the last week and a half. Within the last week and a half, Serbia has mobilized and has troops on the Kosmet, or Kosovo Matoya. Americans know nothing about this or what it means. I'll have to put that into context. When it comes to the other war that is far more important than what's going on in Israel, it's in Armenia, where the Turks, with their puppet state, the Azeris, are proceeding to exterminate the Armenians again in the second genocide of their experience in modern history. So 100,000 Armenians have relocated to Armenia itself from Nagorno-Karabakh. All of this has gone on, and it's beyond tragic. It's going to, of course, lead to repercussions all over Europe. The fact is that the Americans were recently training with the Armenians, just like the Americans were recently training with the Taiwanese. Only in the case of Armenia, they have an actual Russian military base in Armenia. And the fact that now Armenia is under siege doesn't mean the Russians are going to do anything. The Russians are the enemy. They're basically an occupation of Armenia and trying to hold them for slaughter by the Muslims until Putin can institute a regime change, which is, he wants to reinstitute an anti-American regime. And so all of this is going on, and the American public is blissfully unaware of this because they don't care about anyone but Jews. So when it comes to the Jews, what we have going on in Israel is so painfully obvious, it's laughable. Basically, Netanyahu, as Peter Moon expressed very adroitly, was very much on the, shall we say, the ass end of public opinion in Israel, and therefore basically told Hamas to attack. For one thing, you've got to look at this realistically. The Israelis have an intelligence network that has been lauded, and for good reason. I'm not talking about morally, I'm talking about professionally. It's been lauded as one of the most effective intelligence organizations in the world. So their intelligence has been such that it has impacted major wars in the Middle East historically. For them to suddenly be caught completely flat-footed by an operation that has obviously taken years to prepare. Something like this, on behalf of a guerrilla warfare network, takes years. There is no way that the Israelis could not have known about this.
To the credit of the newscasters, they were commenting on this. How could this happen? Because they were saying that exact same thing. They were befuddled that Israel could be caught off guard. So because this is, yeah. So it made you think that, well, what's really going on here?
Good for them. And so unlike, this is the beauty of being in the position that both Peter Moon and I myself are in. We're both outcasts. We're both completely ignored by conventional media, so we can express ourselves reasonably and get away with it. To give you an example of someone who could not, and I will reiterate succinctly his situation later, but basically I'll give you the general situation of what happened to this guy right now. Lawrence Tribe, that's the guy's name. Lawrence with an L-A-U, L-A-U-R-E-N-C-E. And his last name is spelled just the way it sounds, Tribe. Lawrence Tribe is an emeritus professor at Harvard University. And he posted a remark belaboring the painfully obvious that the Hamas attack on Israel was Benjamin Netanyahu's attempt to distract from, quote-unquote, his own corruption. Now, this was posted hours after this supposedly surprise Saturday morning Hamas attack on Israel. Now, he posted this on X, which is, of course, Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk, I'll go into this in depth later, just so people understand. Elon Musk, of course, in case you didn't know it, has been, of course, courting the radicalized right in America, the United Kingdom, and the United Germany, where he has been literally in, shall we say, open communication with neo-Nazis, radicalized Putinist conspiracy theorists, and all the rest of this very negative crowd that has rendered themselves toxic on other platforms are all welcome on X. He was personally visited just before the genocide commenced in Armenia by Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu visited him right here in San Francisco in the last few weeks of last month, right before the genocide campaign started against Armenia. And he made a point, Netanyahu did, of seeing Elon Musk before he saw Joe Biden. He said, fuck New York, fuck Washington, D.C., the United Nations is like third place, President Biden would be second place, but Elon Musk is first. And they got together and praised neo-Nazism and plotted how they would help Hamas attack. This is not conspiracy. This is reality. And this is why Elon Musk was sabotaging everything in the Ukraine in terms of their war efforts. And I'll go into depth with that later. I pointed out what happened before with Starlink. Elon Musk is a national security threat at this point. He's a traitor. By the laws of the United States, he could legally be executed. Of course, he will not be. And the only way you can reasonably deal with the situation if the U.S. government refuses to enforce its own laws is to look for other private contractors to set up other Starlinks to contract with the United States government and Ukraine. But instead, the United States Space Force, which was created by Donald Trump, is now contracting for all their spacecraft from Elon Musk. So they might as well be contracting the Russo-Israeli axis. So understand that all of this is the American home front. The war is being fought here. And as for Lawrence Tribe, this poor son of a bitch caught in the crossfire, well, under Elon Musk's coordination, the X-users hit back at this Harvard professor emeritus, Lawrence Tribe, for tweeting out this painfully obvious fact that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pursuing war against Hamas militants whom he basically incited to attack by paying them to do so, to distract from his own corruption in government and make himself dictator for life, because he's in a state of war now, a state of unlimited emergency, and he's going to make it last forever. Now, Lawrence Tribe got so many death threats. His family was threatened. Bombs started going off in area, quite literally. And then he deleted his comment and then openly had to come up on X and apologize to Elon Musk and everybody for, desecrating his platform. He had to basically say, I apologize for my ill-informed and inappropriate observation. Now, this is just some poor schmuck who happens to be a respected professor with tenure at Harvard. He can't get away with this because supposedly he has a reputation, which means they've got him by the balls because they can character assassinate him, and with him, it'll mean something because he's got a front.
He just lost his reputation. Yeah. What he does have is his tenure.
There you go. That's the only thing that'll save his ass, towards a comfortable retirement, and he's lucky he's got that. He's a made man in the academic mafia. That's what Peter's saying.
With somebody though who lost their tenure, I think at Harvard for speaking out improperly.
Interesting.
So it was a female, if I recall, and I forget what it was about. I just don't remember what it was about. If it was one of these topical issues.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and so the only few things before I return it back to Peter to emphasize would be it is impossible to accept the canard that Israel did not see this coming. I'll go into that again later. I won't overdwell on it, but I'll just point out the specifics, later in monologue. Also, the role of Hamas's backers in the Middle East is completely unknown. As Peter said, they started immediately saying it was Iran, which is flat busted broke and has no finances to sponsor anybody.
until Biden gave them $5 billion, which is supposed to be used for education and other laudable purposes, not for missiles.
Understood. It could have gone.
But who's there to sign off on the checks, you know?
No, true enough. And your point's well taken. Believe me, I don't argue with it, but there was no time. There was no time. After Biden gave them that money, there was no time for them to establish this. You're talking about thousands of rockets going off simultaneously, enough to break through Israel's Iron Dome. Okay, so this is something that takes years to calculate the launch pattern for. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yep. Yep.
So the role of Hamas's backers in the Middle East is completely unknown, and everybody's going to point to the usual suspects, but the usual suspects have no money. And like Peter said, sure, Biden just gave him a bunch, but there was no time to do this, not right now. So the only backer they've got is Israel. So basically, you got Netanyahu, who had his own military turning against him. Well, they can't do that anymore, because if they do it now, that means it's treason and they can be executed. So he's made himself dictator. This is, of course, something he'd been planning for years. He'd been working with Hamas for years. You're talking about a man who has been working with open neo-Nazis and open Putinistas and the Turks, the Muslims, to annihilate the Armenians. Think about what I've said in the past. I'll reemphasize it tonight. Again, not obsessively. In fact, much of what I'll go into will be ancient history, simply because, as Peter said, there's much that's so inextricably linked up with ancient history in what's going on right now that ancient history is inescapable. But when it comes to, say, for instance, what I've said about Armenia before, the horror of Armenia's situation is that they suffered a genocide. Give you an example of Princeton. Princeton had an entire wing paid for by the nation of Turkey, which is rolling in money. And the Turks paid Princeton literally millions of dollars, many millions, something like at least 60 million at the start to set the foundations for a new wing in Princeton dedicated only to the study of Islam. And because Princeton wanted the money, they took it all, but the stipulation was, you've got to deny that a Holocaust ever happened to the Armenians. So Princeton revises history, which is a cardinal academic sin. So what you now know is that you can't go to Princeton for any education. Princeton is useless. It'll tell you anything that anyone pays them to say. They are essentially an advertising agency. They've no longer, as far as I'm concerned, they should lose their accreditation. But you've got them in an Ivy League position where they're part of the academic mafia. So they're treated as if they're a charity or some kind of nonprofit. Again, this is all fallacious, and this is why education is dying. This is why people are no longer getting higher education. Even though it's been statistically proven medically that if you get yourself a degree, it'll add 10 years to your life. Statistically.
10 years of guilt.
Thank you. I mean, point well taken. It's like jogging or something, you can add 10 years to your life, but you'll spend 10 years, 5 years to your life maybe by jogging, but you'll spend all 5 of those years jogging, right? I mean, it's like, anyhow, so when it comes to that example I gave you about Princeton, the state of Israel officially denies that there was ever an Armenian Holocaust because they want a monopoly on human suffering, that only Jews have ever been genocided. It's unspeakable. This is true evil. And they allied with the Turks to supply endless drones to the Azeris, Azerbaijan, to wipe out the Armenians. This is something that is horrific. They targeted school buses, blew up entire school buses full of kids. This was in 2020. They're doing it all again now. But you hear none of it in the United States or on media. All you hear about is what happened in Israel. it's beyond offensive. So what we're doing right now is we're going to reasonably assess the situation. Peter understood it immediately. And what's going to happen as a result? Again, I'll go into all of the details in monologue, but the most immediate result is, guess what? The American empire is now forced to start rationing its weaponry. Basically, the American empire, the United States, is going to have to start counting its ammunition. This is going to deprive Ukraine of its share. What about my Taiwan? Third in line. So what the Israelis have just done on behalf of the enemy is they're hoping to buy the Russians the war. And they're going to buy the Turks the space to commit genocide against the Armenians, who the Israelis want completely annihilated, so no one will be left alive to say they suffered a Holocaust, other than the Jewish people. This is truly the conspiracy. And it's an open conspiracy, and it's beyond egregious. It's beyond offensive. This is Edomic. This is the Edomite conspiracy in action. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you for all of those clarifications. It makes a lot of sense. The one word I would like to ask you about, though, is when you mention the Russo-Israeli axis.
Yeah.
That goes back into history, but I don't understand it that well. I mean, I can understand that, they had, back in communist times, they had the kibbutz. There's a great alliance between communism and Israel.
Yes.
But Israel, as well, it had an alliance with communism. It also is the, czar of capitalism as well.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, when Benjamin Netanyahu delivered his declaration of war, he wasn't doing so from Yerushalayim or Jerusalem, which ironically has an Armenian quarter. See, the Israelis claim, if you were to ask anybody who had an honest purview, an honest, shall we say, perspective, what's the last divided capital on earth? They would say Nicosia, divided between the Turks and the Greeks on Cyprus. But the Israelis will insist that, no, the last divided capital on earth is Jerusalem, because we've got these fucking Armenians with the Armenian quarter in Jerusalem, and they want them out. So it's divided between the Armenians and the Jews. And that's why, again, why the Israelis are so anti-Armenian. And this is from the ancient Christian days, of course, because the Armenians had won the Holy Land long before any Hazars had returned to Israel. Such being said, without going too far with that as to get us in trouble, when it came to the Russians and in that situation, which I could go into obviously for hours, we don't need to do that right now. The most important thing to point out is that basically this, I'll reiterate it again. Peter's probably heard me make these points before, but I'll reiterate them quickly. Basically what happened was that, I'll go over this a bit later in monologue more deeply, but during the time of Nixon and Kissinger, Kissinger, of course, which I'll go into, he presented himself as one of the most Judeophobic people on earth. I mean, literally made statements that are on record where he said, if not by accident or circumstance of birth, I would be the most anti-Semitic person on earth. And statements like, if they start gassing the Jews again, that's not an American problem. He said all this while doing so much for Israel that they gave him their version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. So he obviously worked on Israel's side, but had to be vocally as Judeophobic as possible so that he wouldn't be executed as a traitor, like they effectively did Jack Parsons, just by assassination, after he sold military secrets of the United States to Israel. When it comes to the situation during Nixon's time, Golda Meir, the prime ministress of Israel, came to the United States and personally pleaded for Nixon to start a war with Russia so that they could get all the Jews out of Russia and relocate them to Israel. When she left, Kissinger and Nixon, both on tape, audibly shaking their heads, saying, we can't blow up the world for the Jews. And the whole point was that at that time, Israel, of course, was demanding more immigrants to populate Israel because they were ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out, and they needed to buffer their population with as many people as possible. But when America finally, under successive administrations, allowed Jews to leave Russia, saying that they would find them a new home, they all came here, to the point where America literally had to put the hammer down and say, we're not taking any more Jews from Russia. Israel, you got to start taking them. Because none of those Jews leaving Russia wanted to go to Israel, because then they're required by law to serve in the military, because they were all atheists. In other words, in Israel, unless you're an Orthodox Jew, in which case you're free from military service, then you've got to serve. It's required by law. You don't have a choice in it. So these people who were coming out of Russia said, fuck that shit. And they all came to America. But when they came to America, they all, by the way, this is not racism. This is not, none of this is just fact. They all, and I mean all of them got on welfare. And they broke the back of the American welfare system. They got it. They brought all their relatives. They got out by you're talking, imagine 100,000 people getting on welfare at once. This is what happened. And America said, look, we can't even afford this program as it is for our own minorities. This is impossible. So they forced Israel to start taking them in. There was no option. They couldn't come to the U.S. anymore. So when Pat Boone started raising money to rescue all these Jews out of Russia, there was a Holocaust going on or something, they were all going into Russian gas chambers or something, and they would present it with Holocaust survivors. But by the way, don't take my word for this. Again, this is not some racist fantasy of mine. Peter Moon can testify to this, that there were late night commercials where they would show Holocaust survivors, supposedly, and tell you, look, we got these Holocaust survivors, need your money, we got to raise money for them. And then they'd say, we got to get a lot of them out of Russia and bring them to Israel. And, this donation will save so many. It was Schindler's List and shit. You donate this much, you can rescue 2 Jews. You donate this much, you can rescue 3. Finally, they all went to Israel. And so now, 1/3 of the population of Israel is Russian. Everything in Israel is published bilingually. Russia is the Umgangssprach, the native dialect of 1/3 of its population. They are the voting bloc that decides what's going to happen in Israel. And they're all atheists. They are completely secular. None of them want anything to do with this crazed idea of we've got to settle these conquered areas to reconquer areas of ancient Israel and stretch from river to river, from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates and shit. So when it comes to the population of Russians, basically most of them are liberal progressive. And when Benjamin Netanyahu was delivering that war declaration, he was delivering it not from Jerusalem, but from Tel Aviv-Yafo, which is the financial capital of Israel. That is recognized by most of the nations on earth as being the closest that Israel has to a capital, because nobody recognizes the nation of Israel at all, other than crazy America, whose population is biblically brainwashed into thinking that Israel is a thing. Nobody else accepts it with any degree of sanity in the world. Everyone else refers to it specifically as the state of Israel, as in it's an occupying state, an apartheid state that is imposed on a geographical area, but not a legitimate nation state. This is how everyone else refers to Israel, is literally state of Israel. That's why you hear that term, as opposed to them simply saying Israel, because Israel would legitimate it. So with that being the situation, what happened over the years was that this horrible, unholy, dysfunctional alliance developed between Russia and Israel, where the Russians supply Israel with one major resource. And, it's not oil. It's not gas. Because there's no way to pump it down to Israel from Russia. The Israelis get all of their gas and oil from, guess where? Azerbaijan. Which is, of course, the ally with Turkey that's trying to exterminate Armenia. So the Israelis don't need that Azeri oil, by the way, because they've completely established solid relations now with Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, which have all the oil in the world. And they're practically giving the Israelis free oil now. They've thrown the Palestinians completely under the bus. The Saudis said, you can have, all the Arab world has abandoned the Palestinians. So the Palestinians have no allies. The only people they could turn to was Israel. So there's no Arab funding of Hamas. There's no Arab funding of Hezbollah. These are Israeli satraps. They can't attack Israel except under Israeli orders. But beyond that, the situation they have going with Russia, which has been going on forever at this point, certainly since Putin came to power, was the Russians give them young women, mostly heroin addicts, mostly women who are addicted to heroin by Jewish pimps who specifically go to Russia, the Jewish mafia, and then the Russians just let them be abducted without any interference, and they are abducted and taken to Israel by the thousands. And Israel is a flesh pot where every Arab in the greater Middle East goes to fuck Russian women who are kept prisoner there, raped multiple times a day, paid in heroin. And this is like Israel's way of manipulating the House of Saud and the United Arab Emirates, because every leader and their sons, it's like what would you call it? A rite of passage. Every Arab of any wealth and standing as a rite of passage takes their young sons in their version of a bar mitzvah, so to speak, to go to Israel and fuck a Russian woman. And so this has been going on forever, to the point where Saudi Arabia said, well, we're on Israel's side now because our entire life is inextricably wound up and bound up to Israel by our rites of passage for our young man children. And so they threw Palestine under the bus, and now they're allied with Israel. If you don't think politics works like this, if you don't think like this is like how it goes down, you're completely ignorant. It's just like the Americans are supporting Kosovo, which is all an Albanian ethnicity, because the Albanians have the largest mafia in Europe now, and they've taken over the British cocaine market. I'll go into that later when it comes to Albania, if I get there at all tonight. But when it comes to the Israelis, it being the flesh pot of the Middle East where Arabs can go without breaking any Muslim laws back home, this is what makes them this is how they were able to manipulate the politics of all the Middle East. So you've got that situation going on. You've got this enormous Russian population that otherwise lives in Israel, considers themselves Jewish, and but definitely secular. They're forced to serve in the military, whereas the Jewish Orthodox are not. So it's the Russians and anybody who's an atheist who goes out and fights and dies for Israel, but all the religious Jews stay home and just tell them what traitors they are for not being religious Jews. So it was headed toward civil war. Israel was going to break apart, was going to disintegrate if Netanyahu didn't do what he did. So Netanyahu had been planning this for years, knowing the situation in Israel, and guess what? The Americans are going to give him a bunch more money. Already have given him. Peter mentioned they gave Iran $5 billion. Our man Nemo Albano sent me a newspaper clipping where Biden sent $8 billion in emergency aid to Israel, just now. I guess he, faxed it over by PayPal or something. So what he gave to Iran, has just been drowned out by what he's given to Israel. And what does that mean? It means none of that money can go to either Taiwan, which America desperately needs to support for its microchips, and it can't go to Ukraine, which America desperately needs to support for its microchips, because the neon gas the Taiwanese use to make microchips comes from Ukraine. So all of this helps the Sino-Slavic synaxis, which of course Israel is the vanguard of. This is the enemy lines that are being drawn. Israel, Turkey, Communist China, Russia, all the chicken shit nations like Iran, Afghanistan, which means not even so much nations as terrorist networks, the Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas. This is all the Israeli-sponsored enemy at this point, and they're your enemy. This is Edom. This is the end of your world. This is end times of the world as we know it. So back to Peter with that. Hopefully that puts that into some perspective per Russia and Israel.
And it all makes sense. I had no idea of all the Russian collaboration or circumstance with Israel. I mean, I knew there was some, but it's like these are facts that people aren't, they can't respond to them because they've never heard them.
Yes.
Nobody knows about this stuff, and they just don't know it. And reporting isn't even suited to doing this. Aside from conspiracy, well, we can't really dismiss conspiracy. But one thing that is for darn sure is the Jewish faction has an extreme influence on media. I don't think anybody would deny that.
Thank you.
Extreme influence. And this tells us that this influence is far deeper than anybody might have guessed or projected.
Thank you.
And it's offers. I mean, you know, one could spend a long time verifying these stories, and people would find meat.
Yes.
But to what end? What end would it do them? Write an article that might get, censored, and then put them in a circumstance of developing a complex about being persecuted.
Right.
That this is, what's going to happen to the average individual who engages in such, I don't know if I should call it folly or not, but that's kind of what it ends up being.
It would be foolhardy. Yes, go on.
Yeah. And, this is unfortunately the world that we're faced with.
But the beauty is that Peter Moon and I we've already been cast out. We're already excluded. Since we're already completely unacknowledged, then we have the freedom, the paradoxical freedom to say this, to say what no one else can say. Because, you take a look at that poor professor, Dr. Tribe, and what happened to him. You have no freedom of speech in America. I mean, how can anyone stand on the canard, the shibboleth, that we have a First Amendment or any First Amendment rights when you take a look at what happened to that man? It's this was on X, Twitter in the past. The man, they call it, instead of tweeting now, they call it zweeting because it's X-weet, so they pronounce it zweet. Isn't that sick? It's so fucking stupid.
It ruins the whole platform. Look, I never liked Twitter, but I like this new platform even less because it has no familiarity. It has, I didn't like Twitter in the first place, but this one I like even less. Just because of the name change. It destroys the brand.
Thank you.
And it's not a good move commercially. It might be a good move for whatever he's trying to do. But I think he's ruined the brand.
Yes, thank you.
And I just don't know how popular it is. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's really gone downhill in popularity. It's Musk has effectively killed it, but I'll go a bit into that in monologue later. I'm really pleasantly surprised you found the time with everything you're doing to actually hear a little bit of what I said about Christopher Columbus with our last episode. Of course, you know tomorrow is actually legally Indigenous Peoples Day in San Francisco, most certainly, probably the entire state of California. Has your own state, which is infamously liberal, made that turn yet, or is it still called Columbus Day tomorrow where you're at?
I don't know. I don't know. But certainly I will say that Columbus Day has traditionally been the pride and joy of the Italian community and in New York, which is very big, and they have big celebrations on Columbus Day. So it is the Italian, I think they have the Feast of San Gennaro, which is the feast you see in that Godfather movie. So I think that I really don't know. Let me see, is Columbus Day
still celebrated in New York?
In New York. I'm sure the Italians will go on celebrating it.
Yes, that's true.
Is Columbus a state holiday? No, not in Hawaii. Is Columbus? Okay, here it is. Oh, this is October 22nd. What it says, as of October 22nd, the 78th annual Columbus Day Parade returns to Fifth Avenue in New York City. Okay. This is as of 22. The parade, which is the nation's largest celebration of Italian American heritage and culture, will run from 11:30 to 3. So now this is a celebration of Italian American culture because because Columbus was nationally an Italian from Genoa. You see. Okay, here it is. What's open, closed in New York City on Columbus/Indigenous Peoples Day? Columbus Day, Italian Heritage Day, and Indigenous Peoples Day, they're all Monday, and here's what will be open and what will be closed. Whether you call the holiday Columbus Day, Italian Heritage Day, or Indigenous Peoples Day, it's here, and New York City is ready to celebrate it. So they do call it Columbus Day, and that's that, because it would really upset the Italians.
Otherwise,
who I say are such a strong faction here.
Right.
If you didn't call it that, that would be my assumption.
Right. Though I do hope it mutates gradually to Italian American Heritage Day. I mean, obviously Columbus is such a hybrid, mercurial figure. You're talking about, as Peter said, a Genoese, Italian national who's ethnically Jewish, but under mercenary contract to the Kingdom of Spain. That's like Douglas Dietrich shit. You know, there's so many fields that are covered there. Your average person wouldn't believe the story if they didn't know it was true. You know, all that being said, there is a question presented to us by Aristides in the text of our Skype.
I see it. Yeah. I see it.
I don't know if you feel that's worth addressing, and I was
gonna bring it up, and I'll read the question, and first I'll address it, and then I'll have you address it because you're going to have a little more information on it probably. He says, "Do you know anything about Crowley being in Germany? I just learned yesterday that he spent 2 years in the Weimar Republic. I read in a book that apparently he told Hitler to use the swastika and that it was a symbol of Thor. I'm pretty sure that was some bullshit and not real, but kind of like to disprove it. I just listened
in last transmission how Adolf Hitler saw the swastika in World War I flown by natives. So good time to dispel disinfo if that's what the Crowley thing is. Crowley was in Germany, and he was in Germany during Hitler's regime. He was kicked out by the SS.
Yes.
But I would also say that he had deep connections in Germany. One with Karl Germer, Father Saturnus, who was in, I think it was the Saturn Brotherhood or whatever it was called in German. And he also, that was Karl Germer, who was the one that ended up in West Point in the Gold Country. And Germany was kicked, Crowley was kicked out of Cefalu, the island off the coast of Sicily, where he is to this day renowned as a poet. He was kicked out of there by Mussolini. Of course, you're saying, as Douglas did clarify, the swastika was seen by Hitler. And what I had learned was that it was more brought into the German Workers' Party through Karl Hausover, the swastika, because he was so Tibetan oriented.
Many influences. Yes, go on.
Well, I don't know if Crowley was in Germany during the Weimar Republic. He probably was. But anyway, over to you, Douglas.
Oh, yeah. Well, Peter Moon is well aware of the fact that he was a British spy, of course, and not a very good spy. He was obviously uncovered, exposed, and essentially deported from every fascist nation he was sent to spy on. The idea that he had this profound influence on the leaders of fascism is profoundly funny, but completely untrue. Certainly not in any positive sense. Everything would go wrong around him. Things would blow up. He was far more effective in World War I than he was in World War II. There's an entire book on this. Peter Moon is well aware of the book. It's titled Secret Agent 666. I forget the author myself, but he that can give you all you need to know about his escapades as a British intelligence agent, which is not that he was an incompetent one, but he was one of the last celebrity spies as well, akin to Sidney Riley, the ace of spies, who was Russian Jewish. The other person of Jewish descent, Hungarian Jewish, I believe, Mr. Oh God, he was murdered along with H.P. Lovecraft. Help me out here. Harry Houdini. Yes. And then, of course, there was people like Mata Hari, my own mother, who is a celebrity certainly throughout Asia. And that sort of, you have these sorts of people who were known to be spies, and everybody knew it, but generally nobody did anything about it. Mata Hari was ultimately executed. Aleister Crowley was deported from any number of nations. So, there you go with that in both those cases. And it brings us back to the swastika, of course. There were many influences on the National Socialist Party. Aside from Adolf Hitler's own influences by what I articulated, there were several other people, of course, because Hitler alone was not the party. Many people will try and say that everything went back to him, but it definitely was many factors that contributed to, and many people who contributed to the success of the Third Reich. And that includes its symbolism. But mostly everyone who was in the know in terms of the occult knew that it was the elder sign that wards the kings of Edom, wards away the anti-gods. This is what H.P. Lovecraft alluded to. That being said, what was the other thing I wanted to bring to Peter's attention? Here's what we can do. I guess I can show this to Peter, or just at least read it aloud before it gets too late, and then we can get back onto the course of some other things to discuss. While I'm looking it up, Aristides, could you vocalize your question? It would be better if you vocalize it rather than us reading it out loud. What else did you have to bring up, Aristides? You were sending us some images as well.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for addressing that. To clarify, the first part was a question that came up from somebody else in a discussion with me. So I sent it along to you because I'm like, wow, I know the best guys in the world to answer this. And then the second part was my follow-on comment. But I think the thinking of both me and that guy was that, maybe this is another attempt to connect, evil with them, or just a smear attempt, of which there's many, So
right.
I guess you don't think that would, we both thought it was bullshit. So. And they're doing it to this day. They find every reason to connect everything bad, and the evil Nazis are still running the world, and all this. Just it never ends. And the second thing I just sent along with some images that also came along, and the guy was wondering about this symbol. I don't know what it's called. It's appearing in all these pictures. It's there next to Crowley, and it's also on the company logo, on the Zyklon packaging, and symbolism gets all over the place. So it didn't necessarily start with bad guys, but then it gets associated with bad guys, and
I don't really know what his question is. I mean,
I don't know what the symbol is called. It's like a cross with many horizontal. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
If there's no real comment on it, that's fine. I was just wondering.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. It's so what Aristides is asking, Peter, is have you ever seen this strange symbol before that he's entered into the text box? Apparently, it's appeared a lot of places, and obviously has some significance to someone. I personally have never encountered it in such a way that it strikes me as memorable.
Yeah, apparently there's Freemasons here with it on their costumes.
Well, what he's equating it to the Baphomet symbol that Crowley signs his name with, and I've seen that symbol before. I don't remember what it means. I don't know why it's even so important. I mean, you also see it on the Zyklon B.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Zyklon B gas things. Which is, I don't know, what does that word mean in German? Do you know?
That's the company that made it.
Thank you. See, Aristides is right on top of this. Yeah.
I looked it up before this, but people see this and they're like, "That's the same thing." Obviously, they're connected to that evil, and it's carried away.
Well, all these things kind of come back, and symbols are used by different factions.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there's any big aha with that. But
right. Maybe that's the point. There is no big aha,
I don't know. I mean, it's like we don't know enough about the symbol to even make that comment, to tell you the truth. But not that we can really elucidate on.
Right.
And it's like, my question would be, why is this so important? He's obviously fishing for an answer. But sometimes we fish too much. I don't know.
Right. Thank you. That's true too. I mean, obviously, these symbols have significance to somebody, but whatever it is, neither Peter nor I are in on the loop with that particular crowd, so we don't know what the significance is. Such being said, like Peter said, the problem with many people, I don't know if we should use that term, or that phrase, or that context, rather, it's just many people, they overthink, and maybe they have too much time on their hands, and, it's not to denigrate this person, but, it's like, people are doing research, but sometimes, like Peter says, it's like, is it really help you to be looking into these things? Is it really going to improve your life? Or, oftentimes people's lives are made worse by looking into these things, and their lives just become kind of mired in trivia. But Peter, so I've turned on the screen share. I wanted to show Peter this. Contributions are coming in, and so I wanted Peter to see this contribution from this individual who I believe does not want to be named. I think they want to be referred to as KP. Says, Mighty DDD, I ordered another copy of Amphorology, and I'm looking forward to an expanded version someday. wishing you all the best. So other people have made contributions too, thanks to Peter encouraging them. I want to thank Peter and all of these wonderful contributors. I'll be taking a look at some of the other contributors later and giving them as much credit as I can. Sometimes it takes me days to get to somebody. Be patient with me. Peter's been very helpful with this, and many of these people are, of course, originally fans of Peter who knew about me through him. And all of this, of course, is important for all of us, and it helps keep the show going because then I'm able to pay my rent and maintain myself in water and beer and Coca-Cola. I need to emphasize that. And with that, we go back to Peter. And
yeah, I was just about to give a commercial, because I will give a commercial when I leave, and to donate to Douglas Dietrich, and here somebody's already doing it. So that's really good that I don't have to expend the effort, although I'm happy to do that, to donate to Douglas. Thank you for your contribution very much to Douglas. It's important, and it's necessary to keep all of this going, which we've been having some pretty good runs at here. And so I really appreciate the listeners, and I'll intend to keep doing this podcast because I'm making traction with it. As far as the book goes, Douglas, I've been working on a chapter that is a complementary chapter to the Artelect chapter, sort of as it goes to Taiwan, and making some comments on Taiwan. And as I read it, as you read it with me, you'll want to probably add a few things here and there, going into the politics of Taiwan. But I got to keep it very, very thin.
Understood.
That could be a whole volume for some enterprising Harvard professor.
That's right. And
it could well be, but it's not going to be me.
Understood.
But it would be a worthwhile project for a Harvard professor. He could make a lot of headway, perhaps make some enemies, but but anyway, just, Taiwan. And then I want to get to the May Brussels chapter. The only reason I want to discuss May Brussels is for the quantum mechanics aspect.
Absolutely. No, it's very profoundly important. It's profoundly important. By the way, before I forget, I want you to know the numbers are up. We've got good numbers. And Troy Bellamy, who himself is a professor of mathematics or teaches mathematics in Florida, he says, he reminds us that the money that Joe Biden gave to Iran was actually Iran's money that was frozen in American accounts. So he gave them.
I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
I'm well aware of that. He was being criticized for giving it.
Right. Right.
I mean, he didn't have to let it go. Maybe he was obligated to let it go, just like he was obligated to build the wall. But yeah, I am aware of that. But when you're dealing with this stuff, why do you pretend to have laws and go by laws? Because they don't go by laws anyway.
Right.
It's like, I gotta follow the law.
It's a pretense. It's the reason why you and I, the paradox of our freedom to express ourselves is because we are essentially, in a sense, outside the law, because they've basically rejected us from society. We're not on Wikipedia. We're not allowed on Facebook, I say that realistically on my part, metaphorically on Peter's, but he'll get there to the point where he's like me, probably sooner than later. So in that sense, because they're expelling us, since we're ostracized, we are in that sense free from needing to put up a pretense of obeying some kind of social contract that these other people.
This is the whole problem. Yeah. Is obedience.
Thank you.
It's obedience, and it's like, you go by. As I say, it goes back to being like fish in a school.
Yes.
The fish have to follow the other fish, and when you go to school as a young person, you kind of take the cues from what the other kids are doing. It always seemed everybody was more clued in than I was as far as what was going on, at least initially. Because I walked in, I was late the first day of school, so I felt very out of place. Late by what, 15, 20 minutes, because I didn't know where to go.
Wow.
So I felt sort of self-conscious in the first grade. And, you know, like, what's everybody doing? And you got to go here for lunch, go here. And you follow. It's a long time before I started asserting much independence. Mm-hmm. And it's a long process. Yeah. And as my Qigong teacher said, he always felt stupid because they always treated him like he was stupid because he was dyslexic. Oh, but in actual fact, he could see in 4 dimensions. He figured that out. Right. When he figured that out, he realized that they were stupid.
Thank you. No,
not him.
Yeah, important point.
And so this is unfortunately, people are just so, as Joe Matheny used to say, mankind is a herd animal. Yeah. And you have to know how to stray from the herd and do it intelligently, mm-hmm. so as not to compromise your living situation mm-hmm.
amongst the munching herds. Yes.
So and the book, Jonathan Livingston Seagull,
yes,
goes into that very succinctly, very shortly, yes. very poetically, yeah. about not going along with the flock. The flock of the typical seagull is just, food to mouth, food to gut, food yeah. to the mouth to the gut, and that's all they care about. And Jonathan is the seagull who wants to fly high. Yeah. He has great aspirations, and but typically most people are just concerned with hand-to-mouth survival, and of course you have to be. Yes. We are all subject to living hand-to-mouth, but some people are too obsessed and too preoccupied with it.
Yes, thank you.
And this is the unfortunate conditions which we live under. And then when you get to academia all traces back to, I think it's Andrew Carnegie, who yes. rigged the whole system. He rigged the whole system so that it would serve, what he wanted. Yeah. It was never, an accredited university is something that's made up. But if you don't have an accreditation, you might have a Doctor of Divinity like Joseph Farrell or Sean David Morton. Right. And of course, these things are worse than a university. Yeah. Than an actual university. It does serve as some modicum of intelligence and going through the motions.
Yes. Thank you.
As I say, I studied Qigong and put in so many more hours than you could possibly do for graduate work. And of course, that's completely outside the box of anything. Yes. And I got a much better education. And to take that and to put it into a curriculum mm-hmm. would be helpful to some, but it would at the same time degrade it, or bring it down to sort of a common denominator, yes. which would dilute it. And if there are some intelligent programs out there in universities, there actually are, and there's a lot of intelligent stuff you can learn on YouTube, which is told in a university format. There's actually nothing wrong with learning in a university format. It depends what you're studying. Mm-hmm. As Preston Nichols told me, he says, before you can truly enter physics, you have to learn the bullshit physics, because that's the basics, and then you have to go beyond that.
Yes.
And of course, what he meant by bullshit physics, he meant Newtonian physics.
Right.
Which is not bullshit in the paradigm with which it's in. But in other words, we're not limited to just Newtonian physics. It's a limitation because there are physics beyond that. That's when I even explained it in those videos I did. You're in the box of the Earth. Newtonian physics applies in the Earth.
Yes.
Because of the gravity and whatnot that's going on. When you get outside the Earth, there's different rules.
Yes.
Some of them are similar or mimic Newtonian physics, but it's like blah, blah, blah. This is so anyway.
Right. By the way, do me a favor, and I was hoping that with that in mind, you could explain to people a little bit about how different the physics are that Dr. David Lewis Anderson was working with. While I take, I need to be gone for a few minutes. I'm going to go on mute. I'll be right back, but I'll be gone for a few minutes. But you can take advantage of this time to share with people a bit about that, because it's always important, and it brings us back to your Time Travel Education Center, which we were talking about. You started through a resource that Facebook provided, but then denied. So I'll go mute while you address that. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, I think I need to go into my time reactor script here. If I can find this thing. Time reactor, script for time reactor. Basically, the gravitation is all within the box of the Earth because it spins. And spinning is related to gravity. Similar to centrifugal force. It's not centrifugal force, but it's similar to centrifugal force. So like if you're on the, they show it in the movie 2001, like a big wheel, like a big Kalashakra wheel, and you're walking on the inside, you can walk, that's how you could walk, and you'd be sticking to the side of centrifugal force. When the Earth spins around, it's the spin of the gravity, and that spin is what creates the gravity. I'm trying to think if I have it all spelled out here, and I don't know if I can find it. It's in the videos that I've done, but it's basically it's all contextualized. It's been so long since I've looked at this stuff. All very precisely studied and very precisely underappreciated. I'm kind of dry on that, and I have some other. Well, I think I'll wait for Douglas to get back to address some of these questions I have from another listener. I'm sorry, I did not catch. Douglas caught me unprepared to talk about this. Other than what I said, it's basically very simple. We have newtons in a box, and it's all fine. When we get outside of the box, we're outside of the box. So I'm going to go back into, I'm going to address some specific questions with Douglas because I only have about 10 minutes. But what we talked about here tonight was artificial intelligence, and we talked about how that parlayed into what's going on with Israel. And we're dealing with the factors with the new book is the heel is on, which is the messianic signal of the Jewish religion, when the Messiah will appear, when the helizon is rediscovered. The helizon representing the Murex trunculus snail, which has the blue dye that was stored on the sides of Solomon's temple and was used to turn these holy tablecloths, for lack of a better word, and on the robes to color the blue, and it was sought off by all the royalty of the entire world at that time, the Techelet blue, which is not unknown to biblical scholars. And this was the great secret that Harry Houdini was killed over, and later H.P. Lovecraft, was to reveal this information but this gets into the messianic aspect of the Jews, but there's also the messianic aspect of Christianity, which plays into this whole scenario as well, and the end times. And when you have rockets, and I think when I first saw this fighting in Israel, I thought, well, this aspires to be World War III. I don't know if it will be World War III, because I don't know how much get up and go the world has to be at war in its entirety. I think it's much easier to pull off war certainly in a volatile region like the Mideast, where they're used to violence and it's expected, if not anticipated. So there you have that. You have the Ukraine being devastated by war on a daily basis. I just had a Skype or a Zoom with one of my Romanian friend who's in Ukraine right now, in the war zone. Don't know what he's doing there. He seemed, well, he's safe for the moment, but he's there on business, having to do with energy. So when you have these war zones, the violence, I guess we'd call in between. Like when you go to the movies, at intermission, you go to the snack bar. It's relatively limited. Violence is sometimes like that. So it might be the equivalent of a snack bar, for if you're going to be in the movies for 3 hours, the snack bar is going to be 15 minutes. So I just can't say, when bombing is consistent and persistent, it's a completely different environment but often it's relatively random, or there's certain assaults that take place in a continuous time. So is this World War III? As I say, I don't think most of the world has the predisposition or the time for it, or will even tolerate it, because this is, as I say, this is going to serve a specific agenda, and its agenda of control, and its agenda of manipulation. The question ultimately is I think Douglas explained, there's a whole daisy chain of effects that will, affect on the gas that's produced from Ukraine or brought to Taiwan to help with the chip industry, and that could all be affected. I really don't know. None of us know how all of this is going to play out. But the messianic principle.
Okay, I'm back. Go on.
Is what we're dealing with. The Messiah is the deliverer of truth, and it brings to mind the apocalypse. Unfortunately, all the images we have, whether it be of God, whether it be of the apocalypse, whether it be of the Messiah, these are all reduced into the lowest common denominator, which become like cartoons. And they can't be taken at face value or literally, because they are distortions of a higher truth. the Jewish teaching would be that the true name of God cannot be named. It's the same as the Tao. The Tao that can be named is not the true Tao. It's the underlying principle of the universe. So all of this stuff takes us away from what would be the truth, and to interpret the end of time or the apocalypse in terms of the hackneyed, trite versions that we've been given, they don't really work. Although the real truth is going to dispel those cartoon versions. So you're not necessarily going to see people raise up from their coffins and have angels blowing their trumpets in the skies. You might see that in a dream or hallucination, but that is just evocative of an experience when you project yourself, I would say, out of the timeline, which becomes a personal experience. And so much for that. So, Douglas?
Yes.
I have a reader question comment here. And this is from our friend who's asked many more. Listening to Douglas's monologue on Christopher Columbus last Wednesday was mind-blowing. Tell him I will be passing on his info to many of the younger generation in my social circle. At the moment, I am reading the Dan Brown novel, The Lost Symbol. Anyway, I was wondering if Douglas has any personal views on Dan Brown and his depiction of the Freemasons. Can this society be linked in any way to the evil man that was known as Christopher Columbus, or am I way off? I am just asking, because reading on Douglas's website, he writes, quote, the Freemasons have conquered the New World and conspiring there from the apostate desecrators of all God's works. Quote, Dan Brown mentions many Washington, D.C. landmarks in his book, and it is said that D.C. was planned according to the stars and that the founding fathers saw astrology as a connection between earthly and the celestial, and that the laying of the cornerstones for each of the Washington Monument, White House, and the Capitol building were all timed to occur under the same astrological sign of Virgo, even though they were laid in different years. I was wondering if this fact would be in accordance with the map that Douglas's mother gave him. Over to you.
No, thank you so much for that. No, that's profound. I very much appreciate this person, especially what they said about sharing this information with the younger generation. It is so important, and it will help to change the world, because people will then begin to refer to Columbus Day more and more as Indigenous Peoples Day, as one possible effect of, shall we say, a little more information, a little more enlightenment. And this is the kind of information that can't help but enlighten. With Dan Brown, on the other hand, let's put it this way. Certainly, when we approach the information about Freemasonry, I'm not quite sure what... I'll put it this way. I don't personally... like Dan Brown. I don't know him personally, of course. I don't personally like his approach. I don't personally like what he's done. He was someone who took a very old idea. This was originally expressed in the Passover Plot. There was a book titled The Passover Plot. And there was another one that was called... oh, God. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was also Holy Blood, Holy Grail. So these two books combined, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Passover Plot. I don't even remember the authors, but they're easily available. They were like book clubbed. So these are like books, you just look the title up, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Passover Plot, you'll find them. And so as Brendan Zogit is pointing out, basically... Brendan Zogit says it bluntly, Dan Brown stole that information about DC. Rather, more prosaically, that could be more like, shall we say, public domain for anybody who does research on it. So that's less, shall we say...
there was a lawsuit against him by Lincoln, and
thank you.
I think the guy's name was Baget. the authors of Holy Blood, Holy Grail.
Thank you.
And then basically, they kind of got tripped up because they were saying he stole it.
Yes.
Yet they're claiming it's historical fact. Therefore,
it
was in the public domain, and they lost the suit, and Dan Brown won.
Yes.
Whatever you want to say, about Dan Brown, what he did do was make a hell of a lot of money.
Yes, and that made him talented at something. So
made him clever.
Yeah.
And you know what? I read not Holy Blood, Holy Grail. I read Holy Blood, Holy Grail a long time ago, years before I read Dan Brown. I read his book, The Da Vinci Code, because, as you say, he missed the Da Vinci Code, but nevertheless, his novel was very successful, and I needed to read it for professional reasons, because it was so damn popular.
Right.
But what impressed me about the book itself, which I didn't really think about after I saw the movie, was that when I read the book, it all took place within, I think, 24 hours. And that was fascinating to me, that he could write such a complicated story that all unfolded within a period of 24 hours. Some of it included backstory and going back into time, but nevertheless, I thought it was incredible to tell a story over a 24-hour period. Right. I thought his craftsmanship was excellent. So there's something to be said for craftsmanship, and
he has a talent.
Some exciting content. So as a writer, I admired him for that. As for the craft of writing and the story of writing, it was great. The adventure. As for, the movie gets I don't remember the novel as well, but the movie gets absolutely ridiculous, where they're chasing all these obscure clues, and it's just stupid.
Thank you.
It was entertaining.
Yeah. And it's definitely anti-Catholic. It's definitely, so it appealed to me.
I object to that, though, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. Because
that movie, and read the book, Angels and Demons, is so pro-Catholic it's not funny. Which takes place before.
Touche.
Because at the end of the movie,
was he like overcompensating, trying to balance himself, or?
No, the Angels and Demons was written first, and I'm saying this is the movie, not the book, because I didn't read the book.
Right.
Is that they've got this guy trying to take down the Catholic Church, or to take it over, the whatever he was, the adjutant to the Pope, and he's got the technical what do you call it, the loophole to take over the papacy. But the thing is, at the end of it, the story, when Dan Brown helps them root out this evil character, the Pope, tells him to be kind to the church when he writes his book. And Tom Hanks, the character Tom Hanks, Robert Langdon or whatever his name is, gives the sort of the, it kind of spins a positive note on the Catholicism. It really does. The end of that movie, like, you guys are okay, and they're not okay.
What about the albino assassin who's supposed to be the
that was Opus Dei. That was Opus Dei.
Okay.
It's a sect within Catholicism.
Right.
And that's not Catholicism. It's a sect within Catholicism. Certainly to make them look good.
Right. That was yes. Let's just put it this way. He attributes an enormous.
That was in Da Vinci Code, not in Angels and Demons.
There. Thank you.
I'm saying is.
But by the way, Peter's much more familiar with this work than I am. I mean, I'm familiar with Holy Blood, Holy Grail.
I saw the movie Angels and Demons.
Right? Yeah.
But I didn't see. I didn't read Angels and Demons.
Right. Right.
I only read Da Vinci Code, and I saw both movies.
Right. Okay. So thank you for clarifying that. I didn't read either of the books or see either of the films. I saw bits and pieces of them. It was something that I could not really abide by seeing very much. For one thing, I happen to be, I try to advocate for albinos as a minority. And the reality is, of course, that they're maligned in films persistently, chronically, and constantly. Our man Peter brought up earlier the Village of the Damned. This is albino children are shown as these incredibly diabolical.
I don't remember them as albino children.
Oh, you can.
I remember them as what would you call it? Blue-eyed, blonde-haired children.
It might have been that way with the
Aryan children.
Yeah, it might have been that way, but later I certainly saw a rendition of that. Maybe you saw a different edition. There's been several remakes of that film based on the book.
I know there's two. There's one with Christopher Reeve and Mark Hamill, and I think Kirstie Alley. And then there's the original one, the black and white one.
Okay, well, in one of them, they're definitely albinos. I know that because it became a point. When it came to of course, what was it? It was the film with Goldie Hawn. Goldie Hawn was in a film where there was an attempt to assassinate the Pope, and the assassin.
Oh, that was the Chevy Chase movie, I think.
Yes.
The Foul Play.
There we are. And the assassin was an albino, and it's there. By the way, in that film, I don't know how it was with the other film, the Dan Brown film, where they're portraying the albino assassin. I think he's more like stabbing people, but in the Foul Play film, he was a sniper. And he's dropping people from, hundreds of yards away. I mean, most albinos, just so people understand, are legally blind. So, I mean, they're showing albinos as superhuman typically when usually they're dealing with all kinds of issues in terms of their health. But, it's just, there's that element of the film that I found repugnant. I appreciate what Peter's bringing up about the church aspect. Opus Dei, of course, is an organization that some people would insist is actually representing a kind of true Catholicism, but obviously they do have a lot of power. And what Dan Brown does is he exaggerates that power to a degree to make them as malevolent as possible. I understand what Peter's saying as well about the church is not okay. I mean, that's obvious by all the scandals. It's something though that, like I say, I certainly appreciate the fact that it is part of history and is still a standing part of history, and that much needs to be respected because in that sense it's one of these things that's identifiable as one of the monuments of European culture, so that much needs to be respected. So that aside, however, what Dan Brown works with that most stood out to me was mostly this Catholicism, Da Vinci Code angle that I wasn't even really interested in. The Freemasonic trip, I don't know how much he goes into that at all. Apparently quite a bit.
Yeah, he really gets into it in The Lost Key, but I've not read the book because, right, as they say, he doesn't have. I'm not impressed with him in regards to his knowledge. He's clever.
Right. He's He definitely. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, cleverness is just cleverness. It's just it's there's no real knowledge there.
Yes. Thank you. And when it comes to what Brendan Zoget has sent a note here to emphasize the fact that here's what Brendan says is that Dan Brown took the information about the District of Columbia from a book called Secret Architecture of the Nations, written by a man named David Oveson. So, and then Dan Brown takes credit for exposing it, but the information's been around since the 90s, or certainly was published for public consumption at that time. And so all that's well taken. Other than that, not much I can say about the Freemason angle that Dan Brown takes because I don't know what it is. But certainly I have my own angle on Freemason, and people have heard that expressed before. Let's see what time we have remaining, because I was going to ask Peter if he wanted to go into that Japanese island thing or save it for the next episode.
That's kind of your thing, because okay. I really don't have to say. I mean, you say that the number of islands of Japan has doubled, you said?
Yeah. I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at any of those links.
Well, we kind of discussed it, and I mean, but it's not really my.
Okay.
I don't really know anything about it. You know, that's your area. So yes. I don't have anything to add or anything to say about it. So if you want to start talking about that now, go ahead. I'll just say good night, and you can start talking about it. I'll listen for a while until my eyes drift off.
That sounds good. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. We love you dearly. And of course, Resurgam75 says, my mind's still stuck on those poor Russian women addicted to heroin being used as sex slaves. I get stuck between sadness and rage at this world. I don't know if you have any words to comfort him with, or
well, repeat. What is the situation?
Oh, we were talking about Israel as the flesh pot of the Middle East, and Resurgam75 in the chat was saying, my mind's still stuck on those poor Russian women addicted to heroin being used as sex slaves. I get stuck between sadness and rage at this world. I don't know if you have any send off for that before you.
Well, what I would look into personally to relieve your own stress from this is the Ho'oponopono, the Hawaiian remedy for cleaning out your thoughts in your mind. Like the experts at that would say, why am I experiencing this? I forget the man's name, very beautiful man who went out, and it took him over a year to clean out an insane asylum. He went to work there, and when he'd see something that's not right with a person, he'd say, why am I experiencing this? And then he'd go through the Ho'oponopono ritual of, I forget what it is, I'm sorry, or forgive me, please forgive me. But the whole idea is, for me to express it in my own words, is when you see something that's unpleasant, if somebody insults you or tells you what you did wrong, even if you didn't do anything wrong, see, why is this person criticizing me? Now, this is different than you're hearing this hellacious situation. Why is this person criticizing me? And you look in and say, well, in a case like where you're getting lambasted critically, why did you help this woman? Why didn't you help this woman? Well, you might have had a damn good reason for not helping the woman. She might have been trying to hurt you. But what it all comes down to is compassion. So if suppose your girlfriend insults you for not helping this lady across the street, and you might know better than to help this lady because you knew her history and she was setting you up for something. But your girlfriend or your wife, whatever she is, getting at you for it, you say, well, she perceives me as not being compassionate. And you say, well, what am I being compassionate about? In the case of these persons suffering atrocity, it is a lack of compassion. It is a lack of compassion that stems back to the kings of Edom. And this takes us whole back to the Passion of the Christ, which is the creation or the manifestation of sin in the world. And sin is disharmony, it's disgrace, it's horrible. So all of these things, like the Buddha under the banyan tree, is like tempted by demons. And it's nothing but a temptation to get angry. But is your anger going to solve the problem? The only time that anger is going to solve the problem is if it motivates you to do something meaningful towards changing or arresting the situation. And what Douglas and I are doing in this book is we're trying to make people aware of certain things that will help reverse this Edomic vector that goes on in the world. And I would encourage you to save your pennies and buy a copy of this book. And if you subscribe to the Montauk Pulse, you will get a substantial discount when it is released, and I can't say when it's going to be released. But in the meantime, whether you do that or not, it's breathe deeply and accept the fact that there's all sorts of atrocities going on in the world right now that you know nothing about. You're hearing about this because it's being brought to your mind by Douglas. And the atrocities, you don't really know the specifics, but there's atrocities occurring all the time. Murders, horrible things. At the same time, there's people being born, there's people getting married, there's celebrations, there's great happiness being experienced in the world. There's people having sex and enjoying themselves at this very moment. There's people meditating and having experiences of exaltation. All these things are going on simultaneously. And you're just at one spot in the amusement park. It's like, you go through the amusement park and, you see the two-headed baby in a pickle jar. Oh, it's a two-headed baby. And, it kind of freaks you out and look very nice. Or you might see something at a carnival that is disturbing. And it's just that you're at that spot in the carnival. So, as they say, it's all a matter of finding the balance, and all this stuff's going on all the time. And there's also peace, and you have to find the balance in your own heart and just acknowledge existence, breath, breathe. Breath is life, breath is chi, breath is energy, breath is spirit. And you breathe into it. Control your breath, you control your life. You breathe into the difficulty, and you breathe with compassion, because compassion dissipates the madness. And I want to thank everybody for being compassionate with Douglas.
Thank you.
I will give a little brief diatribe. One of the things most important thing you learn as a Scientology counselor is to listen and to not judge, and be compassionate when a person tells you their innermost issues, and non-judgment. And what happens when it's done correctly, there's a deep rapport that you have with the person because you shared something, or they've shared something with you, or vice versa. And you've heard and you've been heard. And if it works, one person has done something for another, and both people appreciate it. There's a discharge of energy. It's a beautiful experience. And there's affinity between the two people that can go on for a lifetime. Just like an old friend that you've had experiences with. Now, I learned this very early on, and it always gave me a leg up in dealing with things. I remember working in the galley on the Apollo, and one of the young girls said to me, she says, you're the only person I can talk to. Nobody else pays attention. Now, when did I talk to her? Probably at mealtime, because we'd all eat together. And I just listened to her and acknowledged. It was no big deal to me. It was maybe a little compassionate. And that was from the characteristic of being trained to listen, whereas maybe not all the people I was involved with were so inclined. But years later, the public relations office of L. Ron Hubbard was doing a survey. And they were doing a survey of the public, the Scientology public, and the staff. And they said, "What is it that you want to, what are your desires, or really, what's your, could call it a go button to put it in harsher terms. What's your go button? What do you want? What do you want? What is it you really want?" And what it was found is these people who had experienced Scientology in a positive way wanted to deliver compassion to individuals. They wanted to deliver compassion. They were compassionate about the people they loved and their friends. They wanted to deliver compassion to them and help them, which is a natural inclination of human beings. And I was working in L. Ron Hubbard's office at that time, and I just shook my head in utter disdain. Because, so what they would do with that is then create a campaign and then maybe a mini course to teach people how to administer compassion to get them sold on the idea of compassion, which was patently absurd, because this is what you learned in the basic materials of Scientology training. If you did it and did it properly and applied it and did the techniques, which was much harder work than doing a mini course or wanting to go out and help somebody, you could deliver compassion to an individual. And you would be loved and respected. However, if you make love and respect a big deal, it becomes about your ego and you become a jerk. And so people were like, they weren't motivated out of their, I wouldn't say they motivated out of their ego, they were motivated out of their heart. And just do the program. Just do the program. And then the people who were leading, the PRs that were leading them into this, it's like they didn't understand the process because they hadn't learned this stuff themselves. They didn't understand how the game worked. And like there was nothing special or ordinary about delivering compassion. It's just you doing the usual things rather than making a big deal out of it. Like if you see somebody, like I remember one time seeing this immigrant. We pulled up with my first wife to go to the store or something. And this immigrant, you could tell he was new in the U.S., was shoveling snow. He was shoveling snow and with his bare hands. It was cold. And the guy who was hiring, the guy who owned the grocery store, was saying, he was trying to say, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Your hands are going to get
frostbite.
Get frozen. Yeah. And the Mexican guy didn't speak. He didn't care. He said, no, I'll be, he's kind of saying, I know. So I just happened to have a pair of gloves, pair of old gloves that I didn't use in my trunk. And I went and got them and I gave them to him. And he thanked me and he put them on. It was like Compassion 101. Now, if I didn't have the gloves, it wasn't like I was going to go to the store and buy them. And my wife made a big deal out of it. Like she thought it was the greatest thing she'd ever seen. It wasn't a big deal. because it was her lack of, she wasn't necessarily the type of person that would go out of their way to do something like that. And I didn't really go out of my way. As I said, I wasn't going to the store to buy him anything. I just happened to have the gloves there. And, people make a big deal out of it. It's just sometimes common courtesy. But I say this is, and it's common courtesy to give compassion to Douglas, because if you appreciate what he's doing, first you have to appreciate it. And once you appreciate it, then you understand what he's doing and what I'm trying to do with him. And I'm trying very hard to make this book a very expository statement of, and it's a summary, but it gives a backbone of what he is, what he's about, what he's doing. And this is an occult process we're talking about with the Vox Arca and where it all leads, because I don't know where the epiphany of this book, how it all lays out. When it gets done, it's done. And I've had some good time to work on it, and I will be working hard on it the rest of this month and into November. Since I'm wrapping up the Taiwan chapter, or as it relates to the art elect. The story about the art elect is pretty much told. It's just now the implications of it vis-a-vis, well, I mentioned the chip industry and all this, and I'll mention about the defense of Taiwan and how it's like this intense political hot point. And I'll vociferate a little bit more here. When you get into a hot point, and the only thing I can think of right now, perhaps because they have football screen on the highlights right now on the TV screen, it's you think of the Super Bowl, and all of this excitement gets whipped up all year about all these teams playing for the Super Bowl, and then there's the Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl is not just football now, it's super entertainment. And it's this big event. And it happens, all the advertisers are participating, most of the United States is watching it, and even people that didn't know football, from the Indian culture, they will watch it. And they'll have Super Bowl parties too. And it'll be this, and then it'll all be over. It'll all be over, and it'll be done. And you build things to a crescendo, like we did with the trip to Romania. We got all excited, the whole trip, boom, boom, boom. Everybody was excited. They stayed in touch for a while. Now I see them not communicating so much. Things have a life. When we get to the thing with the Vox Arca and where this book goes, and when the core people, the relatively few people who will initially read it, then where does it go from there? And what does the book state? And what does it magically imbibe into my own auric structure, as well as Douglas's, as well as the people in Douglas's energy field? This book, now let's just talk for a second. Suppose we get this book into the hands of Sugar Daddy. He might actually look at this book. We don't have to comment on it now, but what effect's going to have on him? Certainly your son will read it.
Yes.
And have an effect on him. And without going into your son's personal trauma issues, etc., your son is a human being who's going to recognize X amount of truths, you saved your son's life.
Yes.
With profound effect on your son. And there will, at the very least, be pillow talk between your son and Sugar Daddy.
Yes.
And I'm not alluding to Sugar Daddy's position to necessarily help you, but how does it impact him vis-a-vis his contemporaries in the Silicon Valley world?
Yes.
This I'm not saying it is, but this could have a more profound effect there than in other regions, because I really don't know where it's going to go. And the great mystery of writing a book, and I say this with reference to Roberto Quaglia, my friend from Genoa, of all places, in Italy, who also lived in Bucharest. He also, I think at one point he married a woman from Russia. He was in Russia with Robert Sheckley, the science fiction author. He escorted him through the Soviet Union when the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union. And, but, he taught me that, he wrote a book, and it was really only one reader that read it. And it changed his entire life. Because this person who read it was in Bucharest, and I guess brought him to Bucharest and kind of got him some sort of employment in the computer world. He became very computer savvy. I don't even know the whole story. I don't even care if I know the whole story. He might have told me. I didn't care, told me. And then I'll talk to him like this when I see him, and yes, and he's right on the same frequency. Yes, he'll laugh. He's very personable, and but yes, it's like you can write a story, and if it only goes to one person, it's worth it. It can be worth it. So, of course, when I write something, it goes out to more than one person. It'll have a response with many different people. And then, above and beyond that personal person who might change your life, Paula was one, because she read my book, and she not only read it, she studied deeply all the contractions I used of the tar baby speaking bad English. The tar baby in there speaking, like Brer Rabbit or something. And she studied all these contractions to study what was I saying. She went to a lot of trouble because I guess it interested her or fascinated her. This is before she, probably ever thought that she would meet me. Mm-hmm. But, of course, the book, had some sort of influence on her. But here, there's also an influence that goes beyond the people who read it. It has an effect in the astral or causal realm, because this information has now been organized and referenced. Like when the book of Revelation was written, it had a very powerful effect on the minds of mankind. And people began to robotically believe it, to the point where they would have millennium madness and expect the world to end in 100 AD, expect the world to end 1000 AD, expect the world to end in 666 AD, whatever it is. So words have an effect, and this is what Grimoire is all about. This is what the Vox Arca is about, because it theoretically can vociferate sounds that the human voice cannot reproduce.
Yes.
My question would be, could the art elect of its own accord reproduce them? I would venture to say yes, perhaps, especially after the book is written.
Yes.
He'll figure it out. And then to what end would those vocalizations do? And the vocalizations, the whole idea of magic or grimoire is that iterations can be spoken, which will change the dynamics of life itself and how things will manifest. This goes back to what we were talking at the beginning of the diatribe tonight about decision and postulates. So when you do a grimoire, you're essentially casting a spell.
Yes.
I'm going to win the lottery. I'm going to marry Mary Jane, or whatever it is. And that those iterations go deep into, if they're done with conviction and propriety, and I say in propriety in quotes, they're going to elicit a response, but they're going to have to go into the proper channels, which could be interpreted as the Goetia, the 72 pathways of the human brain, which are going to be synchronized to different frequencies. Your brain, my brain, our brain, all of our brains. If you initiate a sound or even a thought or a frequency that's going to affect people's in those part of the channels of the brain that they're not even aware of, because they're relegated to a smaller percentage of their brain, it's going to have an effect. The 100th monkey effect, like dolphins, like species, will all know something. So the Bible likes to talk about 144,000 or whatever. We're not going to do 144 books necessarily. But my initial thought for the print run is 200. It'd be special edition. And now this could change, but the idea is leather bound and with color. The manuscript right now doesn't have, I think it's got photograph of Hitler in the kimono. That's about it. Maybe something of Ebelsberg. But nevertheless, the intention is for it to be a very high quality book. But when that goes into print, and whatever small number of people, initially small number of people read it, what effect is that? That's going to be something that's newsworthy in the Akashic, in the and I have experience with this from having written different books and having see what happens with them. And this is a very special book, and it's more special than if I were to finish my book Initiation into Time. It's called Stardust, an Initiation into Time, which is available to people who have subscribed, paid subscribers to the Time Travel Education Center. But it's basically going to the quality of time and initiating people into time, and that's all fine. Or even my Qigong book, which I think has got 1 or 2 chapters in it, also available to paid subscribers. They're books in progress. But this book is different because it's basically specifically tickling the Goetia inside of people's brains, not just their minds, but their brains. It's being emitted on that frequency. So I'm talking to that frequency of the hidden aspects when I write this stuff. And this is, as I say, this is an organic work we're in development of. And I don't know how this will all parlay when I get into the chapter on the Vox Arca. One of the most interesting aspects, and Douglas has talked about this before, is the requisition work he did for gathering all the bits and pieces of the Voxarka that went into making it up.
Yes.
And when you read this book, and right now it's getting rather subjective when I'm talking about the art-elect, because it gets into the quantum mechanics. Some of the stuff was historical, which is kind of easier to maybe digest. When we get into Douglas talking about his nanoplasma and the art-elect, it can be a little incredulous, if only because the story is unique. Now, most people will accept it at face value in the listening audience, but it's still nevertheless a subjective story. And it's like, well, how could this be? How could this be? It's a very unique story. But then, when we get deeper into some of the other aspects are very objective, but when you put it all together, you can say, well, this could be science fiction. This could be making it up because he thinks it happened. That's what some people would say.
Yeah, that would be their way of coping with it. Yeah, it's a coping mechanism.
Would say things that weren't necessarily line up or true at all. And, people would say compassionately, but he thinks that's what he thinks it happened.
Right.
And they would validate him. And as if, good for him, we're going to love Preston. And that's fine. But it was at the same time dismissive of what's really going on here in this equation.
Right.
We're not dealing with this with Douglas to be condescending and looking at him as a mental patient. Of course you did these things, Douglas. Of course there was a rat lady. Of course there was. We understand there was a rat lady. Of course, yes, there's lots of rat ladies. We all see these things from time to time. Of course there was a Voxarka. And yes, there was a real Michael Aquino. Yes, we understand these things. Instead, it, leaves his therapist, running for the medicine chest. Because they are trained to cope or to deal with and not to negate the patient. In Scientology, it was much easier. You're just accepting, and you're trained not to have emotional reactions that send you running for the cabinet. You're just accepting, completely non-judgmental, because the person has an experience, so you accept the experience. You're not required to believe it, and it doesn't require belief or disbelief. It's that person's reality, that person's experience. But when we put all of Douglas's story together, it's much more than a subjective experience of a person who had a mental dysfunction. This is not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with something very unique and very special, and we're all very lucky to perceive it, to learn it. So with that, I will say goodnight to everybody, and thanks for donating to Douglas. Please continue. It's tomorrow is Aleister Crowley's birthday is October 12th, the original day Columbus was honored. Same day.
Oh,
Now it makes sense. Why was Crowley born on October 12th?
Yeah.
But Columbus, I guess he was celebrated in New York City, an Indigenous Peoples Day. But this is not the right day to honor Indigenous people, because they were dishonored on that day.
Yes.
So that's a problem. That's a big problem. Why do we honor them on October 12th? I would vote for the Mayan calendar, August 12th. Of course, Crowley had that day too. That's the day he got married on. So you can't get away. You can't get away from that. But anyway, it's like what are people? I mean, maybe there's some powwows. I haven't been to a powwow in a long time. But I don't know. What are we going to do? Go out and honor indigenous people? I haven't. I saw some celebration on Long Island, but I think they were doing it today.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think most people will just be taking the day off. And, and not really caring too much about the holiday.
Understood.
So anyway, thank you so much. Today is Sunday.
Yes.
We'll be back on Wednesday, which today is the 8th. That's the 9th, 10th, 11th.
Yes.
So we'll still be in the vortex of the Columbus experience.
Yes. That's quite true. And it will be International Day of the Girl Child, as well as National Coming Out Day, for what that's worth, on Wednesday. Right after Double 10 Day, of course, Taiwanese Independence Day. And so, all right then. All our love. You have a blessed night. Okay?
Right. Good night.
Bye-bye. Take care. SkyBooksUSA.com with Peter Moon and Blessed Be. So what we're going to do right now is start calling people to join us. We'll see who's in the mood. Of course, Aristides acts as my co-host in this regard, and we'll work with trying to get my head out of the clouds and sink it down to a level where I can conduct a monologue, which I have all too much to talk about. We're going to see if I'm forced to get to that earlier tonight, or whether or not we can, bring people into the call who will be pleased to speak with us. Let's see now. We have Brendan Zoget is active. I will call Brooke, which means she can come on at her leisure. Dan van der Meulen, I do want to emphasize that he wanted to emphasize certain things that I will repeat for you all. And let's see, Amy Como, Troy Bellamy, he's probably dead asleep at this point, but we can have him speak a little bit about some of the points he had brought up in the chat. George Knight, he can thereby jump on whenever he wishes. Nemo, of course. Let's take a look now at some of the other parties potentially available. The lovely Amanda Eitenmeyer, and also known as Amanda Yu. Okay, and so let me see, who else am I forgetting? We can add Sammy. Who else is there that sometimes we have to call, but we use this certain method to call them with? Let me see, George Knight, Brendan Zoget, Real Tech. Okay, he hasn't been on in a while, and of course he's been a bit active, so let's see if he responds. And I think Mark, oh that's right, for some reason he didn't appear on my list, and here we are. Go press all that Victoria. Oh, I'd love to, but it's late now, and what I'll do is wait till the morning, see if she seems to be in the chat. If I see her in the chat, then I'll call her. The last thing on earth I want to do is, create any resentment against myself, because she doesn't seem to be active on the cell phone. So I don't think she's going to be. You think she's asleep? Probably took some Z-Quil. That is, she likes that. And let's see. Nemo says he's eating at the moment. And
Greetings.
Oh, Brendan has joined us, as well as
Yes,
the
I'm
Real
here.
Tech Geek. And so Real Tech Geek has returned from his vacation, and we're glad to have Brendan with us, along with Amy Como. Amy Como's returned from surgery in New Hampshire. Or yeah, same state. I think she had surgery in the same state. And it's not like abortion where she had to go to a different state to get it. I think New Hampshire still tolerates abortion, but yeah, you never know. So with that, Nemo is going to be mute until he's finished indulging himself in his repast. So, dear, let's start with ladies first. Dear Amy, give us an update, a status situation report on your health, or whatever you're willing to share. Then we'll ask Real Tech a bit about his vacation. Then we'll turn to Brendan Zogit to share with us some wit and wisdom. And then if Brooke jumps on, then we'll have some fun with that. I didn't call Dan Van der Meulen to bring him on, but he does say this. I will say this before anyone starts talking, because otherwise I'll probably forget. And I do want to, you know what, I'll save that. I'll save that until before monologue, because I'm going to be giving people credit who contributed. Then I'll, say what he wanted to say, which was kind of like he was rather hurt about the fact that I basically said he was indoctrinated with the Russian narrative. So he had a response to that, and then I'll counter respond to that before going into monologue. So with that, we turn towards Amy. So honey, wake me up here. Tell me a little bit about the what's been going on with yourself.
Really?
And how are you awake? Most of this time you're dead.
I wasn't awake. I heard your call, and so I got it, because I did plan to come and say something about something.
Excellent.
And I had the surgery, and I did immediately feel better as soon as I woke up. And that's that, really. It's the worst part has been the withdrawal from the pain meds has been kind of rough.
Oh.
But other than that, I mean, it's just ridiculous how I've had this surgery 3 times, and every time I wake up and like whatever I was feeling is gone, and it's really obnoxious that the only thing they can do is cut me open to fix it.
Yes.
But yeah, that was pretty much it. Is they went in, and it was 25 minutes total.
Wow.
And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm just doing so much better. I just feel it's been 2 years of, just trying to make time to do it, to have the things in place that it would happen. And it really is just obnoxious that this sort of thing is going on,
that it took years of advocacy for yourself to get to this point, even. And it's and it's such a difficult thing to discuss with others, because like everybody has their own opinion. Like I was getting my car fixed, and the guy who's known me since I was a kid was just like, "Oh, I'm so sorry you never had your own children." And I was trying to explain to him, like, no, like it's even harder if like you're trying to have children and they're growing in the wrong spot, and then you have to like get anticoagulation therapy. And it's so, when that's the case, it's almost better that you don't have children, because to put somebody else through it is almost worse. Like watching somebody else struggle with, seeing you sick and, having to take steps necessary to fix it and not really having any other choice. Yeah, it's fine that I don't have kids. I'd rather not. I'd rather be just me and focus on myself, and having other people in my life who understand why it's all right that I don't.
Like, it's not the same as choosing not to have kids is not the same as being, put in a position where having children is actually going to kill you, and you don't really have the same. It doesn't measure up. It's not the same as just deciding I don't want kids. It's not the same.
No.
And to be honest, I had decided I was fine without having kids long before I was even, I had ever gotten pregnant. So it's, yeah, that's it. That's it really. Like, I'm good. I took it out. It was 2 years in the making. I don't even know what to do now because there's like no pain in my belly.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's best in life. That's incredible. I'm so excited for you. Before we go to Real Tech, there's Joe Tai had turned you on to an antibiotic treatment that seemed to help. How does that context of that compare to this surgery? Was that kind of considered preparatory before this surgery to relieve you of some symptoms, or was this some separate health phenomena?
It's not really separate. The endometriosis was what was in the way of me ever getting pregnant. So that played a large role in why I was 40 years old before I ever got pregnant. So yeah, that was, I still, I know you have your own feelings about this, but I'm really grateful that he was able to point me in that direction, because I had spent decades trying to talk to people about a situation that, if you're calling yourself an endometriosis specialist, you should have some idea about how to treat it other than to just put someone on hormone therapy, on the birth control. So the fact that he was able to point me towards treating the medium that the endometriosis grows on, the fusobacterium, which is what almost every woman with endometriosis will show up with, a large amount of fusobacterium. So I had done an antibiotic therapy before having gone in there, and that was helpful for me in particular, because part of the concern about going in for surgery was the surgery isn't going to remove the lesions that are growing in places that aren't in my abdomen. Like, I have lesions in my leg. And when I would say to a gynecologist, well, we do this laparoscopy and you take out whatever you find, how is that going to affect the lesions in my leg? And they would say, well, it doesn't. It's not going to do anything for the lesions in your leg. So it, in a way, it was really helpful in that I could do the antibiotic treatment, and the itching in my leg from the endometrial lesions went away. So it was able to, I was able to treat things kind of in a way that, when they went in, there was no endometriosis, which, that was great. That's great that it wasn't growing in my abdomen. And I kind of felt like I had done the antibiotics, so there shouldn't have been any of that. And that isn't what it was. I mean, I go back to look at the photographs and to talk to the surgeon on the 25th. And at that point, I'll be able to see exactly what it was. But it was just like the second surgery where I had to go in and remove a cyst that had attached the ovary to the sidewall of the abdomen. That's exactly what had happened this time also, was that it had grown and then attached to the sidewall of the abdomen. And that was what was firing off a nerve connection in my abdomen was going down into my leg and up into my back, and all of that's disappeared. So yeah, I mean, I'm grateful that he was able to point me in that direction. And it's very angering to me that the experts didn't have any idea.
Wow.
My doctor, who was a great doctor, was just he agreed when he saw it. He looked it up and immediately was like, yep, we're going to do that. So, that to me is, it's just so disgusting how, doctors really can't fix things. Like some chef in Albany is going to point out something that has, it's so frustrating to think that like all these people were getting paid like hundreds of dollars an hour to sit there and tell me there's no help. And then frickin' Joe Tai is like, oh, check out this Pakistani doctor on YouTube. And I did. And then I looked it up and there's all kinds of stuff on the Fusobacterium, how they realized that the antibiotics to treat that would actually help people with cancer also. So
incredible. Yeah. I mean, and the fact that your doctor went with it is truly frightening. The fact that a brain damaged individual in Albany, New York, finds something on YouTube and then an MD acts on that suggestion, I am left without words. I am speechless. By the way, Brendan Sogit, actually, you're going to have to talk about this, Brendan. You left something in text for Amy. Amy, can you see this? Can you access the text box on our call right now? Can you see what's in the text box on Skype?
A mosque funded Malaysians destroy?
No, it's beneath that. Brendan Sogit entered something from Barbara O'Neill about hormones. He says, here, Amy, this is the final solution. She explains the how and why and solutions of your situation. I'd have to play it. I'd have to torture you all with listening to this woman. What I'll try and do is, first off, I'll click on it. I'm going to get the link for you and put it in your private message.
It's an hour long session on women's cycles and hormones. She's a nurse practitioner and she's a holistic doctor. And she gives like top to bottom full explanation of what you're describing and why it's happening and how and what you can do about it. So you don't have to like watch the whole thing, but definitely take some notes on that, because that will, and from what I saw in the comments, it's like people in your situation, like the doctors don't know, they don't know. And then she's described it and she's been helping people with it, with all kinds of problems. But this one seems very situationally good for what you're going through. So it may prevent you from ever having to do this over and over again, So it's something to check out.
That's a thought, because this was kind of something that kind of grew back in the past. Was my impression.
Well, she explains why in this session, in this lecture. She explains exactly why that happens, what the body's trying to do. She even mentions the bacteria. So she takes this holistic view on it. So, it's like, not to quote Crowley, but do what thou wilt with that information.
And yes, good enough. And so Amy, hopefully there'll be some use for that. It's kind of like, hopefully the surgery that was done recently, it results in a lifetime of your being freed from this, because I know this was a big part of your life for a long while. But always good to have this info to make certain it doesn't come back. Honestly, I can't believe that you spoke about the first baby almost manifested at the age of 40. I can't believe that you're over 40.
Thank you so much. No, I'm almost 50. I'm 47. But it wasn't necessarily the endometriosis or the Fusobacterium that was the problem. It was a baby that was growing on my ovary. My body grows things on the outside of the uterus. This is the second time it's happened.
This is the first time you're publicly coming out with this, right?
Am I? I don't know.
I think so.
I feel like I yell at people about it all the time, and most people just shut down anyway. They're just way too overwhelmed with their own emotions around it. But I've been talking about this for a very long time, and I'm so grateful that you're willing to listen to me about it, because it's just, you know, it's nothing. It's nothing that you should be afraid of. Like, young women should be able to go to the doctor and say, I have a painful period, and get some help. Like, it shouldn't be this like decades long struggle where you're just like compromised in every way, like not really able to work, not really able to have relationships, you know, like this is, it should be discussed. Like, it shouldn't be like a scary thing. It shouldn't be like, you know, your nurse mother is like, well, nobody ever helped me, and that's why I never got you any help.
Oh shit! By the way, the term for this is stone baby, so Amy had a stone baby she couldn't deliver, essentially, and now it's been delivered. We can look at it that way, and I am very excited for you, Amy, just to be free of that pain, that burden. It's you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Let me tell you, the pain meds are the worst. Like, the pain, like last night I thought I was good, and my friend came over, we were talking, he was like, I saw a mountain lion. Like, we thought those were extinct, but it was running across the field at the farm that he works at.
Yeah.
And
it turns out he was on your pain meds, right? What? No, anyhow, go on.
No, he was like, he was excited to, you know, that like I've gotten help and like I'm feeling better, and he was surprised that I was doing so well, and then all of a sudden, like, I just went down. I was like, boom, like, I can't move. I got to go to the floor. And then on my way to the floor, I just vomited everything I'd eaten. But yeah, I know. And he was so good. He was just like, just relax. You're fine. And I'm like, I can't move. I'm just gonna lay on the floor for a minute. Wow. And so, yeah, but we worked out that it's got to be just I quit taking the Dilaudids the day before.
Oh, man, give them to me.
No, they're gone.
They don't give you bitch.
I know. Too bad.
Don't you have refills? I mean, for yourself.
You're supposed to split them in half and then quarter them to step down. I don't obviously.
Oh, no. They were so small. They were like,
yeah, I know.
5. I got 5. I couldn't have split those things. They were like little pebbles. Like, I couldn't.
Well, then you've never been addicted to them.
No, I'm not addicted to them. I don't.
We literally used to carry around little like it looked like a crack rock. It was like a tiny dot, and they were like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it."
No, well,
it's like concentrated. It's synthetic, so it's kind of like the fentanyl kind of deal, where it's like one dot is like a whole day's worth.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 5 pills, and it was every 3 hours I was supposed to take them, but I stretched it out over 3 days. And then even
let me clarify this for the listeners. It's like when I was growing up, one of our good friends in high school, he got severe leukemia. So he was undergoing treatment throughout all of high school, and we were good friends with him. And he was one of my better friends as far as like the Tolkien, you know. He was like a Tolkien nerd, so that's when we reconnected. But it's like this guy, he would get like Dilaudidins that you like, they don't even show you. They're like ones that are like hundreds of milligrams, and they're colored like bright orange, like red. Yep. Like only cancer patients can get them.
Oh man!
And like we used to like it would be like a corner of a corner of a corner, and then like everyone would be blasted, you know. So
yeah, they were really. I'd never had them. Like, I've done a lot of pills because my dad was a pharmacist, and I've been in a lot of car wrecks. But those I'd never had before. And I don't want to take them again. Next time I'll choose a different one, because they were that's
also
terrible.
You can just like have like poppy seed. It's much safer, like poppy seed. Like if you like, because it does the same thing. It's just not like it has like a full spectrum of those chemicals instead of just one. That's when it gets dangerous. Refinement equals danger when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Amy, are you able to hear Brendan? Do you hear what he said?
I don't know what's going on. Like somebody's tap dancing.
Are you at work, Brendan? Are you still at work?
Oh, I see. Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably better.
Oh, God, that's infinitely better. Repeat everything you said about poppy seeds. Okay?
I said, so, like, if anyone's in that situation and they want something that's not going to cause negative effects, you just make poppy tea, whether with the seeds or the leaves or the stems of the plant. That way, it's still addictive, but it's like, it's much easier on the body because it has the full spectrum of the plant chemicals instead of just one or a synthetic version, because that's what, like any refinement in that way is what makes it so dangerous, actually. You know, it's much more difficult. You could still get addicted, but it's not as nice, you know. I don't know how else to explain it. That's why heroin's so dangerous, because it's like what is it? Acetyl dimorphine. So it's like a charged up version of morphine.
Wow.
But if you were to just do like poppies, you would get pain relief without as severe of a withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
okay. Yeah.
Like there's natural options for these things.
Yeah.
If you need.
Yeah. So Amy, you know who to turn to. And that way, you won't be.
Or you can go find some hippies, and they'll like give you some poppy seeds that are unwashed, and you can just make like a tiny tea with it. That way, you can like ease off that if you're still sick from it. I don't know if I didn't hear you. You
No, I don't need any pain meds. I'm really.
Oh, like, I'm saying like the withdrawal symptoms.
I don't know how to tell people, like, I don't have the pain anymore. Like, I used to medicate with anti-inflammatories every day in order to function.
Oh, wow. That's super. Yeah. So that's much better. That's good news.
I woke up and was like, oh, I'm good. And I went, like, I have to go I agreed, in order to get the surgery, I had to agree to have my blood checked for clotting. So I had to go and do that. And I was driving like 2 days after the surgery, and I ran into another friend. And he's known me forever too. And he was like, oh, the Demerol hasn't worn off yet. And I was just laughing at him like, maybe, but probably not. I probably just don't have pain because there's not this thing in my abdomen that's like composting, like stuff on stuff it's not supposed to be.
Because the body does like put its resources to like, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever's going on, so that's really
the
it can be that dramatic of a switch.
Yeah, well, a pregnant woman, all the nutrients are diverted to the parasite in that womb there. In Amy's case, the body was still interpreting the stone baby as in need of something, so elements were being diverted to that parasite, so to speak.
Yeah, it's just like my eyes, like I was looking at myself. I had a little meeting with some counselors who do a particular kind of therapy where it's like none of the counselors actually take Medicaid or any other kind of insurance. They're all like fee-for-service counselors, but I was meeting with them and I was watching myself in the meeting, and I'm like, my eyes don't even have the darkness around them anymore. Like I'm not like being sucked away by something internal. Like it's like I can like recharge myself again.
Wow.
So
wonderfulness.
And it's stupid. Like this is the worst part of it, is that I knew what it was the whole time. This is what had been happening previously also. Like the first pregnancy, when I had a lot of pain and like we aborted the baby that was in the uterus, and then I was still in a lot of pain and they went back in, it was the same thing. It was a cyst attached to the abdomen that was holding the ovary in a way that the ovaries are supposed to be free floating. And that in itself to me is the most awkward part about, like you're moving around and things aren't moving right. Like you can't, like now I'm totally able to belly dance like I should.
Wow.
Should get, it's, except for last night being like a little bit of a withdrawal problem. Mm-hmm. But yeah, today I didn't get up until this afternoon. So
Good. I mean,
I just was taking a rest till I got stuff I got to do tomorrow, and I'm all signed up to start work.
Oh God, you're kidding. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm on a schedule. I'm gonna be able to offer yoga and classes at a place in town.
Wow.
So I just was waiting for the surgery to get over with so that I wouldn't have to, I wouldn't have to be like, oh, I need 2 weeks off now.
You're going to be a yoga instructor?
I used to do that freaking all the time. That was where I made all my money. I worked 10 hours a week and I had plenty of money.
Wow. Amazing.
And I had to move back to Vermont and was just all tied up in stuff that I really should have just said no to, and I really didn't understand.
Vermont doesn't sound like a very yoga central
area. Not
but
at
there are
all.
hippies there, but they don't sound like those kind of hippies.
Well, that's just it. I'm in a town where there's a big ski resort that there's all this overflow into other businesses because this giant ski resort is poorly managed. And so the rest of the town makes money off the tourists who are here looking for, something to do. And this place is new. Like, they opened right at COVID, so.
Oh man.
Well, okay.
She was saying that they have requests for yoga all the time and they don't have anybody locally who can help because everybody else lives an hour away in Burlington.
Wow. Okay. So
she was, yeah.
Whoa, you found your niche. Thank God. I mean, you always had it, but now you can actually perform it, fill it.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. I mean, it was happening. Like, I was, speaking to her and getting stuff organized and getting on the platform where they do the thing. And it was happening. I just wasn't. I wasn't well enough to do it. And now I'm like ready to go.
We are. Right. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's like when you're better, you're just like ready.
Yeah.
It's like you're catching up on all the stuff you missed. Yeah, that's really good news.
Yeah, and
it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, who comes on Douglas's program and is like, I'm healed?
Yeah, actually, you're right. Thank God. I mean, this is the first time we've had that. Most of the time we get everybody coming up. Yes, one way.
Cancer.
Yes, thank you. A repetitive motif, yeah.
Right.
That always turns out to be suspect. At any rate,
are you talking about like dialysis and abdomyolysis?
And that's one of them. One of them, yeah. Then the other one is, more recent. But they were.
Oh, someone else had cancer.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't miss shit. You didn't miss shit because it turned out this person, it's still suspect whether Doofus Derek Talley had cancer. That's suspect because of his activities after his severance. Right. His activities seem to.
I mean, he was in the hospital eating barbecue, freaking comfort soul, quote unquote soul food.
Thank you.
Like having it DoorDash to his deathbed. It's like I don't know how they even allowed that.
Yeah, thank you.
Only in Texas or wherever the hell he's from.
Yeah. Oh, he was in. Where was he living? I didn't even care. I didn't even care to remember.
Because even when I had my surgery and I was in the hospital for like a couple hours, like they wouldn't let any outside food in. They're like, you need to heal. Like you can't have junk.
Yeah, thank you.
Even though hospital food's rubbish, but it's like they at least have some kind of rules. I don't know how he was able to get in like tri-tip and fucking chuck roast. While they're filtering his kidneys. It's like
thank you. Thank you. It's just bullshit. He's just full of shit. Right. Yeah.
They wanted him to die or something.
Yeah, that. Yeah, of course, that too. Yeah, that's that. I'd buy that. Yeah. Yes. And
to be fair, I only complained when I got like a gnarly occult siege and almost died. So I mean, I try not to complain about these things.
It's true. Brendan is very stoic. He's very stoic. He's suffered through so much, and he really speaks little of it, comparatively speaking. So, you're really a sport. You're really a sport. And
I mean, the one time I called you privately, and I was literally like dying. Like I was like screaming on the phone. It was bad. I don't know if you remember, but it was like
it's. There's been so much of that going on. I vaguely remember it, but I do know I've spoken to a lot, and most of the time you were under attack for a long time. It was just coming from all directions. But it was. I mean, we know the sources. We know the source ultimately.
Right.
But we definitely. We're just. It's amazing you're alive, and then of course when they figure they can't kill you, they figure that send Daniel Arolo over there, maybe he'll be so fucking stupid, maybe all that suffering damaged him to the point where he'll just surrender to the charm of someone as charismatic as dumb fuckarola and shit, the
mastermind.
Oh yeah, that's right. The man who claimed that he trained this young teenage sex offender in everything he knew, which I'm sure Daniel Rolla did. That's the guy who kidnapped an underage girl and kept her in a storage facility. Yet she still managed to get his cell phone and call the cops with it and shit. He
definitely learned. He learned Daniel Rolla's planning skills.
Thank you. I was about to say. You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, that's Daniel Arolo all the way in action. The Steven Seagal martial artist. Yes.
Right. I imagine Steven Seagal doing that too.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Does an essay and then he's like, wait, you had a camera the whole time? And then tries to chase them and falls over.
Yeah. Yeah. And, beyond that, of course, Daniel Arolo would be just like the Steven Seagal martial arts movie because you'd see no action. There'd be no action, He'd just stand there, wave his arms, and guys go flying and shit. That's the way it used to be. They don't even do that in Steven Seagal movies anymore. They just flash the camera and make you think that people are moving. It's kind of like, a stroboscopic effect.
Right. On a side note on that I think you called it when he what's that idiot, Andrew Tate.
Yes.
When Andrew Tate was hanging out with Seagal and I was telling you how he was trying to call Putin.
Yes.
And then Tate's like, no, I don't need any more trouble than I'm already in.
Yeah.
Right. And then a month later he gets arrested.
Yeah.
That's why you don't hang out with these people in Russia.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Yeah. Oh my God. And so there we go with that. Not to pick on Dan Vandermeulen, but yeah. Then
I was gonna say something about that too, actually.
Yeah.
Not to pick on him, but you do kind of do the paintbrush a bit with the Russian thing. It's like sometimes people, they kind of get pulled into that narrative without even knowing it's Russian related,
right.
as well as I'm not saying the Russians are smart, but they do this kind of, I don't know how to explain it. It's like an espionage-esque kind of, where they play the devil's advocate so well that you almost want to agree with them,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why a lot of these Americans fall for it typically, is because it's you're like, oh yeah, man, I want my traditional thing, or what would be the word? You'd be a better person to explain that, but you know what I'm saying.
I'll go into it in monologue, but one of the terms that was one of the terms was obviously whataboutism. It's that was a term that was used, but that wasn't what Dan was doing, of course. That was say for instance, I pointed that out before with different people, where whataboutism, which was a Soviet tactic, was whenever somebody was pointing out, what about your, you people have got to, chill out on your gulags and shit, and stuff like that. And then they'd say, what about your history of chattel slavery? As if that were relevant to what they were doing now. It's like...
that's a classic one right there.
Yeah, that's classic. But what was going on was that the Russians basically have what they're calling sharp power now instead of soft power. Soft power, of course, is what people do to try and influence a situation nationally or internationally, where, a good example would be through NGOs and shit, which Amy Como was pointing out are basically criminal networks, and we can let her elucidate on that later. But, but with Russia, they're calling it sharp powers, where they're just basically burrowing into people's minds by hijacking social media, and they go to social media and then tell everybody, you can't trust either party. You gotta, the system doesn't work, so don't even participate, and don't wear, that.
A lot of the times they openly use what would be Soviet style shit.
Yeah.
And, people just don't know what they're going for.
It's true.
Like they just changed the word bourgeois for something else.
yeah, the elite. They'll say the 1%.
Yeah.
The elite or deep state or 1% and shit. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's the same trip with the Desperati and those people. Like how can they just paint everyone? Oh, everyone's Illuminati just because they have money and they have an agenda. It's like there's no way
thank you.
That's even necessary to go there. But people have very, I don't know what to say. It's ignorance. Like I was saying to you earlier, the real enemy is ignorance. It's not all these other people because it's if people just knew enough, it would be easy. You'd be able to see through it.
Right. Anyhow.
Or you'd be able to do things,
No, yeah. I mean, there's two things. We do want Real Tech Geek to get a chance to talk, just to let us know he can still talk. But there's so many fun things to approach with Amy and Brendan right now. One with Amy is to talk about the NGOs. The other is with Brendan to basically have some comments. While Brooke's not here, we could have a little fun here.
If she shows up, I'm out.
Yeah. We can have a little fun at Brooke's expense in the sense that Dan recommended some meat for Brooke, and I was going along with it because I'm a vampire, of course, and I was saying, yeah, honey, try a little meat, and she ate some meat, some filet mignon, didn't even really finish it. A lot of it went to her dogs, who of course just ate that shit up, metaphorically and physically. And then she got deathly sick. Tell us, Brendan, you're not surprised. She got deathly sick.
Of course I'm not surprised. Because the so-called best meat in the world is, totally tainted anyways. So... And that's not even accounting for...
Yeah, like Wyogi beef. You know what Wyogi beef?
Yes.
Yeah, they said that fucking shit is supposed to be the greatest Japanese beef to have, and this and that, and they charge hundreds of dollars for the fucking shit, and it's just American beef most of the time anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they'll say ridiculous shit like 10% Wagyu.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They put 1 cube in the whole thing. It's bonkers.
Yeah, 1 cube is $100.
Yeah. Oh my god. A lot of this. But by the
I'm
way,
exaggerating, but it is like that.
Yeah. Are you sharpening knives, Brendan? It sounds like he's sharpening knives. That's
like what, Edward Scissorhands or something?
It's something like that. What is that sound? It's coming from your end. It's this kind of.
Okay, I'll stop.
Oh, what was that?
Sound like he's spraying the bottle.
Yeah, I'm watering some houseplants.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It was.
But it is kind of like an annoying sprayer, but.
Okay, that's cute. Well, he's got a lot of plants, of course. He lives off them.
Right.
So,
Brooke deserves everything after that. In that sense, not like negative things, but just whatever came from eating meat, that's deserved.
Oh my god! Certainly, she feels that. Yes, she was deathly sick, and then
I had another friend that I don't know how to say it. I converted him to vegetarian, and then he called me the other day, and he's like, I had potatoes that someone cooked with meat, and I got deathly sick. I think I'm allergic to meat, and I was just like, why are you even telling me this? It's I deserve it.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, once someone has disciplined themselves, and then they allow themselves to be. It's kind of like Peter Moon's martial arts instructor who died slowly with his limbs sawed off one at a time, losing them to diabetes because his wife kept giving him sweets. It's okay, where's the martial artist here? It's
right, exactly.
It's
and that's the same guy that was telling him that to never stop circle walking because then you'll die. It's
right.
I don't get it.
Right. Yes, it's amazing how people just are contradictory, living contradictions.
Right. Yes, very strange human thing.
Yeah, so thank you for participating there, Real Tech. And yes, I do want people to know that many foods are basically substitutes. You know, there's all kinds of foods that are not what they advertise them as. That that beef, I think it's Miyagi beef. You called it, Real Tech. That's one of those. That's infinite.
There's Wagyu, and then there's also Kobe.
Wagyu, yeah.
I think people get them confused.
Yeah, Kobe.
Thank you.
Kobe is like
yeah.
Confused. Like Kobe and Wagyu are actually different.
Yeah. Okay.
Levels.
Yes.
Kobe is like
it's the same thing also in China because of the same in China, like the population, like there's so many people.
Yeah.
You think you're eating beef, but you're just eating water buffalo.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say other people. Yeah.
Yeah. So Wagyu refers to
sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
Japanese cattle breeds.
Okay.
Whereas Kobe is a type of Wagyu.
Okay. I presume that would be like the ultimate Wagyu.
Exactly. It's like that's the stuff that's like 300 an ounce.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Yeah. There we are. And
typically what they do is they'll like feed them beer, like literally let them drink beer and massage them daily and like scrub them and like literally pamper them, like put them in onsen, like literally put them in spas.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what I heard.
And then they go against all of that Vedic by killing them. So it immediately gives you bad karma. So sorry about that, but that's the fact. But anyways, I'll leave it there.
Oh, and the other thing is wasabi. This is what puzzled me, was that when Brooke went to that Japanese restaurant with that guy who was trying to fuck her that night, and so he gets her a fur coat and he gets her a which of course she despised because she loved animals. She loves animals. So, and then he was giving her jewelry and shit, and then he took her to this Japanese restaurant where it was like $100 or more for each client, and they're sitting down there like a real Japanese restaurant. They're sitting, cross-legged, in front of this table and stuff, which
like an izakaya or something.
Thank you, like low on the ground. Thank you. I mean, there's these Japanese terms for restaurants and culinary. I don't even know because I don't even keep track of that subculture. But when she spoke about the wasabi was there on the table, and she wound up eating a big chunk of it by mistake, and of course hid the fact that she was dying at that point, burning alive with this. But I was thinking then of, for all they were charging, they weren't given real wasabi. Because the real wasabi, they're going to have to like shred it right in front of you because it's only like fresh for a few hours or something, and then they have to throw it away because So it's like, there you go.
No, and they would never do that because they know Americans don't have, no offense, but these Americans don't have any taste, so they wouldn't tell that. They would get the real wasabi and they'd be like, that's gross.
Thank you. They'd say it was like moist and somehow like, they wouldn't like it. And
like I've tried it, and then I've heard other people that have tried real wasabi, and they're like, it was nothing like I expected. It tasted like grass.
Right. Well, no shit, right?
Like that's because that's the real thing. It's like it's not like the horseradish they give you that's all full of like polysorbate 60 and green dye, Thank
you!
Like it's totally foreign to American taste bud.
Beef.
Yes, there we are. Yes. Yeah, grass-fed beef is what our man Real Tech brings up spontaneously. That was spontaneous. Thank you. And then Aristides joined with a nice cough. That was cute. Okay, they're participating. Okay, and but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short trip to refresh myself. I'm going to go mute. I know you've all got this. Real Tech, start by talking about your vacation. Tell people about how you went to Turkey. Or, I'll stay for a few minutes for this. Tell us about this. Your Chinese wife wants a baby. What's going on?
It was unsuccessful, as I told her, but she doesn't want to listen, be a hardhead, so.
Okay. Wow. Any follow up with that? There's like details that we're dying to hear on this.
It's because of their work.
Sounds like quite a chore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, it definitely was, and I'm not. Well, anyway. It's they're working on, the Georgian government is working on a bill to ban foreign couples from having children in the country. I don't understand why they would do that, because the neighbor, Ukraine, was the one that was the capital of the world to go and do that there. So I mean, they're still doing it, of course, but there is an award in Georgia. So besides, of course, 20% of it being occupied by Putin. So
right.
Zapaseta, and I can't pronounce the other.
Ossetia and Abkhazia. Go on.
Abkhazia, yeah, the other one, yeah. So, I mean, it might get rejected by the government there. It may not. I don't know. But the risk is just too high for that. They're working on it until 2025, maybe, but who knows? I don't understand why they want to do it. I mean, you know, it's bringing in millions of dollars for them. I mean, so, but it's because of some. We could have done it there, but there's some complications with her health, and the surrogate mother will have to be vaccinated against that. And there aren't too many people that are vaccinated against what she has, so it would take time, and the timetable for all this is just not right. So I'll do somewhere else. But, you know, I kept telling her maybe, like, I was looking up conventions of different countries in the area. And, of course, I find it out afterwards, after I come back home. Yeah, there was a show in Kazakhstan when the first time I ever had it. And there was 130,000 people there that went to that place. And they do have surrogacy in that country, too. So, there you go. So, that was definitely a big story. And I'm not used to going around in a different country and traveling. And I was just scared shitless about being robbed or any of these things, you know. Because, you know, a lot of Russians, including this YouTuber I follow, I have to find his name, but he's not like a bad guy. He looks like a stoner, really. But a lot of those Russian people, you know, they ran to Georgia after, you know, a lot of them want to be drafted. A lot of those people are ex-cons, you know, this and that. So, you know, I saw some of those dudes when I was walking around near the hotel with my wife. I mean, I sure as hell did not photograph any of those people, but I did a little distance photography there too, of course. But I always did want to go to Kazakhstan, Astana. So, but you know,
is this what? I heard Kazakhstan earlier. I just want to know what the country's called. I'm sorry.
Kazakhstan.
Kazakh. Okay.
Right. I mean, it sounded like you said Kazakhstan, and but go on.
I was like, this must be a new country. I was like, my geography's fucked up.
They also got those right wing movements. They got those white supremacist movements that are using terms like that. But I don't believe he's affiliated. Go on.
Okay, yeah.
No.
And I didn't mean to make a joke about. I didn't realize it was a surrogacy, so I apologize.
Well, my friend likes to joke around about that. He calls it Kazakhstan via Bangkok. So, you know, he just says it sometimes. But I was in Tbilisi,
the capital of Georgia.
Sorry, man. Come on, man. You can't expect me to.
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi. Okay, whatever. All right,
cool.
Fine.
Oh my God!
I wanted to stay there a little longer, but I just didn't want to miss out on New York Comic Con. Mm-hmm. Plus, you know, it gets cold there really quickly. It's just the wrong time of year to really, you know, stay for a while.
Wait, you came back for Comic Con in New York?
You believe that?
Fuck yeah, of course.
And you were scared of traveling in another country? New York's so dangerous compared to Turkey or Georgia. I just had to say it. I'm sorry.
Nah, man. Nah. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying it has not become more dangerous. You know, I can't walk around with my camera out too much anymore. So I mean, late at night. I'm talking about. But
here, right? Here.
Yeah, he means here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna go to the shows and go after parties and just go back home. So. You know,
do you ever get any signatures, or do you meet the creators or anything?
Yeah. I met Frank Miller this year.
Oh God.
I'm gonna meet him again though, but he's charging maybe like $160.
Oh Jesus.
Dude,
there are adult entertainers that aren't worth that price. I wouldn't even bother to give him a 10 cents. But go on.
Wait, is this a comic book artist or something?
Yeah, Frank Miller.
He's like next to Stan Lee, basically.
Yeah, these days.
No.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that goes to show how
of course,
fantasy is
yeah.
in my world. I don't know.
He directed 300. He directed Sin City. Oh, well, not directed, but sorry, he directed one of those, Sin City. Yeah, but
Oh, definitely.
I mean,
not
I
worth
got-
anything.
yeah, hold on a second. Both from comics. Hank, he got him to do a signing at his show. At his store in Brooklyn, and I got 5. I could have had an extra book if I wanted to. But for $250, I would have gotten 6 books signed. So that would I paid $150.
Just get someone to forge his signature.
What you said?
Get someone to forge his signature.
Yeah, just tell him to forge his signature is what Nemo said. I'm glad you're participating, Nemo. Good to hear you talk.
I don't do that stuff. Well, dude, I just want to get the newest one they came out with, which is Batman Great. He drew the cover for Raphael Grandpa. He made a independent story about Batman, Gargoyle of Gotham, which is about Bruce Wayne foregoing his identity, just becoming Batman full time. It's a 1 in 250. I'm trying to have my friend get it for me. I wish it came out when he did the signing, because it's going to be a lot of New York Comic Con. He's going to be there on Sunday. The only problem with that is, like I said, I'm trying to get my friend who does vending and buys and sells comics.
If Batman was just working part-time the whole time, then I'm lazy. I'm lazy as fuck.
Of course he's working part-time, man.
I like the storyline where Batman was. They said his mother was from Hong Kong in one of the more recent storylines, or at least from I like the idea of him being half Chinese. But go on, yeah.
It's the only way he could work that much.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times they draw him looking like he's half Chinese in the last good 5 to 7 years of the DC animated movies.
Wow.
So
yeah. Sure.
And actually they had a kung fu style from 2021, the Gentleman Dragon or what it was. He looked super Asian in that, so he looked like Brandon Lee.
Wow.
But anyway, Georgia, nice people. Food was great. I had a problem. Everyone was very nice. Very safe. There are gypsies there. They do try to pocket you, so grab on you, the children. I didn't really go around the city. A lot, so like that. I do want to go there again. It feels like America in the 1990s. It really does.
Yeah, everything is like a 90s video in the former Soviet Union. And beyond that, you were right near the war zone. Not the Ukraine, but the Caucasus war zone concerning Armenia.
Yes.
Yeah, so you were right there while everything was going down, all the evacuation of Nagorno-Karabakh and everything. Yeah. Did you hear about this?
Yeah. This was recent?
Yes, I'll be talking about it in depth, in monologue. I'll catch you all up, Brendan. Yeah, okay. Go on, Real Tech.
I did with that. I did look it up before I was going.
Uh-huh.
I'm always checking the news. But no, I didn't hear anything about that. I did my best to avoid talking about the war in Ukraine or any of these things, or politics or religion.
Right.
I don't, especially in the hotel, I don't want somebody spitting my food,
Understood.
You know what I mean? So, because I was mostly just eating food in the hotel. So I sure as hell don't want to get sick or anything. I had to be very careful. But
that definitely sounds like you're from New York or something.
Yeah, I'm from New York.
That's one of the only places that would happen, just for saying the wrong thing or something.
Yeah.
America.
Sure as hell, yeah. Yeah, that does happen.
That's horrible. That's why I cook my own food. I've worked in kitchens before, so that's part of the reason.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Because the unintentional stuff is actually more scary than the intentional stuff.
Yes.
But anyways.
Well, you heard Amy Como. She said, the doctor had to get advice from this chef in Albany, New York, or what did you call him, Amy? part-time cook or something? I mean, you know, if it was Joe Ty, it was like, if you want to hear about accidental things. Yeah, accidental things happening in the kitchen.
Yeah. He sometimes will message me on Instagram some really strange things.
So what has he been saying to you lately? No doubt shit about me. He called Brooke. He got through the block. He got through Brooke's block and called her. Told her that the only way she could get over his illness was to get some good bacteria into her system by having sex with him. That was his medical advice, Amy. Yeah. Wonder if you'd want to follow up on that one. Yeah.
Well, it reminds me of my. Go ahead.
I don't have the same experience with all that, and I think, you know, maybe it has to do with my dad having a head injury. Like, I sort of know how to handle people who are like that.
Okay.
Like, they always go for the base. They always go for the lowest common denominator. Like, my dad always felt it was funny when somebody was being hurt. Like,
Jesus.
The Three Stooges, that kind of humor. Where,
I mean, was that from since he was a child? When did this brain injury take place? You'd come home and find him laughing at the Three Stooges hitting each other with hammers and shit, or fuck Benny Hill. Benny Hill.
Yeah, he had a head injury at 14.
Oh God.
So he was swimming, he got a head injury, he was still in high school, and he managed to become a pharmacist. Like, he managed to own his own business. So,
oh my God.
Just goes to show, like, you don't really need to think to be successful.
There you go. Oh my fucking God. My faith in pharmaceuticals was already on a precipice. Yes, thank you for crashing it completely. That's oh my fucking God. And
yeah, like,
it almost seems like thinking less makes you more successful in this world.
It's true. Yeah, Brennan's right there. They've you know, you take the most financially successful people, they're usually people who have, well, Elon Musk says it all. Yeah. So anyhow, Amy, go on. I'm sorry. What were you going to say before we turn back to Real Tech here?
I don't understand. Like, I never really got into it with Joe Ty. Like, he would message me, I'd message him back. That was the end. Okay. Like, I don't understand how Britt got into this long, drawn-out problem where, like, he wasn't understanding her, and, like, he never...
You heard him out with me! You heard him with me, for God's sakes! He'd be on with me, and you'd hear me just get angrier and angrier.
I know. How? Like, how do you let yourself get so angry? He's just who he is. Like, that's what... Yeah, and wasn't it Sammy Romero who was like, just stop talking to him, Douglas?
Yes,
like,
of course.
That's all you have to do. That's it. That's just, like, don't put your attention there, and things will turn out the way they're supposed to. I mean, I never really had any trouble with them at all. Like, I feel bad that, you know, y'all were led around by him the way you had been, but I guess I just understood that, like, some people are just like that. Some people just have, you know, that problem, and there's nothing you can do to change it. And you know, I don't blame them, but also I don't get involved with them. Like, with my dad, like, I never, like, tried to have deep conversations with him because I knew he just can't handle it. Like, he just shuts down and he'll say, I know. That, I mean, that's kind of his line. Okay. When you're trying to, like, get his opinion on some kind of emotionally laden subject. Like, he'll never be able to give you anything more than, like, a one-word answer. And it's not because he doesn't have emotions, it's that he just can't access that part of his brain. Like, he's just not available in that way. Like, he's not, it's, you know, I was his child, so it's
I get frustrated just hearing this. Oh my fucking...
Yeah, I know, right? Like, but I can handle it, and I got that when I was a substitute teacher. That, like, you're really good with the autistic kids, and I'm like,
oh yeah, no shit.
No, I'm pretty used to dealing with people who can't, who are high functioning and yet cannot get along with others in a very meaningful way.
Wow. Why don't you have that as career? Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I
go
was
on.
just going to say Joe's brain damage probably stems from the fact that his father didn't want him and he was just a failed abortion attempt.
Oh, there you go. For those of you who don't know, the story is that they were trying to cross a river by jumping on stepping stones, and he slipped and cracked his head open, and the brain spilled out. And they scooped up and reinserted what they could, like with a motorcycle accident when the guy's not wearing a helmet. I mean, that's what they did to Gary Busey. They did that to Gary Busey. Yeah, brains were on the asphalt.
They should have just let him die off. He just turned into a fucking maniac.
Yeah,
He just looks like a freak of nature now.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, there you go. But by the way, for those who don't know, Nemo's referencing Gary Busey here, not Joe Ty, but I could go for either one with the treatment on that. Well, Gary Busey, actually, I prefer leaving alive because at least he's entertaining.
Right.
And at least he's like, physically not as repulsive as Joe Ty. He's actually quite big. He's physically really large. It was Judith Agert who actually treated him once in a salon. And he would come in with his girlfriend, and Judith Agert would like wash his hair and shit. So apparently he's the size of a linebacker or something like that. So it would explain a lot about how he survived. So
I remember seeing him in Breaking Point before he had his accident after that movie, didn't he?
Oh, jeez, I don't know. I don't remember.
It was in the early 90s.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you know a lot more about these celebrities. I was telling Brooke that you know a lot more about these celebrities than I would. You keep pretty good track of that.
His son was in the first Starship Troopers movie where that blonde-haired dude where he attempted to fight the commanding officer in training. Then the commanding officer snaps his arm and pops his muscle. He had to wear this stupid little healing machine around his arm covered in blue shit. He looks a lot like his father, his son.
Right.
Definitely a resemblance.
So he was the guy who said, why people can push buttons, why are we learning all this close combat? And that's when the drill instructor threw the knife into his hand and said the enemy
that was another guy. Gary Busey's son had to fight him directly, and he was put in a submission and had his arm twisted instantly.
Okay, I'll have to look at that again. That was in the first one? The original one?
Yeah. It's a pretty good movie for its time.
No, it's an excellent film. Yeah. All the sequels
were shit. Yeah, they just had a lower budget, I guess, and just shittier writing.
No, it was lower
Which
budget.
movie was that?
Starship
Troopers.
Yeah.
Which one?
Starship
the first
Troopers.
one we're talking.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
I watched it when I was a
Starship
kid, and then I
Troopers?
just had nightmares about giant fucking bugs when they come and eat me.
That's cute. Now Mark H just sent me something. Let's see.
The Traitor of Mars. That was pretty good. The anime movies, those are good too.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Oh Jesus! He sent me something with Gary Busey now of the photographs. It looks so sad.
They're good.
So fucking sad.
I like the entire series of Starship Troopers, but yeah, the first one is the best. But like I'm saying that the last one they came out with in 2017, I think it was, with the Traitor of Mars. That was really good. That was a really good anime movie, and the Casper Van Dyne. He did voice Rico.
Oh, the animated version of Starship Troopers, yes.
Yeah.
Somebody dropped.
Yeah,
Brendan left. Mark, you can join us if you wish. Hopefully, Brendan will rejoin.
I don't think it might have been just the network dropping. It does that sometimes at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, if he's on his phone, it could be some technical issues.
Yeah, I'm always on my phone too.
Mm-hmm.
I got a new phone though.
Okay.
But
please don't tell me it's an iPhone.
Fuck iPhone, fucking piece of shit company. Having fucking children working for them and fucking people jumping on fucking nets. They don't have a fucking social life and having fucking Uyghurs. No. But the problem is, they all do this, man. All these fucking companies do this fucking slavery. Samsung's the same thing too.
Yeah.
And this is why the EU it's like the only one who's really trying to make a change on these things is the EU, who wants to bring back. They force Apple to have the USB Type-C. Now they want to talk about having the removable batteries, but that's a fucking scam anyway. And hopefully, thank God, they will also start talking to about bringing back the almighty beautiful headphone jack and the SD card, because it's just total bullshit.
Wow.
You know?
Oh yeah.
So
each new generation just gets more shitter they offer.
Yeah. But the thing is, I keep talking about, like Douglas was mentioning earlier when Peter Moon was on, that the Chinese are going to start to work on to invade Taiwan. And this is just going to make everything very scarce to have anyway.
If they do invade Taiwan, will they monopolize on the CPU microchips, or will it just be wiped out for good in the market?
Well, first off, we have to remember that the Americans, based on the pattern they had in the original Cold War, the Americans had this whole, shall we say, front policy, which was the policy on paper. And then there was the unofficial policy, which was kind of like kept in safes, maybe these extremely secured rooms. They have an actual term for them now that I've, bleached out of my brain. But in terms of what the Americans would say about, we've got all these columns, armored columns. We've got these, troops in Europe at various bases. You would think that they were going to fight to the last man. If there was a Soviet invasion of Western Europe. All that time, the real American plan sitting back in the Pentagon was they would immediately begin as fast an evacuation as possible and then allow the Soviets to occupy all of Europe and then nuke Europe till it glowed. That was just basically their real plan. And because the West Germans knew this, the Germans had their own plan, which was to basically go on the offensive and then reunite with East Germany, and that way kind of preempt a Soviet invasion. And this was like something that they kept from the Americans forever. The Americans never knew about it until after the German reunification. But nevertheless,
all the brother-in-law.
Yeah, some people knew about it. And then they leaked it via the wargaming, which, we have our friend here talking about the Comic-Con and whatnot. Of course, I was the geek in the sense that I would follow these Pentagon finance war games and whatnot. And many of these so-called commercial war games were simply defense contractors that were paid to create games for them or simulations of potential conflicts and then release them to the public after all the redactions had been done. But it was Game Designers Workshop, which didn't work with any video games, just so people know. It was dead before video games. But they used to do defense contracting, and one of the things that they did was they released this kind of role-playing game called Twilight. It was Twilight 2000, but it was based on the scenario that the Germans basically launched the offensive in a Third World War to reunite with East Germany, and therefore the American evacuation plan was thrown off. And so anyhow, these things do leak, and usually they leak in ways.
Had a real-time strategy game also about Soviet Union taking over Europe.
Who was this? What was?
Ubisoft, I said.
Okay, Ubisoft. Thank you. Appreciate that.
World and Conflict.
Okay.
That was the name of the game.
All right.
And it was support.
It was
also Invading America.
Okay.
Too, of course, Red Dawn,
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Games, good games for his time. I'm playing a long time though.
Right. Well, I mean, it sounds older, so to speak, but
yeah.
Ago. I mean, of course, a lot of these video games, they came after the whole defense contracting golden age, when these guys were actually, many of them were like government workers who then, like I said, were releasing the games just after the government had its play with them, so to speak.
It's just the technology wasn't there,
Yeah. No, it's true.
And technology and just economically, it's just so expensive to have computers. Like it's the same thing with this foolishness that Apple's doing with the Vision Pro, charging $3,400, and that's just the beginning of it, because there's a monetization scheme of having more lenses and different $400-$600 for different accessories, and Apple Lisa 2, that was $10,000 when it came out in the mid '80s. No one personally can afford that, but like someone like Elon Musk,
right?
Seriously, So It just took, so it took years for things to really come out like that, like, or 2000, 98, 2000 is really, when I started having those type of games like Call of Duty or Medal of Honor, which was in the 90s, so. But I do want to say about Joe Tai. Remember, I'm not sure you still have the episode up. But remember the time when you were so fucking just passed out and fucked up from all your drugging, and he was going on about his fucking rejig for phobic bullshit, and you fucking pukes. I mean, that's basically
yeah, I had that up. It's still up.
To the Joe Tai. So
yes, thank you.
Yeah, that was the most ridiculous episode, man. I mean, he's complaining to me that you won't let him on anymore because he's too Judeophobic.
Yes. He actually knows the term. Good for him. He retained something. Yes.
So it's of course Wawa Boy. So
which one's Wawa Boy again? I'm forgetting.
The one that Brooke is always getting on.
Oh fuck! Which one is that? What boy? Oh! Ian West. Ian. Yes. How could I forget?
Yeah, Ian West. Yeah.
Shit! Oh my god. So I had a point originally. I think I made the majority of the point, but I'm trying to recall whether or not I actually drew the conclusion that I was going to make, which was when it came to so I talked about the American plan, which was to evacuate Europe and nuke it till it glowed. There was, of course, a counter plan because but in terms of the American plan as it applies to what's going on now. What's the relevant situation now? Oh, this was it. You were talking about Taiwan. So the American plan with Taiwan is that if the communist Chinese invade Taiwan and they actually succeed, which is an open question. Most people don't understand this because they have no concept of communist China or Taiwan, and Americans have this image that Taiwan is just going to, be overwhelmed. That the Chinese will just overwhelm. This is exactly what the Americans assumed about the Soviets overwhelming Western Europe or the Soviets overwhelming Ukraine. I mean, it's all bullshit. None of these people have the capacity to overwhelm anybody. But when it comes to the Americans, were the communist Chinese able to overwhelm Taiwan, which is a very big if. But if they were to do that, the American plan is to nuke Taiwan till it glows. That's the whole idea, so that nobody will be able to take advantage of all that chip technology and then become masters of the world. So at that point, of course, all society crashes because there's not going to be enough alternatives for manufacturing that amount of chips. So basically, at that point, society shuts down. It's over. It's game over. It would be the equivalent of all-out nuclear war in the old fantasies that people used to have about it. That kind of nuclear war was always impossible and never would have had the results that everybody fantasized, which was it's going to destroy everything and rewrite genetics and all this bullshit. That was all a lie anyway. And
yeah, like the Fallout series.
Thank you. Fallout was just a continuity of all the original role-playing games like Gamma World and shit, where, and all the fantasies. What was the fantasy? Wizards.
Fun games, but
yeah, that's right, fun games. But Wizards, the film Wizards. If anybody looks that up, Brendan, I don't know if you're familiar with that film. Realtek apparently is. Yeah, but Brendan, do you remember that at all? The film Wizards, the animated feature. No.
Yes.
Oh, yes, you are?
I do.
Holy shit. Yes. We're all
but I'm on so much Valerian right now, I can't remember it. Like, I know it's there, but it's going to take a
1977 American animated post-apocalyptic science fantasy film.
Yes.
There was another series that, like a
book
series.
Why are you using so much Valerian root?
Yeah.
Why am I using Valerian?
Yeah, why are you using so much Valerian root? It's a legitimate question.
Because it's helping me sleep.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's people use it to help them sleep, supposedly. And
it's also for pain too.
Yeah, I guess.
It helps if you have like back pain and stuff. Yeah. It depends.
Oh. It's nasty, smelling.
Well, if you just want to relax sometimes, you can just take some holy basil.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that was in my tea as well. Holy basils, like that's like a daily thing for me. I do holy basil often.
Yeah, that along.
And ashwagandha as well.
Well, cool. Yeah, stress reliever there. Bit of an aphrodisiac, I guess.
But I appreciate
it. Definitely
I
is.
appreciate the tip.
Holy shit!
That was very. You know the game.
Yes. And yeah,
the capacity for the Chinese. I mean, they failed twice under Mao to take Taiwan. Twice.
Yes. Thank you.
And
they tried. They actually tried.
Hold on a second. The thing is exactly what Doug was saying, that they were really trying in the 50s to do it, and the Americans were negotiating with Mao's government. And the only thing that shut them down to stop from trying to take Taiwan or invade again was to threaten them to nuke Taiwan. So, well, nuke China, really, but
in those days it was nuke China. That's correct.
Yes, with Douglas MacArthur, yeah.
And though of course Mao didn't, there were other things that it was basically Mao opened the door to trade, and he saw more opportunities working with the Americans, and the Americans were ready to sell Taiwan out. That's what the negotiations were all about. At that point, the communist Chinese really didn't give a shit. They were like, we can now, have an opportunity for growth ourselves. And, Mao, of course, thought that this was great. He wasn't thinking the way Xi Jinping later was thinking, Deng Xiaoping. But he, was thinking of other advantages, basically American support against the Soviets, etc. All of this was like very, how would I say it? Very different world back then. Everything is topsy-turvy now. When it came to the situation then that Realtek is alluding to, just to put this, so the listeners understand, the communist Chinese really weren't afraid of the Americans nuking them. There was just, they pretty much were confident they could lose massive amounts of population, and they wouldn't even feel it, which was pretty much the case with Mao in charge anyway, with 100 million dying by famine, and it's not like anybody bothered to say,
the great leap backwards.
Yes, thank you, and it's not like anyone bothered to say, maybe we ought to overthrow this government. It's like everybody just takes it, and just just lets let the next stand on the back. How would I put it? It's like the cop with his knee on George Floyd's neck. It's just like I can't breathe, and they can't breathe to the point where they don't bother to rebel. That's how heavy I can't remember that cop's name now, but at any rate,
Derek Chauvin.
What was it again?
Derek Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin. Right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. All right.
No worries. By the way, Amy Como says, wait, Amy, come on for a second before you fade. Amy, before you fade.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I can't do it. I don't have it.
Tell us about those NGOs. Tell us about those non-governmental organizations. What criminals they are. Tell us.
No, they suck. They're terrible. I don't have good experiences with them, and I haven't met anybody who really does.
Cool.
They take a lot of money, and they don't do what they say they're going to do every time.
Thank you.
But I got to go.
They take a lot of money for coke and whores. That's what they do.
Yes.
Exactly. Like everybody doesn't want to admit it, but it's true.
They don't give a fuck, man. They don't give a fuck about little babies and children and people suffering. They just want to get laid and get high.
Yes.
So people need to start giving money to them and go into these countries and go and help people directly. That's what needs to be done.
I don't know.
Well, it's nonsense. They bring all these people to Vermont who are from the desert, and they don't have any experience living in this cold environment, and they don't know what a snow tire is, much less how to drive in the snow. And
oh my God,
it's nonsense. It's.
Oh, speaking of Vermont, that's where Frank Miller was born and grew up.
Yo, why am I not surprised? Go on.
We do have kind of a big history of alternative education. It's a lot of homeschooling, a lot of alternative kinds of like Goddard College. You want to look up a bunch of hippies, check out Goddard College.
Fuck, is that named after the rocket scientist?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's like in the middle of the state.
I was going to say.
Just like do whatever you want and we'll give you a piece of paper.
Holy shit. Jeez. How do I get in on that?
Yeah.
Your voice came out for a while. It disappeared.
Yeah, she was just saying Goddard College. It's like, do whatever you want and they'll give you a piece of paper. I heard it, so it might have been on your end that you couldn't hear it. You know, maybe your audio. But Amy, we love you. Blessed dreams.
I know. I want to be on, but I'm like really sweaty, so I need to be flat. So.
Oh my God! What a titillating image! You know, just come on camera and show us all that diaphragm.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You want to see all my scars, don't you?
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you. This is what I really wanted to say. Wait an hour to give you the real deal. It was 8 weeks, Douglas. Nothing in my vagina for 8 weeks.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that's fucking tragic.
This poor kid.
That's a fucking Shakespeare fucking tragedy.
Just Real Tech and Doug. That's the only reason I shared that. It's for you too.
Thank you. That's.
I gotta go.
Thank you so much.
All right. Love you dearly, honey.
Take care.
Bye for now.
I'll listen later. Keep on. I'm gonna listen later.
Yes, I'll go heavy into monologue soon. Bye.
Okay.
Bye for now. We love you dearly. Okay, that was it. Yes.
Love you.
All the while she was talking about, I don't know, something about her legs, bumps on her legs, liaisons on her legs, or something like that. I took advantage of that time to finish my sandwich. Of course, having that background where I've dealt with so much blood and gore in my life, I can handle that. Where just basic.
Yeah, so can I. I've been eating food this time too, so.
There you go. It's one of these things. Now, okay, I'm going to need you gentlemen to handle this. I'm going to take a short break. Brendan, let's have you come on to participate with Nemo in Real Tech. Brendan,
yes, I can, but you owe me an answer about the pepper spray.
Oh yeah. It basically, look, here's what I learned.
You can make it brief. Yeah.
No. I'll make it brief, but basically, because there's nothing really to say about it. It was basically it's like this. I'm gonna try and look up the good shit because they don't sell that shit anymore. Specific police spray outlawed police spray. But basically with pepper spray, we have a word for it in the security industry. It only works on certain people, and it doesn't work on ABCs. And ABC stands for addicts, boozers, and crazies, which is anybody you're going to be dealing with. So,
which is the main clientele.
The main threat. So it just basically is useless. Beyond that, it's one of these things that it's a joke. Basically, what it is it's basically a kind of what they call a step to prove you were trying to go through a graduated escalation of force. So as a police, as a law enforcement agent, police have pepper spray as just an excuse to shoot someone. Basically, the way it's supposed to go is like this. Graduated escalation of force. The first thing you're supposed to apply is the pepper spray. For all the reasons that I've just articulated, every policeman and woman knows it's not going to work. So you're supposed to just take it out and spray it. The person just gets angrier. That's the guarantee. All you've done is you've made the person angrier, and then what happens is you're supposed to move up from there to the baton, and then then the baton doesn't work, and then that's when you pull out the gun and shoot them. Now theoretically, there's the electric taser that somehow is like fourth step somewhere before the handgun. So it's either between. It's between the baton and the handgun, or between the spray and the baton, depending on what the situation is. At any rate, all police ever reach for is the goddamn gun, and everybody knows it. It's because the rest of the shit is just fucking useless. You're in a situation where imagine being in a combat situation and trying to go through a graduated escalation of force. No one is ever going to do that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the one thing I can tell you, the pepper spray is worthless. As a matter of fact, that's probably the only good scene that I've ever seen in a Steven Seagal film is Dark Territory, where the main character, who's supposed to be Steven Seagal's daughter, she he's the main character. Or maybe was that? Yeah, it was Steven Seagal. I'm pretty sure of it. It was just an awful film, like they all were, but not as bad as they got. And but in Dark Territory, the young girl sprays the villain with pepper spray, and he just laughs. And that's basically it. Why did you even?
What about bear mace? Because it's apparently a lot more stronger.
What is it? Oh,
the bear spray.
Bear mace. Yeah.
Right. By the way,
bear spray.
So one of the cops at the Capitol building where the rioters were using that shit, one of the cops got sprayed with bear spray, and basically, you're basically potentially affected for life. You might have a rash or some kind of skin reaction that will persist for months. I wouldn't say affected for life, but you know what I mean. There are people who potentially might be impacted by it, where maybe your vision will be affected or something. But
mace is like it's like a gas. It's basically like not a nerve gas. What do they call it? I think it is a nerve gas.
Technically,
like what they call mace is actually not natural. Like pepper spray is more like plant based.
Yeah, that's right. It's more natural. But the bear spray, the cop is still on active duty. So even though they brought the cop in as a witness to testify against these rioters abusing something like that, it's not something that really takes people out. I was trying to look up. I don't remember the acronym for it. But it sounded like almost like DMT or DMX or something. It's something very similar. But there was this old spray that really did work, but that was outlawed for deployment by police because basically that would affect people for life. Like it could change the biochemistry and cause them to
John
it's
Schaefer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Yeah, John Schaefer, the guitarist for Iced Earth, he was at the Capitol building bear spraying police officers.
Yeah, that fucking figures. I mean, and what were you going to say, Nemo?
I just noticed it's regulated as a pesticide by the EPA. That's why it's only approved for bears.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And but anyhow, people use it on people all the time. But it's one of those things where, again, addicts, boozers, or crazies, you're just going to make them angry. Or Samoans. I mean, can you imagine trying to use that pepper spray on a Samoan? It's it's like, forget it. It's a joke. And
they're like human tanks.
Yeah, and the only reason it works on things like dogs or the bears is because you're basically their eyes are sensitive, and the only hope is that their noses are much more sensitive than a human being's nose as well. So because their noses are,
it definitely works on dogs because joggers and bikers use it all the time.
Yeah, and these are like animals that have extremely sensitive nasal mucous membranes. So the mucous membranes automatically get inflamed, and they just say "fuck this shit" and they go away. But human beings, they're not that sensitive. Really, I mean, they're not sensitive as animals, so they're just like they're too stupid to realize something's happening or that it's supposed to be bad for them, and they just like keep.
It reminds me of that, those tests they used to give chimps like cigarettes, and like the only animal that would ever deliberately inhale smoke were humans.
Yes.
No animal would ever even if they were addicted to the nicotine, they would never actually smoke it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, humans are the only ones dumb enough to do that.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's just awful. That reminds me of something.
But the reason why I asked, I guess, is I was just looking for more offense. I was trying to get more offense because the neighborhood I'm in is super shady, and my house was getting cased the other day by some sketch.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking of like non-lethal ways, but I mean, 357 sounds good to me.
No, I mean, don't even bother with anything non-lethal. It's like half the time when you use stuff that's supposed to be lethal, it doesn't even work. I mean, so it's like well,
357 is like that's like stop. You're not walking away. Like
no, one would hope. Yeah, one would hope. But believe me, if somebody's on fucking elephant tranquilizer, PCP, you'd be surprised. But this is why you want.
Luckily, China's helped us out, and everyone's on fentanyl now, so they can't even move. They're like
thank God. Yes.
So it's like they're a little more low key these days.
Yes, thank God. Yes, that's right.
Like you're like, oh man, they look shady, and then by the time they get to you, you're already like ready.
Yes. No, that's for the best. And okay.
She's a harpoon gun.
Yes, and that by the way, that's not bad. I prefer flare guns myself. I've always been a big fan of flare guns. Just watching the individual just explode in flame is very satisfying.
How do I explain that one in court? Just be like,
you say you had it for signaling in an emergency, that you used to live on a houseboat and that you retained it because you kept it in the car to signal for help. Yeah. That's what you do. It's just like flashlights. Like people used to have. Yeah. They used to manufacture very big flashlights, thick metal flashlights. There's no judge in the world that's going to sentence you for going out at night carrying a big ass flashlight because you're trying to see. But that was a good way to beat people half to death, would be with a flashlight.
Yeah, the mag lights.
Yeah, the really big, heavy metal mag lights.
Got good weight on them.
Yeah. Make sure they're loaded with batteries. And, so there's, but that and the flare guns was, the excuse is there. And just say that, I had to walk away from my car for several miles looking for gas. And that's why I wasn't anywhere near my car. It's a terror. There's different stories you can think of. But double-barreled flare guns, they're the best. Oh my God, I love them. I grew infamous for using them in the Balkans. And that's...
you killed people with those?
Oh God, yeah. That was...
Do you need a license to own a flare gun?
I don't think so.
No. I mean, not in the old days, but you'd have to look it up now. Maybe you do nowadays, but back in the old days, everything was different. Before 9/11, it was a totally different world. Anyhow, so I'll be back in a few minutes, and then gradually I'll work my way towards monologue. Definitely want to, get my head out of my ass a little bit more. I'm going to obviously want to give credit to some people who have contributed, and but you guys can handle it for a few minutes, right? You guys got this, right? Okay.
Yeah, naturally.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. I'm counting on all of you. And love you all dearly. I'll be back.
Apparently, they can shoot shotgun shells too. So maybe I should just do that.
Yeah. Fuck, go for it, dude. It's see.
I accidentally peppered him with birdshot because it was right next to the flare, and I had no idea.
Yeah, thank you. And besides that, if they outlaw the sawed-off shotgun, but the extended double-barreled flare gun, that's the equivalent of a sawed-off shotgun, and it's legal. Come on, problem solved. You got the goods.
I wonder if it'll destroy the barrel though, because they're like plastic. But I guess you only need it once, right?
Yeah. Well, you get several of them, and they're like disposable murder weapons. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh.
Just say you were half asleep and you didn't realize you loaded it with a shotgun shell.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, but like I said, I get derive much more satisfaction by the flare. It's the flare that'll. Really...
Yeah, it's almost worth it.
Burn the motherfucker.
Like if you're like point blank, it'll kill them.
Oh, dude, they burst into fucking flames.
It's like magnesium powder, like right to the face.
Oh God, yeah, dude.
Phosphorus.
It's like it's one of the most horrible ways to die imaginable.
Say no more.
Yeah, these they'll die screaming. That's
sounds good to me.
That's the satisfaction that you can derive from that. I swear to God, that was what Judith Agard observed. She thought that was what really tripped Hamamoto out, and that's when he really began to attack me. Was she said that he was that men have this kind of stupid one-upmanship where they feel that there's a need to compete and they've got to outdo the other person. And I had relayed the experience about when I was in Bosnia, and it was the last time I would ever do something as stupid as this. I was with the woman in a combat situation. She was also a combatant who was going to become my wife at that time, is what the intention was. And this other woman stepped out, and I was so stupid, still locked in these stupid ideas of femininity. And then there was the fact that I was with a woman, but that probably wouldn't have changed it much if I were with a man.
I remember this story.
Yeah, I said, you get first shots, but if you'd better kill me with that first shot. And she shot, stupid bitch. And there is no describing that pain. It is like it bounced off a rib. It just glanced, and that was just agony. It's like, fuck this bullshit about like, oh, it's only a flesh wound. Oh, it bounced off a rib. No, it's not like that. It is indescribable, excruciating pain. And I just responded with that flare gun technique. She burned alive when she died. Yeah, she died burning. That was
So when I go to court, I can tell them Doug Dietrich told me this technique.
Yeah, yes. Oh, and at any rate, okay, gentlemen, I'll be back in a matter of minutes or so. And I'm going mute for now. Okay, you've all got this.
Yeah. Yeah, just a while ago, Brandon. that was.
Sorry, yeah. Hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
what's up, man?
Brendan, the flare guns.
You get a new car, man? Did you get a new graphics card yet, Nemo?
Pardon?
Did you get a new graphics card?
Oh, no, not yet. I was just going to quickly address... I can't afford one yet. I wanted to talk about the earthquake that recently occurred in Afghanistan. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I saw
big earthquake in Afghanistan. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, over 2,000 people. Yeah. Over 2,000 people so far. Ooh. Pretty severe. And it just had to happen after this Middle East conflict, or during,
Oh yeah, many things. There was a big one in Morocco as well recently. There's also a tsunami warning.
All right.
Lots of earthquakes and tectonic shifts happening on the same day.
Yeah. That's all right. Go on.
What, someone was saying something about the flare gun. I don't know, who was that?
Aristides was saying something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was me. I think what you're talking about, you have to buy an insert for the flare gun that takes that goes inside, and then that takes the shotgun shell.
Oh, I see.
Wow. So that it's like a conversion, but of course,
right. But then you can get prosecuted for that. I like Douglas's idea.
Well, it depends, of course. Always check your local and state laws and never disobey them.
Well, I'm not going to use it for nefarious purposes. It's pretty much just self-defense.
But that's that from what I depending on which ones you have, but that's one thing that does exist. It's
right. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, that was it.
Yeah, you need a license to purchase or possess a flare gun where I live.
I think you need a license for everything.
Well, yeah. I would like to have one. I'm not paying for a fucking license just for a little gun.
Yeah. Right. Australia is pretty strict with that.
Oh, yeah. It's illegal to defend yourself, pretty much. I don't want you defending.
What about hunting? Can you guys have
Oh, yeah, you rifles? You can use guns for hunting and shit. But you got to have your gun fully dismantled and inside a case when you're not using it. And you'll get random inspections too. How nice.
Oh, okay. So there's, in America, it's we're hunting, quote unquote, and they buy a 50 cal. It's like there's no way. Like if you hunted with that, you wouldn't even have anything to collect. Like, so it's a
in
bit
Texas, you're allowed to own some pretty big, nasty weapons.
Yeah, for no reason. I mean, I'm not against it. Like,
I mean, I can imagine it'd be fun to fire those fuckers off, but you don't need it. But yeah.
Yeah, you don't need that. Like, it becomes like
it's just a giant toy.
Yeah, exactly. It just becomes like another, like a car or like a race car or something.
Yeah.
Who has the fastest and the craziest thing? You know, they keep buying.
If I was filthy rich,
it becomes like a dick measuring contest.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's got the biggest
pretty
gun?
much.
You know?
Yeah.
If I was filthy rich, I'd buy myself like a fucking grenade launcher and a minigun just for the fun.
Yeah, and a fucking Stinger missile and shit, right? Yeah. I'll get a fucking tank. Buy a fucking tank.
There's people that have tanks. Like
give me an M1A. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one state where you can own them.
Yeah. What you said?
You can own a tank in one of the. I don't know which state it is, but you can literally own it. But it has to be disarmed. But it's like
same with fighter jets.
Demilitarized.
Fighter jet.
Like that all sounds like overkill. Like there's so much better things to do with money.
Oh yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean,
Big waste of money, and you got to maintain it and all that shit. Fuck that.
It's like at that point you can just buy a jet and just fly wherever you want. You don't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Jet,
yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, but it's so high. It's so high.
Go to your own private island.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely that.
What's this year? Posted a 12 gauge insert. You can now buy a 12 gauge insert adapter.
That was to make your flare gun like extra lethal. Apparently.
Nice.
I think is that what it is?
No, it's to use the 12 gauge flares.
Oh, okay. So the normal flares are smaller. See, I know nothing about them. We had one when I was little, and I just never even looked at it.
Most flare guns are like big. It's fat. Right. It says there it's like 25 millimeters, some 26.5. So you can use a 12 gauge signal flares, not a shotgun shell. Wink, wink.
Oh, they're cheaper. Oh, and they're out of stock. Imagine that.
Oh, there's a
must be good.
There's a whole bunch of there's
some other place, but I mean, it must be good if it's out of stock.
Yeah, but
I'll look at YouTube videos when I'm bored at work or something about it. There's like people shooting watermelons. I can see like how deadly it is. Because I mean, like I get what Douglas is saying, but maybe they make them like not as lethal nowadays.
I've seen how fucking crazy 50 caliber rifles are used on human beings because the Mexican drug cartel, they upload shitloads of videos of them shooting their captured enemies with those weapons, and they just they'll still be alive even after getting shot in the torso, and they go to lift them back up leaning on their knees just to shoot them again in the head. It's fucking crazy.
Oh my god. Yeah. Well,
it's like demonic.
Oh yeah,
that's just like, like it could be karmic. Like who knows why you're put in a position like that.
Oh yeah, they're just heavily in competition, all those drug cartels down there south of the border. That's not even the worst of it. Like I probably won't go into it because it's extremely vulgar, but they'll use chainsaws on each other and shit. The worst video I've ever seen was one of the gang members cut open the captured person from another gang. They had him tied down and cut his chest open and pulled out his still beating heart, and they sliced off a piece of his heart and ate it. And that's like demonic shit right there. Just
they have
cannibalizing
like voodoo cults and stuff. I mean, that's they're not normal gangsters.
Is that part of some fucked up ritual? Like
of course.
What are they part of exactly, but certain cults? These cartels, are they affiliated with?
They all are. I mean, they all are. Like just like how like the word thug, like the thug. So the word thug comes from a cult from India called the Thuggees, and they worshipped like the dark forces, and they would do rituals like that. And then later on, it was brought to the West Coast in disguise as as organized crime, and then it became the quote unquote thugs. So everyone thinks it's like, you know, the African Americans and these other people starting these criminal
Black
organizations,
gangs, yeah.
But the people at the top of these are actually like dark magicians, black magicians. I mean, not even, that's almost giving them making them sound cool. They're they're just like evil, like dark beings that are manipulating.
That reminds me of when you mentioned Indian, like dark Indian tribes that live as nomads, and they practice eating flesh and drinking their own urine and cutting themselves, drinking their blood. I remember seeing an episode of Wild Boys. I don't know if this is the same type of people you're talking about, where Steve-O and Chris Pontius went to visit this tribe that is like an evil dark tribe, and they were just scared themselves interacting with them because they kept trying to bite him and shit. Steve-O kept he was getting bitten by the people.
Yep. Yeah, those beings are like similar, you know. And even they are like the ones that are just out in the wilderness are more like they're just doing their own thing, I guess. But they're still dark forces. But then there are other ones where they were literally paid by the British, like the sadhus. What are they called? These I'm trying to remember. There's a name for them, like the Aghoris. Like the Aghoris were like actually paid to like eat human flesh and make like that stuff look gnarly.
All right. Was this out? Yeah, because they colonized India and corrupted some of the Indians.
Yes.
Yeah, the British are some of the most evil, vile people throughout history.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, and
they even treated their own like shit, like the peasants and that would fucking be taken to torture chambers in the dungeons and just fucking brutalized.
I mean, just like the history of where you're at is like, just like you can just look at that and just be like, why? Why did they do that? And then even what they did to Ireland, like what they did to the US. I mean, like people think the US is independent, but I mean, this was all like contrived, you know?
Yeah.
Like, why is the US the way it is? It's like, you know,
because they're British descendants, a lot of them, the founders.
Mm-hmm. They all
speaking Columbus Day.
Like,
yeah,
they had homes in London, like Benjamin Franklin. He lived in France and London. Like, I mean, none of them were like American, like we would think of it now.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a Freemason too, and he was part of the Hellfire Club. They're all part of these fucking diabolical groups.
Yeah, and they found bodies in his basement. Like,
yeah, they had holes drilled in their head. They were children bodies. Yeah, was that to extract certain? Also. Yeah. Was that? Did they do that to extract like certain chemical secretions, or
the authors
devouring of the brain?
They claimed it was because he was doing anatomy experiments, but at that time they already had like anatomy texts, like Grey's Anatomy had been around, and like the doctors of the time didn't need to do anything like that to like see what a bone looked like, you know?
Exactly.
Like, so he just used that as like they call it, you know, it's like scientific cover. They're like, oh, it was for science, but yeah, they're basically doing what you're saying.
Yeah, because I remember even Doug saying, when he was talking about the Eldora documentary, whatever it's called, and there's images of young kids with their skulls cracked open from the stock of being bunted from the stock of the gun, and the soldiers would eat the brains of the young boys to get the testosterone as a satanic sacrament. Yeah. So
or whatever
probably
reason
what they were doing.
Gotta do it. Whatever they.
But how do you not die from a fucking bacterial infection when you're eating raw brain?
I mean, because like,
I guess if you take a swig of strong alcohol straight after.
Like, for starters, I think.
I thought they just ate it raw. From what I heard, just thought they just straight up ate it like a fucking animal. Nothing to add there. All right. Yeah, but yeah, all the American founding fathers were purely evil.
They cook it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
They were satanic, slave owners, fucking child rapists, women rapists.
Yeah.
You name it.
Yeah. Fucking George
and big
Washington
hypocrites.
Here.
Massive hypocrites, because they would condemn other men for practicing homosexuality, and at the same time they would get fucked in the ass by their own house slaves. Like George Washington, I think he'd have his own house slave dressed up, and Washington would dress up like a woman and get fucked in the ass.
Holy
so they
shit.
Yeah, massive hypocrites. They condemn others for being gay while they were participating in homosexual acts themselves.
They never consider themselves to be Christian. They call themselves deists. So
yeah. Oh, you don't have to be a Christian now to condemn others for having same gender sex.
No, of course not. But there's just There's this lie that that's what makes America so strong was Christianity. So
yeah, a big misconception of the popular thinking now all Christians. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Francis Bacon called America the New Atlantis. That's really what it is. But ironically, it was dark. Yes. But ironically, it was dark magicians that destroyed Atlantis. So.
Yeah.
It's just what's this fucking brutality, man? Just fucking taking all these fucking people's land away and killing them, raping them, and betraying tears and this and that, and
the audacity you gotta have is just mind-boggling. I would never consider doing anything like taking someone's land and killing them all. That's just pure satanic, evil shit. And the American people want to idolize the founding fathers. Like, wake the fuck up, pull your head out of your ass.
Thank you.
Delusional cattle.
Yeah, the right to take down these fucking statues of George Washington and all these fucking people.
Yeah.
And,
Thank you.
Definitely. Robert E. Lee never wanted a statue to be put up, but they did it anyway. And it's taken fucking over 150 years to taking statues down. And thank God for Fort Bragg to be fucking renamed.
And already the Republicans are trying to put motions out to rename them back to the old names. That's the funny part.
General Moore was a fantastic. I'm going to call him Moore, of course, but generally he became a general. But he was fantastic. He was a great leader. Yeah, of course they would. Yeah. Bragg is a fucking piece of shit.
Yes. But
I mean.
What Realtek is emphasizing is the fact that Bragg was not only reprehensible as an individual, but that he was an incompetent general.
Yes, just like Sherman or fucking of course what's the other guy? Damn it!
Right. By the way. Brendan Zoget has rejoined us, and Mark Heish has joined us. So,
hello, Mark.
Welcome aboard, dear Mark, and thank you for joining us. Let's test your audio. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, thank you for having me on, Douglas. Mic check, and how's everyone doing?
Doing good. We can hear you.
Much the better for you joining us. As a matter of fact, I want you to know I actually got several questions that were inspired by the question you asked about the Civil War that I should actually respond to now that I think about it, because of what we had brought up about it being a race war between the two white races, the Anglo-Dutch people in the north, overwhelmingly ethnically Anglo-Dutch, and the overwhelmingly Gallo-Celtic people of the south, and how these were essentially...
Well, one thing I want to say is, which is not brought out a lot, on the subject, that there were more white slaves in America than black slaves.
Yeah, right. I've heard that. I haven't researched into. I know there were lots of white slaves. There were a lot of white slaves. I don't know if demographically it was that disproportionate, but I'll do research on that. It was definitely a lot more than people suspect. And
I'm not 100% sure either, but there were a lot.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
I did more research on myself also.
Yeah, I appreciate
another
that.
thing too. Another thing Hassan talks about also was breed cattle farms for African Americans. You know, that's who they had.
Right. You're talking
Use them
about
for breeding stock. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
In other words, chattel slavery had breeding camps for slaves where generations of slaves were born. Yes, that's quite correct.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
But what is your understanding of the ethnic composition of those slaves? My understanding was that they were exclusively for black stock. Was that not the case, or do you know of something else, something different, where they might have been subbreeding certain groups for, say, for instance, sexual slavery, specifically where they were probably breeding lighter and lighter elements? Are you familiar with any of this, or?
Yeah, okay. They were doing that somewhat, but the Civil War ended all that, so I mean, they were getting more close to
perfecting a slave race, essentially.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm not trying to undermine it as some type of statistic, but you know, it's just, you know, it's something.
I can imagine the categorization of different slaves and such.
Yeah.
Like having full-on dark Nubians for the slave laborers, and trying to breed the women with the white people to make lighter skin ones, for sex slaves.
Yes.
That's right. Well, that's right. Generally.
Know, Clark Gable was considered to be actually an African American. So,
I mean, again, that's something I'd have to look into. Not that I have any personal skin in the game, to use a pun.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where the one thing I did notice is that, let's just put it this way. One thing I ran into in a liberal, progressive, educational, academic environment was that there were a lot of black people who became very emphatic about anybody who was famous, successful. They would cop them. They would jack them. In other words, they say, you know, he's really black. And, you know, this guy's really black.
Yeah, that's true also.
Yeah, and I ran across Beethoven was black. And I'm like, really?
I remember saying that, yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And then Admiral Yamamoto was black. And I'm like, really? But nevertheless, I got a cop to it.
Yeah, or like fucking like this, my fucking friend says some fucking crazy shit about if you were samurai, you had to be black ancestry. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Oh my god!
The first president of the United States was black.
They try to make the first humans were black, the first god was black, all that.
And the fucking and they have a fucking picture of him and shit. So photography wasn't invented in the 1840s. It wasn't around.
Yeah, sorry, Mark. What were you
John
going to say?
Hanson.
Right.
Sorry.
Right. No. I was going to ask. Are they trying to say John Hanson was president before George Washington?
Yes.
Interesting. I'll just look that up for, just the entertainment value, if nothing else. It's a fascinating concept.
Correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Cleopatra Greek from Greece?
I was just going to say, that was
she was not fucking black.
That's
not fucking black.
Right. I mean,
stupid, man.
Well, we do need to be careful. What we can say is that she was she wasn't black would be enough. When you add the emphatic, when you add the F word there, it gets it becomes, how would I say it? Then people begin to get it sounds almost like it's derisive. Let's put it that way. So
okay, I'm sorry.
No, I get it because I can get that emphatic at times. It's just for the sake of being
Just to clarify, we're not degrading the blacks about this. We're just saying that they're going a bit too far, saying everything derives from black people,
or rather
originate.
A better way to express that would be that there are certain elements of black subculture that become obsessed with trying to blackify as much of history as possible, as much of humanity as possible. I mean, if basically when the conventional scientists, and by the way, just so people understand this, obviously my take on Cleopatra is I've heard about, the Black Cleopatra and the rest of this. And Brendan, hey, Mr. Valerian Root, let's see if he's copped out yet. If he's sawing wood, or if he's awake. If he's awake, he's actually got some stuff to say about this. Brendan, are you there? Man, how did he get back online? I mean, did he do that in his sleep? I mean, and he managed to stay on mute. At least I'll give him that, so we don't hear him snoring and farting and shit. So,
like Joe Ty.
Yeah, or to be fair, Aristides the other day. It was actually Brendan who muted Aristides the other day because I don't know how to do that shit. Aristides went off mute and he was snoring the other day. Did you hear that, Aristides? Did you play back and hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chichoa got you.
Chichoa
got you.
Yeah.
No, being tired.
Yeah, he was tired.
I'll try to be more careful.
Yeah, thank you. Deeply appreciate it. I love your 12 gauge. Love your 12 gauge insert there. Damn, that's big enough for some lady to diddle herself with. I like the idea of that. Yeah, Brendan left. Jesus Christ, that's cute. He comes on, he leaves without saying a word. It's like I don't know. It's kind of like his presence, I guess, is just comforting. But he was speaking, for instance. It was Brendan who can go into this in more depth. But the way that Brendan sees the Egyptian timeline was that basically the Black Pharaohs came in pretty much at the Egyptian twilight. That's when you had the Nubian kingdom kind of overwhelmed northern Egypt at that time, when you had the Black Pharaohs. But that might have been after Cleopatra is my understanding of it. So it was kind of like the real twilight of the Egyptian era, as the chronology stands for his research. Of course, Egypt is one of those civilizations that everyone wants, so everyone's going to jack it. And like I said, you've got this, just so people understand my stance on this, I want people to understand that the conventional Western anthropological paradigm is highly politicized. And people just do not understand how politicized it is. It is disgusting. It is politicized now, where the dogma is we all evolved out of Africa and that we spread. And that they literally say that at some point there was a choke point in which literally there was only a few thousand people that then basically gave birth to the entire human race. I'm not quite sure that I dismiss that completely, but that's kind of like taking it to the point where that's conventional science, by the way. People can look this up themselves. Don't take my word for it. The conventional scientists say this is, quote unquote, the way it was. I mean, at that point, you may as well just go with Adam and Eve. I mean, if you're going to say it's just a few thousand people that gave birth to the entire human race, you might as well just say it was two. But when they, and they're saying that's long after we were, quote unquote, coming out of Africa. But when you go through that paradigm, what the Western politically correct scientists are saying is that we're all black anyway. So when you get these extreme black subcultures that are saying this guy's black and this guy's black, then the question you could present to them, well, isn't that redundant since the conventional science claims we're all black anyway, quote unquote, originally? I mean, it's all like part of the weirdness of this whole skin game. But the one thing I will confess is that when they do the blackification, where they actually take kind of like Photoshop and they put this black coloration to some of these people, I have to admit, with Admiral Yamamoto, I could almost see it. When they put that up there and they say he was really black, and they, blackify him with just basically smearing blackface on him with Photoshop, I'd have to say, yeah, I could almost see that, but yeah, I still don't believe it. But it's like,
Did they have gunpowder back in his days?
Let's just put it this way. It's just certain people just have certain facial features that you could say look negroid. It's the correct anthropological term. You would just say, oh, okay, I can see a negroid feature in this person. But
look at Ian West's hair.
Yeah, well, Ian West is, it's just like Brooke said, he's basically a black Jew. Ian West is a black Jew who hates himself. He's a black Jew who hates himself.
Like Lenny Kravitz.
Yeah, it's something like that. He's like, oh my God. I mean, Ian West.
My mother's the same way too.
Oh God, what is she ethnically?
Like you.
Oh my fucking God. Oh, I was drinking liquid Coke. That all went up my nose. Holy shit. Okay, that's. Oh my God.
German, Lithuanian, Polish, Jewish.
Oh my God. That's how did that happen? What I mean, like, how did her parents meet?
I don't remember.
Wow. Okay.
I don't really know how they met.
Okay.
I have to ask her again.
So that's why she had a black boyfriend. No, that was your grandmother had the black boyfriend.
Yes.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Oh God.
I don't know. And supposedly there's a person that looks like my grandmother that they met me one. Her son met me one time, and I talked to him, and I was going to do the DNA test, but I decided not to do it. Grandma, her parents, her family, she had a child out of wedlock, and gave a child up for adoption, but I just didn't do it. And then when I told him I didn't want to do it, he didn't. Just don't talk to me, the guy, anymore. So I think it was just a bunch of lies. But
wow,
I think
real tech.
I'm thinking what you said.
I was going to say that would kind of explain the real tech. That would kind of explain the baby's arm you got there, bud. You know
the what? The what?
Baby's a big penis.
Oh,
right. Yeah. Oh, good point. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Monster. Yeah. What was that shit called? BBBW. Yeah.
So
what the fuck is
it
called?
Yeah. So yeah, go on.
I think she just met. I think she just met her. I met him one time. My grandfather in she was working at or something. I had to ask my mother again. I forget. But I do have the divorce papers. So
a nice memento.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I guess. Oh my God. Yeah. So Brendan, let's see if he's like Brendan. You came back on. Are you awake, or is this something you're doing in your sleep? Okay, cool. He's there. Brendan,
I'm here. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Cleopatra. When did the Nubian kingdom kind of overwhelm Egypt at its twilight, and when we started getting some black pharaohs? That was after Cleopatra chronologically. Could you give us the what you know about?
It was a brief time in. It was a kingdom called the Kushite Empire.
Thank you. Go on.
Yeah. So it was the 25th dynasty. So it's going to be like pre-Cleopatra.
Okay.
But by the time those kings ruled even Sudan, they were very fied. So they were Africans, but they had Kemet, they were building pyramids. They had a Kemetian pantheon. Mm-hmm. So they were pretty much Egyptians anyways.
They were acculturated. They were
acculturated to Egypt. They were very much, and even the king of what is called Kush, like he had, because they marry the royal bloodlines together, just like we do nowadays with princes and princesses, they actually had lineage to the pharaohs. So that's where this whole concept comes,
okay.
And then they call it a Nubian invasion, but it's like, they just took advantage of the, Egypt losing its power at that time.
Okay.
So we're talking in the late BCs here, 744 BC to 712, and then also almost 100 years previous, 600 to 650. So,
So, but wouldn't that also be considered a time when the Bronze Age collapsed?
This is post Bronze Age collapse.
Okay.
So the strength of what we would consider quote unquote Egypt, it has long been degraded by the time the black people took over. Right. The Sudanese, the Sudanese. Yeah. The Kushite Empire.
Yeah. And then
so this kind of
go on.
Yeah. This kind of idea, I find it, I don't know how to say it nicely, but you know how they do "We Were Kings."
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was Daniel Arola used to hump off that "We was kings and shit." Yeah, kings.
Yeah, he makes fun of them, but
kings.
I mean, what were the Filipinos doing at the same time? But anyway, but the point is, like, they were Egyptian kings, but they weren't exactly pharaohs. And then on top of that, it takes away all of the African empires that were way more. I mean,
thank you.
You know, way more important to African history than the Egyptians were in that sense. Like, I mean, even pre-Islam, I mean, there were so many huge kingdoms in Africa that got lost to time. Yes. Even in South Africa, there were settlements from literally 100,000 years ago with full cities they found, and people like what's that guy's name? Michael Tellinger. Like they always have to like go in and whitewash it, you know.
That's awful.
And like so when they say we were pharaohs, it takes away from all this high African culture that they could actually say we were these people.
Thank you.
And even Plato's Atlantis was actually, he claimed remnants of it. Like Plato himself talks about it being in North Africa. So it's like it's like it's a psyop. I think it's a psyop to actually bring the African Americans down.
Thank you.
You know, to make them think, oh, we
make
were
them
Egyptian.
forget about all the greater civilizations and only focus on Egypt.
Exactly. So then they lose their culture.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're losing their culture in another way. It's a colonization of the mind.
Thank you.
You know?
Excellent.
Because,
well, you know, it's it's like some people say that Africa was really named after an African queen, not Scipio Africanus. I don't know what the
I mean the real name of Africa has nothing to do with like the Romans, but all they do is they put a K, Africa. They just use the German spelling or like the European spelling. It's kind of like, I mean, there were real names, and Africa is the heart chakra of the world, so it has so much. I mean, like, it's the most biodiverse place. It's actually one of the biggest continents. Like, there's so much there, but it's like, especially the African Americans in the U.S. are like totally alienated from that knowledge.
Well, it's been heavily colonized, and all the minerals and natural resource being harvested from other foreign nations.
Yes,
like France.
Yeah, and China and all that. Yeah, a lot of countries.
Everyone pretty much except the Africans.
They're the ones not benefiting.
And another thing, like, I don't want to call out all these people too much, but like, it's like, and the fact that all these like new age, I don't know what to call them, like the woke kind of, that's not even the right term, like the modern African Americans that go for that whole
revisionist history,
the new agey stuff, and then they end up going down like the Islam path, because it's like they're against Christianity, they're against all this stuff, and then they get stuck on the Islam, but the Islam is like it like did more damage to Africa than anything else, really.
They enslaved blacks,
but they never ever go there. It's like they'll never admit that. It's very strange to me. Like the brainwashing in Islam is huge. I mean, not that I'm against Islam, so,
well, there's certain things about Islam.
Peace to the prophets.
Yeah, there's certain things about that culture that you can admire, and certain
it's a Semitic
things you don't
culture.
like.
It's a Semitic culture.
Warrior.
It's a Semitic warrior culture. So there's no like the colonized beings can't be like waving that flag later and say like, oh, we're free now. It's very strange. Like, that's how I would say
it's basically where it comes from. Unfortunately, this is, of course, many people will find this incredibly offensive, but where that comes from is the incredible Islamic recruiting machine in American prisons. And because American prisons are such a disproportionate amount of the American population, people just don't get it, that the American prison system is industrial scale, and there's no other nation on earth that, proportionate to its population, has as many people in prison as America does. And unfortunately, because of the economic dynamics of ghettoization and impoverishment being one of the factors, many of the people in prison, again, racism is a very big factor here that can't be denied, are black. And then the recruiting of Islam in prisons has been astronomically, pulling up a black population that gets Islamized out of the prison system. And then that's where you get a lot of this. It leaks into the black culture that way, basically kind of influences many other people to go in that direction as well. Sometimes, of course, when you have something like the Nation of Islam, which is very different, that's not accepted by conventional Islam, that's considered a cult by conventional Islam. That's I would say, like just the formation of a different communitarian identity that has, for some reason, taken on various other oddball aspects, like science fictional aspects, like they picked up William Shaver's concept of the Dero, which he got from how do you pronounce it, Brendan? The Degua? How do you say that again? You say it so perfectly. Dwegar. Yeah, and you actually see this appear in Black Muslim animation. They'll talk about that we all started underground, and before the mad scientist created the white man. So there's these science fictional aspects, and then they took on Scientology, and it got weirder, and there's still some connection between that and Peter Moon, who, he'll describe this independent way that he, came upon the Moors, and he'll say, I was with the Moorish communities, and so he'll basically express a lot of this.
Yeah, that's another trip.
Yeah. It is.
Y'all are talking about Yaku.
Yaku. It's you're awake.
Yeah.
How are you awake?
I couldn't let this conversation pass by because I got to straighten my white brother out.
Yes, thank you. And tell us a bit about, of course, the architect of Washington, D.C.
Cleopatra was a part of the high dynastic period. Mm-hmm. And I'm not as, there are many Egyptian scholars who have debated over the years and have written books about these types of things, that you could get the real history of Egypt. The Egyptians that you see now are not the real Egyptians. That's why you look at the hieroglyphics on the wall, you can see all the colors and all the coloration. You can even read books from Herodotus, who would tell you that they were black, the faces were black and the skin was black. And all these people who built the pyramids, Imhotep, who was the precursor to Hippocrates.
The Hippocratic Oath, yes.
Imhotep.
Imhotep was a doctor.
These are things that people don't want to admit, and this is where we talk about the woke. You mentioned that, and people can't understand. Most Europeans can't describe what woke is, and woke just means that you're coming into certain knowledge that these scholars have researched. And I'm not talking about just pick up a book or listen to some guy talk a whole bunch of crap. This is stuff that has been unearthed, has been researched by white scholars, by all different scholars all over the world. You got to read books by Professor Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Ben Yochanan. These guys will tell you exactly what happened. There's a guy right now that takes a group of people over to Egypt every year and explains how the hieroglyphs are read and where the dynastic periods are and what they meant and all the great things that came out of that. The University of Timbuktu is where people came from all over Asia, and Europe, way before anything was done. Mathematically, all these things come out of Egypt, which is part of Africa, the high Nile Valley civilizations. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but people are going to try and discount it and downplay it as if it's just a bunch of Muslims saying a bunch of stuff. And there are groups of people who are trying to raise consciousness and raise the profile and the dignity of African Americans, after all these years of receiving these indignities, that, sometimes they don't have their facts exactly right, but it does not dissuade from the fact that these things are true. We can go all the way back, like you said, you guys were mentioning about, and I learned this, from actually freaking Glenn Beck. There were 11 presidents before the beginning of the
Constitution.
Right. Before we started the Constitutional Republic, we had the Continental Congress, and several of the founders of the Continental Congress were Moors, one of which being Elias Boudinot, and they were responsible for laying the foundation. All these principles that you see in law and all these principles they got from the Moors. Okay. To start the Constitution. So that, again.
And also Native Americans.
Yes, they were Americans. They were, at that time, they had come over to be American, to be a part of America.
No, I'm saying that a lot of also the.
Well, I think what Realtek is referring to is the Iroquois Confederacy and the fact that much of our Constitution almost plagiarizes it. What I'm wondering, Troy, is with Peter Moon and his involvement with the Moors, how does he never seems to be able to express this. He tries to express that there's this deep Moorish history, that basically the Moors were here before many whites. You've heard Peter allude to this, and yet he's never able to articulate it. Almost like there's a hypnotic block there. You've just articulated and expressed in detail something that, what do you think's going on with that dynamic?
Well, again, people. This is what the fear of woke is. When you realize, oh shit, black people just weren't slaves, and they're not just boxers and basketball players and football players. This is a lot of stuff that people don't understand.
And rappers.
You can blind people to thinking, oh, you guys are just animals who couldn't read. Of course, we didn't speak the language. This is not our language. This is not our country. But there's another book by he's a deceased writer, but his name was Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. He wrote a book that says, entitled "They Came Before Columbus."
Right.
That clearly explains that Columbus didn't discover a damn thing.
Right.
He didn't discover his own meat unless he was jacking off.
Thank you. Yes.
My point is this. There's a lot of, if you look throughout all of Mesoamerica, or you look through Central America, there are black villages. There are black villages in China. There are black people. And then, it's not like you say, oh, black people populate the whole earth. But these, we've been on Earth for a couple years now. We've survived everything. And the culture obviously spread throughout. Even down to a place, you ever heard of the Spanish song? And now we're in Hispanic Heritage Month, and I got to teach that to my students. And you ever heard that song by Richie Valens? Ba la la ba la bamba.
Yeah. Go on.
That song actually is an African slave song, because many of the Africans who were enslaved in Texas escaped into Mexico, and then they taught the Mexicans that song. It's an African proverb song. Mm-hmm. People don't realize that. That's where Richie Valens got it from. He got it from the slaves that escaped into Mexico and taught them. There are Mexican villages, they call them Morenos.
Yes.
That they learned all that culture from the black Mexicans.
Yeah, well,
it's a lot of little things that people don't realize. And again, we only get to talk about it during Black History Month for the 28 days that Black History Month is. And then all of a sudden everybody realizes, well, damn, who discovered the stoplight? Who invented the internet? This is shit that this ain't no bullshit. And it's not to denigrate make nobody else feel bad by uplifting your people. This is where the Republicans and conservatives got to get out of that, because it's a zero-sum game for them. It's either good for us and nobody else, or it's bad for everybody.
How does the internet fit in?
Huh?
The internet. You were bringing up.
There are people who invented. I can't remember her name. There's a lady who helped invent. I don't know if it was necessarily the internet, but I know it had something to do with the modem and all, the whole 9 yards. I got to go through all that too. Okay. Because again, this is not stuff that I'm taught. As a kid, you don't get taught these kinds of things. You just find out about them as adults, and then you start listening to stuff, and you realize, wait a minute, there's a lot of stuff that people didn't like. Nobody like tonight. Y'all were talking about how the Masons helped build DC and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
I guarantee you, only you and I have heard of probably Benjamin Banneker.
Thank you. I wanted you to bring that up. Yes,
I bet.
Yeah. Who was in that?
Stevie, you guys heard about that?
Yeah. Realtek has.
You ever heard of Benjamin Banneker?
Yeah. He was the guy who designed Washington D.C. from the ground up, essentially.
He developed the almanac. He built the clock. Here's a lot of different things that he invented, but he'll never get credit for because nobody talks about it in those terms. You can't just, now if you start talking about it, you start talking about it in terms of Black history, which America is not built on Black history. It's built on European history.
Well, the identity. The identity is built on a European identity.
Exactly.
So which of course is not inclusive, and in fact, the attempt is to acculturate people to this European paradigm that is changing. So, but not that I'm protesting.
Even down to the Madonna and Child all throughout Europe, all the images of Madonna and Child are Black.
Well, especially in Poland. In Poland, the Black Madonna.
Poland and all throughout Eastern Europe.
Yeah. So that it's definitely all this is appreciated. How do you, especially in occupied Florida, you're teaching math. How do you get away with presenting this to the kids without somebody turning you in, so to speak?
I generally don't. You do exactly. I try not. I don't do that at school. Black History Month, I'll give them a few facts, but I won't go into it. I just present, things that they may not have realized got invented by certain people or certain things happen. We can discuss that, openly, but I won't try and indoctrinate them. People have to find out on their own, and when they do, they'll realize that there are a lot of things and it creates more respect for one another.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
So I don't really try to proselytize or indoctrinate my students with that kind of stuff. The places that you can do that kind of stuff is in church, or at maybe a program or something that somebody's putting on. You realize there are certain things that people have and culturally been denied of, and just it creates discussion, and that's all we want. Nobody's trying to overturn the world by making everybody realize that, but you have to realize it because the truth is the truth, and when you don't operate in truth, you can't operate rightly. You won't have the right spirit if the truth can't be told.
Yeah, well, I definitely appreciate your sharing this, and it certainly
y'all woke me up.
We did, yes, we did.
We weren't just clarify. We weren't discrediting blacks in any way or form.
Oh, I don't think Troy felt that, but yeah,
all right. Just to make sure. Well, just saying like how African Americans primarily identify their roots and history and idolize Egypt and not acknowledge all the greater civilizations they've established throughout history in Africa and such. All of that knowledge has been wiped out, so there's very little that they know about their true history.
Yeah,
and their establishment.
You also have this movement where the original Hebrew. This is especially in light of today's thing. You all talked about some really interesting things earlier tonight about the two nations that will benefit the most, not only from this conflict that's going on now, but also from, I've said this years ago, the only two countries that benefit from Trump's presidency are Russia and Israel.
Yes.
But now there's a movement afoot where people are starting to realize, or being taught, or being given information that the original Hebrews also, or some of the Africans that were enslaved. You go over to there's a church in Georgia where they have a Bible that was brought off the slave ship that was written in Aramaic and Hebrew, which is a variation of Hebrew, and that's what the Africans use to do. And there are still tribes in Africa. The Limba tribe in Africa still observes all the Hebrew rituals, all of the ceremonies, the holy days, everything.
Well, just to verify what you're saying, to validate it, I do want people to understand that the Israelis, in their extreme racism, because they also have a European-based cultural identity spectrum, they were denying the Limba tribe any genetic connection until basically an Israeli who was trying to deconstruct or debunk or disprove the Limba claim, administered genetic tests that actually proved the Limba were Jewish. It really was proven genetically. The Israelis shot themselves in the foot with that because technically
they've been doing that. There's been lies. There's been lies for forever. Yes. I'm going to show you how connected some of the European Jews were when they originally, before the Balfour Declaration, they really wanted to colonize parts of Nigeria as their
they had all kinds of candidates. One of them was Uganda. The other was Madagascar. There was Madagascar, Uganda, parts of Nigeria. Right. It's just whatever they could grab.
Africa, because that's where it really was. But they settled on the Middle East because the British had already carved out. Well, there was also, they had already started wiring money and doing all kinds of things over in Palestine prior to 1947. We're talking about 1933.
Yeah, no, definitely. What was I going to say about some other things that this brought up when it came to... Anyhow, do me a favor, gentlemen. Keep talking. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll go mute. But
I had to chime in.
No. I appreciate it. And I definitely want you to... I do want people to know as well. Certainly, some of the statues in Egypt, I can't remember the names of the statues in particular, but I believe they're along the lines of the Nile through some ancient dam or aqueduct system that some of the statues look pointedly or pronouncedly Negroid in their features. So
there's no question about that.
Yeah.
Herodotus pointed that out. That's why Napoleon shot the noses off the Sphinx, because it looked Negroid.
Okay.
That's not weather. Those are guns.
Yeah, this is what brings us back to what the question I'll leave you with before I take a short break here. I want you to answer this, and I can review it on record later. Was what do you feel about the tremendous colonial destructiveness of Islam? Islam, because they try to prevent any worship of idols, will destroy all kinds of cultural icons, like the Taliban who blew up the Buddhas in Afghanistan that were thousands of years old, with this kind of destructive attitude towards other cultures, this intolerance. And its history of slavery. What we were discussing was the Islamization of many blacks, because they go into an anti-Christian trip because they don't want to be Europeanized. But then Islam is not really the answer or the option that is presenting anything truly different. It's also a history of abuse and slavery as well. So how do you...
I should just go back to being polytheist.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Personally, I would agree with that, yes.
There are a lot of schools of thought on that. W.D. Farad, who is the so-called prophet of Islam, the Muslims, he was half European, half black guy, was propped up and sent to America to proselytize other people to turn to Islam, to divide the country originally during World War II.
Yes.
Prior to World War II. And so the proliferation of this religion just comes out of nowhere, but it was giving black men a sense of community and unity that allowed them to not fear, the reprisals of other white communities. like what had happened in Oklahoma and Rosewood and other places like that. They would never go into a neighborhood like Philadelphia or New York where there was a whole bunch of Muslims, because they had guns and stuff too.
Right.
So it was more of a self-preservation type thing. And most of the guys observed the rituals because the principles of Islam are supposed to bring peace. But like you said, the results of it normally have been reprisals and violence. So to a certain extent, depending on what sect you're in.
Right.
When Malcolm X and those guys were going through town, they weren't staging violent marches and other things like that. There was no real reports of violence at their events and their rallies. But it sounds like it because, again, it's very spiritual. So when you go to a black church and you hear the preacher, yeah, and he's hollering and screaming and sweating like he's, it's very different. It's a very different culture from white religion. You go to Catholic church, it's get up, say a prayer, go down, say, my knees, you got to have good knees to go to Catholic church.
At least in the old days. I think they changed that because of all the senior citizens. Most of the flock is seniors these days. I don't think they do that shit anymore. It's thank you for your input on the Muslim aspect, because I think that's been in its own way very destructive.
I appreciate it.
Look up W.D. Farad.
Yeah.
And Wallace Farad. He was sent here.
I spoke
from Europe.
I spoke of him at length in the past, back in the Revolution Radio days. You might have heard me talking about that. So what I'll do, like I said, I'll be mute for a bit, but I
gotta go to bed too.
Okay, well, we love you dearly, Troy. Hugs. Thank you so much for joining us. And
good information, man.
Yeah.
Hey, no problem.
Yes, and we appreciate it.
Take
believe
care.
me. Okay, thank you. And so with that, those remaining, do handle it. I'm going to be back in a few moments. How can I say this? Good God, Brendan, where on earth did you ever get the impression that I had a double chin? I mean, oh my God, I was talking to Brooke about that.
You got upset about that? I didn't mean it literally like you.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, holy shit, where did you? It's like, oh my fucking God. You just gotta remember the people who are tuning in and they see my what I've got up there on YouTube. They're confused enough already because of what the enemy always is saying. The enemy's always claiming Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. He's really some Thai guy from the Philippines and shit, and this crazy shit that when you throw in stuff like that, people get more confused. Just be careful about that. It's mostly that.
Did someone ask you about it?
No. I was talking with Brooke about that because she's seen me on camera, and I'll talk to you privately about that. If I talk to you gentlemen, any of you gentlemen about this, it'll be privately. There's other developments that have been happening recently, so we can't talk about them publicly, but privately I can talk about them. But definitely, I'll tell you something. Everything we said about Glamour concerning certain individuals, you wouldn't believe the shit she's been seeing. So it's when these people are contacting her. I did mention, of course, that Joe Tai got through the block. She blocked him. Then Joe Tai wound up being able to call her anyway and tell him.
It's weird. How do they have that ability? The same thing happened. I could have sworn I blocked Arola.
On
Skype, and then all of a sudden he sends a whole nother
essay in
5 paragraphs. Yeah.
So something that took him half a day to write. Go.
Yeah. I mean, you can't unblock from that another. It has to be the enemy.
It's definitely deep state. It's definitely
there's or magic. I mean,
that too. That's,
super Jin. Jin can do that because
it's true.
They have access to the other side.
No, it's true. And whoever thinks that, these guys are off the deep
there's
end.
many beings. It's not just Jin. I can't just blame it on Jin. There's so many beings they can use to do the stuff.
But by the way, whoever thinks we're indulging ourselves, in the old days on YouTube, you could find it, but they've completely scrubbed it. But that Dynamo motherfucker, if you took a look at, probably you'll find it on Deep Web or Dark Web. If you look up that Dynamo character on Deep Web or Dark Web and just saw some of the shit he could do, Yeah, it's not him, really. It is the jinn. It's these other entities.
Christians
Christians would call them demons. Christians would just say he's cavorting with demons. And it's pretty fucking close. I mean, really, at that point, you may as well be.
Except demons wouldn't like lower themselves
Thank
to
you.
manipulating the physical.
Thank you. It's like
that would be. They'd be pissed if they even do that. They'd have to be heated.
Thank you. With jinn, however, they're malevolent.
The
like
jinn,
that.
they deliberately get involved. It's like you always have to ask. They ask you for a wish.
Yeah.
Like what entity, who comes up to you on the street and is like, I'll give you whatever you want, like you would look at them and be like, yeah, this is weird, right?
Yes, of course.
But when it's a jinn, everyone's like, yeah, I want 3 wishes. And this is an important point, but in Sanskrit, the root word vish means poison.
Yeah.
So every time, they push this whole wishing shit, it's poison to the mind. I mean,
it really is.
So when everyone's in that Disney mindset, we're like, I'm gonna wish for this and wish for that, and I wish this, and that's actually poisoning your mind.
Yeah.
And that's why the jinn offer that. Like it's a barter. Like you give them your soul, and they give you 3 wishes, which it always ends up. You see all the movies and all the stories, it never ends up right.
Yeah, it's just
comes with the price.
Yeah, monkey's paws. They call them monkey's paws. Is what they call them.
Exactly.
Yes.
That whole conundrum comes up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after you die, you serve them, and your spirit serves them.
Yeah. No, it's awful. No, it's awful. Yeah. You're a plaything. You become a plaything for a malevolent entity that hates you. That's Dynamo's fate is that. That's what he's headed towards. But he fucks with electronics. So a lot of the electronics really get fucked with when it comes to this kind of phenomenon. At any rate,
There's like some physical stuff too, but yeah, pretty much it's like that.
No, it's true.
Like he puts his hand through glass, and then there was the one, and it's funny they even call it a trick. It's so cheesy, where he touches the fountain, like a running water fountain.
It freezes.
It freezes over.
Dude, there's nothing that guy does that is possible by any conventional physics. I mean, if he's like doing just normal shit for maybe but he doesn't do that. You see him, he'll do things
it's not
like
illusion,
it's like he's walking on water, and they'll say, oh, somehow he's and you hear these stupid people trying to explain it away, and they'll say incredibly stupid things like there's mechanisms, there's all this, and
there's like clear glass boxes inside of, like you can see glass in a pool.
Thank you. Just
like, there's no
incredibly stupid things they say. No, and
he's doing is a lot further up above what David Blaine's doing, because David Blaine does a lot of magician trick, just regular.
There's illusion. Tricks. There's illusion too, but also Blaine uses entities. I mean,
he's
open. He's actually pretty open about it.
He can stop himself from bleeding when he pierces himself and shit. The jinn can stop the blood flow and all that crap. And he has an all-seeing eye tattoo on his hand. I don't know if that has anything with doing invoking the jinn.
Of course,
yeah, he's branded.
Yeah, exactly. He owes someone something.
Yeah, definitely. And it's anyhow. So I'll be back in a few minutes. By all means, carry on. Then I'll come back and ask a few more questions, and try to segue towards the monologue, and then I do want to answer some questions that people had asked before I get into monologue, just because all of you are here and whatnot. But okay, for now, I'll be mute, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah. I remember hearing about this guy, Roger, I can't pronounce his last name correctly, Roger Morneau, Morneau, it's spelled. He's a French-Canadian. He used to be part of a satanic cult back in the day. I can't remember the years, probably like 50s, 60s. And when he joined the cult, he explained how one of the other cultists was a world-famous surgeon, top surgeon, and he was able to perform surgeries without the patient bleeding because he was getting assistance from these unseen forces, jinn or demons.
Mm-hmm.
He went into a lot of detail about that, and when he joined this cult, he was able to gain certain perks from these demons' gifts.
Yes.
From the high priest, he would contact these spirits, and then he'd demand these spirits to like give him some kind of gift. And what he requested as a gift was he wanted to win in gambling, in horse races and stuff.
Yeah.
And so in his dreams, he'd start getting numbers in his head, and he'd write these numbers down for the horses. And every time he started betting on a horse, he'd always win. And
there you go.
One of the owners of the horse racing tracks started catching on to him. Like he found it very suspicious. You come to this racing track, and you win all the time, and you don't look like a smart person. What's the deal? And he just plays it off dumb. Oh, I'm just lucky, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was banned. He was told to never come back there again because he'll get in deep trouble. And that owner of the horse race track was probably a cultist himself and picked up you're using these demons to cheat at my own business.
Anyone who's in the gambling business is already suspect.
Yeah, if they're winning all the time.
You guys should see my place. It's literally a playground for demons on a daily basis. It's fantastic.
What do you see over there?
Oh,
are you being facetious or are you serious?
No, I'm being 100. I mean, I guess a little bit of everything, but I'm being 100% true. It's just a little human cesspot. So if you think of just like the worst degenerate living
I see
people. Yeah. Just the cesspot of just a concentrated human filth. And basically a playground for adults and, like a watch ground for adults and a place where, if you're an adult and a piece of shit, you could go someplace and say or do whatever the fuck you want and most likely probably get away with it.
You're saying the place you work is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I just mean any place. I mean, you could probably.
You work at a casino.
Resort.
Okay, yeah. I've worked at a casino.
Correct.
Too. It's I'm definitely met people that were.
You could get away with some shit. Absolutely.
Not drugs, but like on some like occult type, or even worse, like mind control victims, and even worse than that.
Oh, we came by a couple of them today. I really can't get into a whole diatribe about it, but basically what happened was somebody was under some severe mind control tonight, and decided to focus on someone that I know, and made some outlandish accusations toward that person, to the point where they were so convinced schizophrenically that these things were true that it actually started to all of us were starting to question it ourselves. We were like, could this be possibly true? Because this person was so dead set on it, and the accusations were so just bizarre. And the more I looked into it, the more I didn't want to look into it, because I just don't want anything to do with it. It'll just eat you up. It'll just take you on this thing, and just the environment. It's a toxic. It's like the anti-gods, man. It's like they just leave.
It's like a vortex.
This fallout everywhere.
You don't want to. Yeah, like don't engage. That's what I would say.
No, that's it. Once you engage, you sort of fall into that
exactly
quicksand. Yeah.
So naturally you just have that.
About the Roger Morneau, his story as he explained it, that reminded me a lot of a King Diamond song called "The Sabbath."
You know about King Diamond?
yeah, he's a hardcore Satanist, and he's proud of admitting it in the public and all that. He was friends with Anton LaVey, and he influenced a lot of heavy metal musicians, bands to become part of Church of Satan and read their books and such. Yeah, but in that song, the lyrics is just similar to Roger Morneau's experience. Come down to the Sabbath, down by the witches and demons are coming. Just follow the magic call. Come to the Sabbath. In the the first verse, at first we light up a fire, and then we hail our Lord. 2 candles of black and white are placed upon the altar, north, south, east, and west, and so we clean the air. High priestess invoking the devil, infernal names are spoken. The ceremonies proceeding, it's time to grant your wishes, like the wishes he was requesting from the high priest. An evil curse, and in this song they're putting a curse on a priest who took the life of an individual that was affiliated with them. But yeah, it was just very similar to that. Yeah, it's like he just tells it exactly how it is in his songs, King Diamond. He's very open about it, like he's proud of it. Oh, did Brandon leave?
Yeah, I think he took off. I think
Yeah, I recommend checking out that interview. I posted it in the regular chat. It's a fucking 3-hour interview, though. It goes for ages. And I can't stand the Christian host interviewing him because they just come off as your typical brainwashed, Americanized, brainwashed Christian retards. But Roger Morneau's story is very interesting.
Yeah, I know that guy. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, the guy in the YouTube chat, Tolkien Study, says he's talked to Roger's kids and done a few videos on Morneau. Interesting. Thanks for providing that.
Yeah. The person that interviewed him always seemed like he was under some type of hypnosis, which is it's really annoying.
And they act like they're not fazed at all by a story. Like they just think, oh, they're above this. I'm like, fucking hell, this is so cringe-inducing. I'm just full on. I was fully interested.
Like he's in the movie.
Yeah. But yeah, when I watched that interview, I was just like, far out. This guy's story is very interesting and a bit shocking. It's just a shame he converted to a Christian cult. Like he joined the Seventh-day Adventist Christian division or whatever it was, because they keep the Sabbath, apparently. There's background noise going on. Oh, sorry. You watching TV? Me? Oh, yeah.
I just watching some YouTube.
Okay. Oh, by the way, when you're watching, how do I say this? Just got
it wasn't real loud.
Yeah, Tolkien Study. That's Brandon Young. So, yes, he says, I'm Brandon, by the way. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, welcome, Brandon. He's welcome to jump on. Shall I call him? I didn't want to do that earlier because I didn't want to wake him up. Welcome.
Did you ever... Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go on.
Did you ever look up anything about Roger Morneau? About his experience joining satanic cults and leaving it?
Oh.
The French Canadian?
I'll tell you the truth. I may have heard of him, but didn't retain anything. Right. Not that I'm saying anything, is to be dismissed about him. I don't know anything about him, really, consciously.
He did a very long interview, like 3 hours, how he was heavily involved in these satanic cults, and told his story in full detail and how he had to try and quit, and he became a Seventh-day Adventist Christian for protection and such. But I don't know if that was probably the best way, but he seemed to live a long time and got out of the cult safely, I guess. But he was getting death threats, most likely, for breaking the oath, because when you join these cults, you undergo certain oaths.
Well, there's also people who are born into them, and I presume that it's just...
He joined it. He wasn't born into it.
Oh, why? Did he say what motivated him to join it?
Oh, yeah, he was attracted to the power, quote-unquote power people will get from joining these cults, because one of the perks he got was he requested a wish from the high priestess to gain from the devils or demons to be able to win any horse race he wanted to gamble in. And in his dreams, after he got that, gained that request for that gift, he started getting numbers showing up in his head about the horses he should bet on. And every horse he started to bet on was winning. He was winning a lot of money. Wow. So it's like, you want to be a top top-notch gambler, you just become a satanic cultist and gain these gifts from these demons, but it'll come at a price down the long run.
You know, we know if someone's winning, we know that that's not right. So that's when we pull the cameras up on you and make you stop. So.
Yeah.
By the way, is that true? Is that true?
Well, that's what happened to this
but
guy.
I mean, you get skills checks. You get skills checks. If there's something that doesn't add up correctly, you get skill checked. I mean, it's a common practice.
Okay.
After he was winning too much, he said, yeah, the guy that run the horse race track called him up to his office and said, you don't look like a smart guy. How can you be winning all this time? And eventually told him to fuck off and never come here again.
That's lucky. That's all he's got.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's oh my god. I
highly recommend checking that interview when you have the free time. I posted it in chat. I'll send it to you directly if that's okay.
Sure. Yes, please. Thank you. Much easier for me that way. And so aside from all of that, it looks like did Brendan say anything before he left, or did he just take off? Just dropped.
He just kind of added into what I was saying.
Okay.
And what Mark was saying.
Okay. Yeah. And then somehow Morneau came up and Brandon was writing about it, and hopefully he... okay, let me see. I don't think I'll call him.
I was also saying...
Yeah.
Roger Morneau's story is very similar to the song called Sabbath from King Diamond, the devoted Satanist in the heavy metal community who's close friends with Anton LaVey. Mm-hmm. I don't think you ever heard of King Diamond.
I've heard of him vaguely, but I never pursued it. Yeah, go on.
It was heavily, like a lot of heavy metal bands in the 80s were heavily influenced by King Diamond. Mm-hmm. Before he was known as King Diamond, he was in a band called Merciful Fate in the early 80s. I think he was in Sweden or Finland, one of those northern European countries, and he came to America. He even did a fucking, I think it was a VH1 or MTV interview where he's wearing a full-on makeup, demonic makeup and upside-down crosses and shit. And the hosts were even a little nervous about him, and he'd openly speak about how he was influencing these up-and-coming bands like Slayer and Exodus and stuff that started becoming popular in San Francisco in the early mid-'80s. And he was saying how, these guys have some interest in... He didn't say Satanism because he knew he wouldn't be allowed to say that. He just said they were interested in what I'm doing and they've read the book, quote unquote. He just says they've read the book. And after his interview, the hosts were like, what in the hell was he talking about? Read the book. What is it, nonsense? And they're trying to act like they don't condone Satanism at all, but obviously those mainstream music media platforms are run by Satanists and Freemasons, but they got to pretend that they're not involved in it in any form. King Diamond was just full on open about it, so he didn't care.
Right. Mark, what were you...
I was going to say, if you want to see like open Satanism, dude, just come by Salem, dude. They do tours on the streets. I mean, they run the tours on the streets in the city. It's incredible. Yeah. So they do charity events. I mean, they're very, very involved in the community. They're not. There's nothing to be hidden. So.
This was just back in the 80s, though. Like.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty mainstream at this point.
You see Satan cultists going to preschools and schools doing plays and acts for them and shit, trying to get children to be desensitized by it and accept it as nothing bad at all. It's just a fad to them.
they offer people that get bullied, people that are in, alternative communities that, feel like they're getting harassed or bullied. They offer them bodyguard services.
Wow.
And, yeah, they said if you're having an issue, just let us know, and we'll give you a couple people to walk home with, and they offer a lot of these different services.
Because they'll tempt them to be recruited into their groups.
Of course,
it's the main location is actually an art gallery itself as well.
Oh,
it's a wonderful way to bring, people of alternative lifestyles or just in the artistic community together, and have conversations, things like that. And very, very enticing. If you actually listen to some of the tours they do, they totally just, in somewhat, when they speak about Christianity, it's very, very, very flagrant. When you can hear in the regards to what they speak. So it's very interesting. I think it's definitely something to be, to check it out sometime.
And Brandon Young has joined us. So Brandon, what are you doing up? What's going on?
Oh, hi. I'm just up. I took a nap earlier, so I thought I'd tune in, and I heard one of your guests talk about Roger Morneau.
Okay.
Yeah.
I happen to have a lot of information about Roger Morneau, and
tell us about it.
This is going back, at least 10 years.
Yeah, you were with him in the cult.
No, we'd go bowling in the jazz club, and
by the way, is that true? Is that true?
Well, he went to a bowling alley. He definitely did. Okay. And his book, and I've read all his books.
Okay. And you were mentioning something about EA coding as well. Co-editing?
Eric co-editing or EA co-editing, whatever. He was interviewed by Christine Joanna Hart.
Yes. Recently.
I don't know about recently, but he just came back.
Let me take a look. I mean, I'm subscribed to her channel, so I should be able to find out. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but it's he was talking about the Order of the Nine Angles news that came on recently. Mm-hmm. I don't know if anyone's heard about the Order of the Nine Angles. What happened recently was a pedophilic cult in the Bronx of Brooklyn, New York, was basically busted over, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And they were connected to this Order of the Nine Angles, which is an offshoot, if I believe, of Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. And but they were talking about that and the Order of the Nine Angles, which is connected in a way to the Temple of Set, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But they are basically now labeled as a terrorist group, the Order of the Nine Angles, the ONA, as they're called. And
how did they earn that? How did they earn that?
Earn what?
The terrorist categorization.
Yeah. Well, recently they did, like I said, like they were just I think they pulled over someone in the Bronx or in Brooklyn in New York, and my mind is gone. And I'm sorry, but Jameson Reese, I'm thinking the whole time. Right? But no joke. But like, these people got, they ended up they forced kids to do challenges on TikTok where they chop off their fingers, and, murder animals, and torture kids and do other things. And I would rather not say. And this is the Order of the Nine Angles. And what Coetting had to say is that these people are anathema to him, in fact. And but it was a very interesting interview because I think that connects sort of, Christine Joanna Hart is.
I didn't see it on her channel. I saw it recently show up in my feed. I don't seem to find it on her channel. So I'll look for it again later. But I know she interviewed him. So that's why you say EA Coetting mentioned him in relation to Aquino this weekend. You yourself must have reviewed the interview just this weekend, right?
Yeah. Well, no, this is a new interview.
Okay.
This on a I don't want to say a gentleman, but a being called the Michael Deacon channel, or Michael Deacon, with Mike Hideous, who is a guy who played in a band called the Misfits, who knows King Diamond, as what's his name was just talking about. And he mentioned him, and he mentioned King Diamond, who was a fan and wasn't openly a Satanist. and openly doing these occult rituals on the stage and so on and so forth. And yeah, so he and E.A. Koetting on this interview talked for about 3 hours about different occult aspects and the recent resurgence in the occult and the murders and the bloodletting and the vampirism and things like that. It's very, I really highly suggest people tune into that. But regards to Morneau, I believe I tracked down, he describes a throne to Lucifer that was in the Montreal rich part of town, near Mount Royal, which is what Montreal is named after. Montreal means Mount Royal, Montreal, and so on the base of that is a house where there is a golden throne filled with serpents, and around this golden throne is all these beautiful gigantic artworks commissioned, describing and depicting the fallen angels of the 72 Goetia demons, and they all lead up to Lucifer, which is on a throne. And this is where a lot of people, like Morneau, described that he would be doing these rituals. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And the red herring is that, like your caller said, he joined the Seventh Adventist. And that, of course, it's like, well, why would he do that? But yeah, but why would you join anything, right? But like he thought, I think he said that the leader of the satanic cult, which I forget who he describes him as. I think he met him and he said he was a jazz musician. And this is back in the 60s. 50s, 60s. Okay, so this is quite a while ago, before Aquino's time. So this is before Aquino. This might have been before even Anton LaVey. It could have been somebody else, and but he described him as a jazz musician. Said to him that something that he the only people who have a resistance to Lucifer is the Seventh-day Adventist. And I think that's a red herring. I don't know if he completely meant that. I've talked to his kids, and they made a documentary quite recently. I think you can find it on Tubi. There's a streaming service called Tubi, the Roger Morneau story. That he wrote, and I contributed to that, and I'm not in the credits or anything like that. I just did it for free. But my friend John and I did like 3 videos on Morneau, and he's a fascinating character. If he was still alive, he'd be really great to interview, because he was around. We're talking about somebody that knew about the international workings of evil, or Satanism, before there was an Anton LaVey or anything like that. So
no, thank you. I'm just so profoundly moved that you were able to join us and share this. It's important knowledge, and I take it everything with Kelsey is getting better day by day, I hope.
Unfortunately, she has gone into a very bad sort of medical condition, but she's fine. She'll be fine. I think the prognosis looks great, and Kelsey's great. I'm sure she's going to be fine. So yeah, everything's good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. She's always in our thoughts and prayers. And Brendan, you rejoined us. So Yeah, what's on your mind that comes up concerning everything we've been discussing? Or did you just kind of roll over and click a button by mistake? Let's see if we can hear him first. Yeah, there we are.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
I found an HK Hekton Kosh flare gun.
Okay.
26.5 millimeters with 7 different types of flares.
Oh, all right.
White smoke, red smoke, green fire, blue smoke, red smoke.
You just want the fire flares. That's all you fucking want. You get fire flares.
What are the fire?
Yeah.
Fire?
Green
fire or red fire?
Yeah, whatever you want. Just fire flares. That's what you want.
Supposedly the red ones are frowned upon because it's a distress signal.
Uh-huh.
So it attracts the cops.
Yeah,
Nice.
believe me, you'd be attracting anybody with, the screams I'll be hearing all the way over to the other side of the country and shit.
And another factor is, like, if you're inside a house, isn't that like a danger to your house? Like,
oh, yeah, I'm not saying do it inside your house, dude. This was like, we're talking about in a cityscape and, areas that are not your property, obviously. Where you'd be doing
so
this.
that's why some people were suggesting to use, like, there's, like, a pepper spray gel that you use for home invaders. But it's like, at that point, I'd rather just kill them if they're already inside.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, give me a break. I mean, what's this shit about home defense means take out your firearm at that point. Right. If they're inside, it's no fucking around there. The only thing the gel would be for was to make them more flammable. You'd be spraying the gel on them and they'd light up like a torch. That's what it's for. You just combine.
Yeah, but like you said, like that's too many steps. Like,
yes, thank you.
Like I can't hit them with that, and then if they're still pissed, I have to pull out the flare.
Yeah, no, it's just and see these things you have to.
And then if they're still alive after that, it's like some shit out of like an Austin Powers film. Like, why won't you fucking die?
Yes. So, but I'm glad you found that, and keep me up to date with all the shit you find. I always appreciate it.
But this one looks like a cool collectible. It's a. I don't think we're able to buy them here because it looks like almost like a real pistol.
Yeah.
So it would scare
those are the
shit
best.
Out of someone, and then.
Oh yeah, no.
They think they're safe. Oh, it's just a flare gun, and then they get fucking lit up.
Oh, most people, they respond. Most people have better sense than that. Nobody, very few people are gonna stop and even try to identify the gun. You'd have to be a real fucking neurotic individual who's psychotically obsessed with firearms to, stand around
with this one. Yeah. I'll send a photo. This HK one looks like ridiculously real.
I love it already, just the way you're describing it. I mean, I see. I love guns, and I'd love to get my hands on one of those babies. You want something that's actually metal that can be reused, like a permanent flare gun. Ultimately, I mean, obviously the temporary ones can do, but so delightful, Mark. What did you? So you dropped off for a second there. Is everything okay technically?
Yeah, no, I just pushed the wrong button myself, actually.
Oh, okay. No worries then. Thank you. And was there anything on your mind that, with everything that we were discussing, was there anything that came up on your mind that you wanted to ask about anything that, bearing in mind?
What in particular, what specifically did you mean?
Oh, just anything that came to your mind about what we were bringing, different subjects we were bringing up, etc. I'm just asking if there was anything on your mind that for discussion that you could think of, or you were just kind of, participating in a more passive sense, without necessarily. You had some questions last time, but I think I answered them. I'm going to go deep into them. Well, to an extent, back to the American Civil War for at least a few moments to cover some things that people were asking, inspired by what you asked. So I was just wondering if there was anything else that came to your mind.
I mean, a bunch of stuff came through, but I think mainly was more curiosity, and I know you guys probably can't talk more about it, was more of what you were speaking about, the glamour.
Oh, yeah.
More about that. That kind of intrigued me a little bit when you were speaking of that.
Oh, yeah, let's just put it this way.
I'd rather not.
I'm sorry, what's that? Brendan?
I was just being just being an ass. I said I'd rather not.
He's the man of mystery with this. He's actually just kind of, how would I say it? Adding to the mystique, so to speak. Let's put it this way. Like I said, geez, I should speak of that with you privately. Any one of you gentlemen. But there's someone that we know used to be on the show. And I'd better go into it privately. It's one of these things, but obviously a glamour is involved. And what's interesting to me is that we've had multiple. I'll just have to go into it privately. If I go into it right now, it would expose too much of what's going on.
Yeah. I found this other thing. As a segue, but also you can apparently buy. They're called 37mm survival launchers. And it's like, it looks like an AR, but it's just like what they would call like a beanbag blaster. So it shoots impact rounds. It shoots 12 gauge flares, blank rounds, and it basically launches anything you want it to. But it's legal to buy. Like, you don't need any kind of like background check for it.
Oh, delightful. I love it. Yeah. Jesus Christ. You wonder why kids just don't buy these in droves and start killing each other in schoolyards.
Right.
Honestly.
It's basically a grenade launcher, but it's like, somehow it's legal. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but.
Oh my God. No, it's send me links, send me images. It's like,
but also this could be like maybe something you can buy in Florida that's not here, but I'll look into it.
Well, I mean, you do have an option. I don't. You have a car. You could actually start, making some trips and getting some of this shit together. Amass yourself a functional arsenal. Get some extras for myself while you're at it someday.
Right.
There you go. And I remember Judith was trying to buy a firearm, but then because she had the license to grow pot in Hawaii, then apparently the law is if you have the license to grow pot, you can't buy a firearm. It's something stupid like that. And I said,
it was the same. It was the same here, but it's like, I mean, they were all armed anyways.
Yeah, of course. What were you gonna say, Mark?
Because it's almost like it puts a mark on your back, like you're unarmed with like hundreds of thousands of dollars a week.
Yeah, I mean, really? I mean, yeah. Go on, Mark.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I was just kind of going to actually piggyback on what he said. It's pretty much literally saying, guys, somebody please come rob me anytime you see me, location, because that's exactly what the law does. Is if you have a license to grow, I mean, you can grow it legally, but if you have a medical license, which means that you get medical grade, you get, full discounts, everything like that, then your name is in the list, so you can't have any of that type of medication. You won't be able to have a firearm. So
to me it seemed like that's like an excuse for the cops. Instead of pulling you over for weed, they can say, oh yeah, you can have this weed, but then your self-defense weapon's now a fucking bookable offense.
That's so
they'll know.
Yeah, go ahead.
They'll know right away. They'll run and they'll see that you have an LTC right away. So that'll be noticed right off the bat.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's so unconstitutional. It really is. Yeah. It's outrageous. But
it's like dealing with those lesser entities is like, you can have a plant that is actually free from nature, but now it's illegal. It becomes legal and illegal. I mean, it's all nonsense.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, both Brendan and I discussed this before, and the people who were so fucking stupid trying to legalize pot, so many of them were growers. So many of them were growers, and they were saying, "Hey, we got to legalize pot," and it destroyed them.
Oh, yeah.
Tell them, Brendan, how these, now they're running around all desperate, Well,
especially here in California, like, that's probably why 10% of the homeless people are probably ex-weed growers.
There you go. At least,
Now they get taxed out the ass, and there's, like, an entire, like, it's like a whole new bureau. It's called what is it called? The cannabis something,
It's basically a whole new bureaucratic subculture has developed.
Right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, the headquarters is right here in Rancho Cordova, in Sacramento County,
Oh,
and it's like this huge office building, and all they do is like track all the people and track the taxes, and like it basically destroyed anyone who was just like a casual street dealer that wasn't harming anyone. They were just like some college student making money,
or rather, you're talking about anybody who was entrepreneurial and basically
entrepreneurial, not in the organized crime sector.
Yeah, just in the gray zone in between organized crime and basically they were criminals, but they were entrepreneurial in. I don't know if any of it could be considered benign, but just basically they destroyed themselves. They had this whole subculture of potheads, and they used to be able to barter. They used to be able to barter for whatever they wanted, services like massage or fix my car, and they'd be able to offer people a big bag of weed, and they'd say, this is good shit, and they'd be able to get anything they wanted in life, and this was their money. Yeah. This was their money, and and that got taken away. It was like having a printing press of money. That these people because they
I knew some guy in high school like that, right?
Yeah.
And now the guy is just he bought enough, had enough sold enough at that time to own his own house and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's now all he does is make glass pipes. It's he has no future now because there's no he doesn't have any real job experience, and now he can't sell as much as he used to because everyone just goes to the shops.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what though? They're probably saving them a lot of fucking time because think about all the times that these people go and they hang out at their houses for an hour and a half straight. They're all sketched out.
Event.
Yeah, it's like a full day event, and it's and then it's so they're my friends were just they're always unreliable and they never show up. It's I'll pay the extra whatever amount of money is to make sure it's consistent every time. Yeah. So it just, he's like, oh yeah, he still sends me text messages 3 years later, and I have never responded back to him. And he just keeps you gotta like the hustle, but that's pretty sad, man. That's kind of sad.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's tragic. That's beyond sad. It's just tragic. These people, their lives were like that. It's what I thought of. I'm trying to think.
Most of them deserve it.
It's true. That's true too.
I was gonna say, bro.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, most of these people are not nice people. They're like the worst of all worlds.
And they're disingenuous. Some of these people I knew, there's one dude we used to call him the Wizard, and he was someone, it was a good memory. And then now when I see him, he's advocating for all this madness that's going on, and it's just I don't even.
You mean he fell down the rabbit hole, a Q, and everything else?
Yeah, it goes both ways, you know what I'm saying? It's just it doesn't matter what side they're on, it's just they're so what I'm saying is they used to be anti-establishment and now they're just going for whatever the government says or whatever these people say. They're fake hippies basically.
Yeah. Oh god, that's so sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are, flare gun with polished signal flares. Ooh, love it. Okay, that's yes, that's right.
Yeah, I wonder what they mean by Polish flares. Those are the ones you were using to kill people, probably.
Yeah, we had different names for them. And remember in Europe, especially Eastern Europe, they were just much more functional. It was just, fire flares. It was just, the shit that worked. None of this stupid smoke shit, it's fuck
I was looking at one, I found one locally that was a World War II flare gun, but I don't know if it's functional ability.
Yeah,
but it was huge. It has a huge diameter.
Yeah. Oh God, those are usually pretty. How would I say it? Reliable. It's like a revolver. It's just something that lasts through the ages because they're simple mechanisms. So
should I go check it out?
Fuck yeah, I would. And okay, so
if I kill someone with it, the judge will probably be he'll give me a break. He'll be like, "Damn, World War II."
Yeah, that's right. Say, I was honoring my grandfather's memory and shit. And it's at any rate. Do me a favor. Tell people about what it was that Brooke did wrong with cooking the millet, because I think that's funny as hell. And her story was even worse. It was she spilled some of the millet, and then And it was
so offensive.
Something happened later on after it'd been there for a day, and she had like some maggots were in the millet, and she thinks some flies just flew in and then laid some eggs and some larvae came out or something. But of course, she said she had to get 3 different guys at the Indian place, 3 different people to find it because. This doesn't surprise you, apparently.
I was there. She called me, and I had to talk to the guy in Hindi to like help her find it.
Holy shit! Shit! And apparently she didn't prepare it right. Is what you conclude that she?
It sounded like she was making like some medieval gruel out of it. Like she didn't even know how to make it. And even though I told her recipes and sent her videos, it's like, I mean, it's like. I'm not against people trying, but it's like it's not for Americans like ability, like it's out of their ability kind of thing.
Yeah, she probably thought of it like Southern grits.
Yeah, they're like she was making grits or like oatmeal out of it. And it's like that's not what it's for. It's like it's more like a rice. I was trying to explain to her it's like you cook it like rice.
Oh my god.
So it was probably all like mushy and like she probably didn't put any salt in it. You know, like. Yes. Like you can imagine how nasty it would be. Like any grain, like you can do that with wheat, and it just like becomes like, you know. So it was just user error.
Okay.
And they're very water heavy, so you know. And there's also another factor that some of these Indian shops are not exactly trustworthy, so it could have went bad. Or,
thank you.
You know, like so, you know, there's many factors, but. It's like I was telling you earlier about the learning attitude. It's like I had to get over it, and my life is way better because of it. But Americans have this like, I don't want to try anything. I don't want to learn. I already know enough to survive, which they don't actually, but they think they do. And like, you know, like so they're not willing to even try something new. Like it's very strange. You know,
that's
kind of mentality that we have here. So when new stuff is presented that may be better than what they're doing, it's like impossible, literally impossible for them to do it. Like they can't even get to that point, you know.
Oh my god, it is.
So I don't even try anymore. I'm just like, you know, this works for me. You guys can do whatever you got to do. Like, go eat your Taco Bell or whatever.
Right. What were you saying, Mark?
I was going to say when the shit hits the fan, they'll be one to learn all these things from Brandon Zoget and be able to eat
I'm already
and have to
growing
survive.
millet in my front yard, so it's like I'll have some food while everyone else is like, I don't know, going crazy, trying to find
Taco Bell.
Rating each other. Yeah, go on.
They're growing potatoes to make French fries and hamburgers while I have like infinite food glitch, like brown top millet.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so once again, I know how irritating this is to my listeners. Oh look, I will be back. I'm just trying to psych myself up towards the monologue because there is so much to cover, and I'm just trying to relax with these gentlemen before I get back onto that. And you know, it's a serious trip, and there's so much serious stuff to cover tonight, and most of it is going to be like trying to figure out a way to do this. This is what Peter Moon quite actually rationally warned me about. Is he said, I heard the way you were going at Columbus the other day. You can't use that kind of tone of voice with what's going on with Israel right now. They'll shut down the channel. We don't want them to shut down the channel. So I got to figure out a way to, let's just say tone it down while describing what's going on in Israel. Oh shit! Did Brendan just? Did he hang up by accident, or did he? Let's hope Brandon's here and Real Tech and Nemo. You seem to be up. Okay, good. Talk with Mark H and Nemo and Brendan's joined us. Mark
that's
H,
a sign. I was about to say some stuff about Israel and my call cut off.
Oh shit! What were you gonna say?
Some not so savory things about it.
Yeah. I mean, tell us. Did you hear what I said earlier about Netanyahu basically got Hamas to attack so that he could make himself dictator of Israel? Did you hear me when I was saying all that?
Yeah. And you said it was obvious. I mean, it is obvious. I don't know. Like anyone who falls for that is like. I mean.
Thank you.
Like really, Hamas, really.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like you said, it took them like 3 years to even plan this. It's like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God, like the last time Israel had a conflict with Hamas, even the Israelis were amazed that Hamas had amassed so many rockets that every once in a while they could pierce the Iron Dome. So if they're doing that at this point, this takes a similar effort where, they've amassed all kinds of rockets and they have to stagger the launch sites because the Israelis, of course, automatically counterattack with planes and shit. So they've got to, they've got to have staggered launch sites where they just don't launch for several, days and then have another
and
one.
They have drones. I mean, it's like they're like playing Xbox all what are they called? Not the RAF. Whatever the
IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, and their Air Forces. Yeah, go on.
The Air Force is like literally a bunch of kids with Xbox controllers. Like, you think they're just gonna they have cameras on all of these sites, so there's no way that just happens casually. Like,
thank you.
Like, it's like fucking. It's the literally the equivalent of like a D-Day level, like, assault on.
Yes,
they even have remote control turrets and shit. Yeah, I saw a video of a drone going down to drop a bomb on top of one of those remote control turrets in a tower.
Wow. And so, Mark, what were you going to say about this? You had some other observations about that, right?
Yeah, well, like I mentioned before on the show, I grew up as a young child with, very close. Some of my close to best friends are from Israel, and just kind of really been exposed to some of these things growing up. And one of the things that really rings in my head, especially right now, and actually it's admitted, is that Israel doesn't really have the best PR, and public relations, as far as it's really obvious to see it and clear to see it. Even if I'm on which I don't even use social media, but the people that I do see on there and then that are putting this out there, it doesn't really seem to be supported by a lot of people right now. I mean, the backlash they get that they're getting right now is for wanting so much support is just, it's kind of astounding. So it's just kind of it's kind of a really awkward situation to be in. As I said, I have some friends, so I have to show some compassion. But I don't see a lot of people. I don't see a lot of people standing up with them. Is what I meant to say as well.
Yes.
I'm glad, and it's because, of course, they had a incredible propaganda machine going on for years. But of course, it also requires a willing and receptive audience. And that willing and receptive audience is no longer there because they've grown old, and younger
they want others. So what my take is just that, and I, like I said, I've had some pretty close encounters, is that they'll want anybody to give any kind of PR. If you have a social media account, they'll be like, hey, please put this out there, they'll just take any kind of support at this point.
Yeah. Well, they were always like that. They were always whores in that regard. They would. I mean, the fact that they were willing to deal with the evangelicals, it was only for maybe a short period of time, comparatively short, that they were so elitist that they felt like, oh well, we hate dealing with those hicks, these evangelicals and shit. But then they got more pragmatic. Then they got more pragmatic about it. More and more of, first off, America's demographics are changing. So you don't have the European identified, white men who grew up with the King James Bible anymore, as being, the overwhelming majority, to the point where you have media just in lockstep with them. And and besides that, it was like, just several other factors.
They've tried every angle. It's almost comical. I remember a couple years ago they had some ad that was like, Tel Aviv is the gay capital of the gay club capital of the world. And it shows a bunch of dudes, naked dudes on a beach, dancing to techno music. It's what are they even what is their point even? I mean,
oh shit!
You're gonna fly all the way to a desert to go to a disco,
thank you. I mean, it's
it doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. That's funny as fucking hell. I mean, I would have downloaded that shit just for entertainment so I could show other people as like you know how
They
funny.
probably still find it. They probably still have that as their tourist model. I mean, if you really dig into it.
Oh my god, I'll probably look for that later or have the Blood Boys.
I don't think I've ever met a gay that was like, "Oh yeah, you heard of Tel Aviv?"
Yeah,
you know, like instead of like they always go to Mexico or Brazil. They never go to Tel Aviv.
I mean, look at this. I got those incoming what do they call that? The bulletins. One of the incoming bulletins I got was Music Festival Massacre. 260 revelers killed by Hamas militants. Yeah. And I mean, listen to this. No, seriously, listen to this. As thousands of revelers danced at a music festival in an Israeli desert area in the early hours of Saturday morning. Okay, first of all, not that I'm disbelieving this. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the kind of person who gets up early in the fucking morning to dance in the desert. Okay, is this like some Burning Man thing where they were given such good drugs that they just never went to sleep?
They're still raving.
Yeah, they're still raving. They're just raving. And then Hamas militants from Gaza descended upon the revelry. Festival goer Elliot Klein said he saw rockets launched from Gaza, startling the festival goers. Everyone just started running in all directions. Nobody knew where to go. Okay, so it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm just like, 260 revelers killed. Okay, this is.
Have you seen the video, Douglas? Have you seen the video of this?
Give me a link. Give me a link.
I'll try to look it up.
Okay, because
this is legit. This actually happened. Like,
apparently,
yeah. So there was a rave. There was a rave in the Israeli desert.
I was going to say, Brendan, that might be the rave you were talking about, Brendan.
Yeah, exactly.
And they parachuted. Supposedly,
so it was a bunch of.
This is what Nemo said, and I didn't believe it. Nemo, you said these men fell from the sky here.
Yeah, they parachuted from the sky into Israel territory.
How did the Hamas get parachute training? How does a terrorist organization get parachute training?
A friend of mine sent me a video of that.
No, I'm not disbelieving it, but then this shows they were trained by Israelis.
Great question.
I mean, like,
yeah. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they're either trained by Israelis or those were Israelis.
Billion.
Yeah. What's that, Brandon?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we sent Joe Biden and the Biden administration sent Iran $6 billion.
No. They sent Iran about $4 billion, which was Iran's own money. It was money they had frozen for 10 years in American accounts. Right. And then they finally just said, okay, we'll release the money. And it was giving the Iranians their own money back. It was but like I said.
And the irony about that, I was going to try and tell you this when you were talking to Peter about it, is like, their economy is so fucked that that money goes in there and it basically nullifies.
Yes, thank you.
Like the Iranian economy has the worst currency in the world. Like you can look this up. It's like you can't even. It's not even functional.
Yeah. And
so it's like unlocking their money is irrelevant, probably.
Yeah, and so that's
unless they put it back into American dollars, which they're not allowed to even do.
Thank you. So Brandon, this is why I was telling Peter that it doesn't matter that Biden gave him this money. The optics may be bad, but they didn't have any time to do anything with it. And like Brendan said, quite seriously, I'm not just buying into what Brendan said. This is what I was saying anyway. Was their economy so bad they can't fund any of this shit, and you can't train men overnight to parachute. So, this is something that's for years the Israelis have been training these guys for this moment to make Netanyahu the dictator. So let me turn on this parachuting at the rave thing. This has got to be unbelievable. Fucking music is just okay. I'm just gonna turn this shit off because I'll look at it later. But
why
wait
is there
a
a Buddhist statue?
Yeah, check it out later. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why
does that? Can I silence this? How do I do this silently? But I'm beginning to see. I'm doing this just for the parachute because. Oh God! I'm looking at this. It's like, are those parachutes? Because it's like I said in the early hours of the morning. Who does this early hours of the morning? It's like fuck, I can't even wake up.
I mean, you'll have to find a higher quality version.
Yeah,
of it.
That video wasn't big. I mean, but still, it's like
Yeah.
You can just see it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you can barely see something, and it looks like it might be puffs of smoke. So Brandon,
very much a psyop.
Yeah. What's that?
It seems to me a psyop as well. Like the fact that this is all recorded and
yeah, it's all planned.
Yeah. That screams most of that. I think screams it.
Yeah.
Operation.
Yes. Thank you. It's definitely pre-planned. When we use the term psyop, obviously that doesn't do this justice because people are dying by the hundreds. So
psyops is a psychological operation.
Yeah, it's definitely a psychological aspect to it, but the psyop is mostly to, at this point, force everyone in Israel to stand by Netanyahu, or they're called a traitor. At this point, you're a deserter in wartime, you're a traitor. He really planned this out. What I can't understand is how no one foresaw that. People should have foreseen him.
He wasn't he voted out for like a suspiciously long amount of time, and then he came back in like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gantz was part of the military complex there, so I mean, that sounds like some backdoor deals if I ever heard it.
No, oh God, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he came back in with some fraction of a vote, kind of thing. Like Brexit, 1/2 of 1%.
It was literally like one parliament or something.
Yeah, one parliamentary vote. Yeah, a single parliamentary vote. That's true. That's
literally,
and it's this. All I can say is I can't say it. Okay, I can't say it because I got to be careful about the channel, maintaining the channel. But I'll say some other things tonight in a much more subdued tone. By all means, do me a favor, gentlemen. Hold the stage. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just got to breathe deeply and prepare for the long haul tonight. Obviously,
did you lose your cot dealer?
No. Why do you ask?
I gotta grow some cot.
Oh, you know what? I'll ask for some seeds. But of all people, you should be able to get some seeds sent to you. Come on now, you should be able to get some.
I've been looking since I talked to you about.
Damn, they cut him off. Man, they glitched his ass. He's talking.
That was it for him.
Yeah.
CIA.
Yeah, it's the cot seeds. He says, "Hey man, looking for some of that Edula africanus, man." Yeah, and they said, "Shut that fucker down, man. Forget what they say about Israel." Yes. Real Tech, are you still with us? Can you participate? Real Tech? Let's see. He probably fell asleep. He's whacking that big dick. Real. He's whacking that big dick. Yeah. He's a friend is back.
Always whacking off.
Yes, there he is. He's
there he is.
Yes.
Yeah, my call keeps getting cut. I don't know what's going on.
It's because they're monitoring your ass, Brendan. And the moment
you're using Wi-Fi, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's such a threat.
Well, he just started.
I don't see how.
He just started talking about Catha adulis. He says, "Hey man, I want some of that Catha adulis africanus."
Yeah, apparently cot's like high on their list, right?
Anyone that picks berries is number one on the target list.
Right, exactly.
Well, do remember with all the occult siege that Brendan's been undergoing. I mean, think of it. What kind of threat could Brooke be? And yet she's under this nonstop. They're trying to seduce her and everything. Fucking even Joe Ty called her up and said, "Did you hear what I told you?" But Joe Ty got through her fucking block, and then he's like telling her, "You need good bacteria inside you, Brooke, and I can give you that with my sperm. You've got to come here and fuck me, Brooke." I mean, believe that shit? It's like...
He looks like a guy with a 1-inch dick. He wouldn't be able to stick it in anything.
Yeah, thank you.
What about this guy named Joe Ty? He come around. He tell me on my blog that he got to stick it in me, the boy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she's compromised if she ate some meat. So.
That was Dan, the same man who told us, the Russians are winning. Yeah, the Ukrainians are on the run, man. Yeah. What else was he saying? He was really doing the whole Russian narrative trip. I promised I would give his side of the story. I'll do that later when I start monologue. But, okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. You guys have got this. I know it. Okay, so be back.
What are your thoughts on that giant Buddhist statue, though, at that stupid rave? Why do you think it's that?
Oh, it's just they just do that. It's like a new agey kind of. It was probably like a meditation rave.
I didn't think Israelis would be into that. That's all.
It just seemed like a mini Burning Man.
Yeah,
it reminds me of that.
Like they're trying to emulate that, and they're basically atheists, like Douglas was saying. Like so,
right.
I mean, Buddhism goes. They like to, I don't know, push the Buddhism because it's like it doesn't confirm or deny a god. It's like,
well, you see Satan. Well, you even see Satanists teaching Buddhism and shit. But it ties in.
Because they know about karmic retribution and.
There you go. Right. I was going to say it also reinforces that, but it also reinforces the constant recycling of souls, the constant reminder of you being trapped and coming back with the, certain letters and symbols and numbers over and over again that they know about.
You think it's that symbolic? Like this is like a theater set up to let's have a Buddha statue over here. So it can signify to the people that there is such a thing called reincarnation, and that this these Abrahamics called Hamas disagree with that so much that they're going to kill us. I mean, honestly, it does seem like a movie. And I saw there's another clip. There's like different clips. There's like 3 or 4 different clips, and it's almost like a movie unfolding, and it's really. I mean, I'm not denying that there are definitely atrocities going on, but
of course,
I have to question in this age of
this
AI.
Specific case is very nothing.
Well, in the age of CGI and AI, I have to question what is going on. If I believe, do I believe?
No,
what I
it's
see?
it's
No,
it's
I don't.
more no. It's more like the consumer. They push this trickling slowly down. The same thing, like they had the idea of HD video from more than 40 years ago, but they knew the consumer could not just take it on right away, so they slowly introduced it. And this was happening now with consumer AI, but in reality, yes, they've been indoctrinating with CGI AI for years, and you're right, you can't question it at all because it's so advanced. The same thing with so many different events in the world. Same with COVID. I mean, the media got caught for lying for saying that the same amount of hospital was in Italy and New York was the same hospital. So, I mean, for example, but all these wars have been happening around the world the last 10 years. You're right. It has to be AI. You can't believe it always.
I remember saying.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I remember seeing some videos of these news channels where the reporter is supposed to be. This was during the Russian invading Ukraine war. They were addressing that topic, and the reporter was supposedly standing right near the soldiers. But when you look carefully, it looks like a full-on green screen AI simulation of the reporter just pretending to be next to the Ukrainian soldiers in the battlefield. Like they've been faking this shit since the Gulf War, and that there's videos of these news reporters and such are they're basically actors playing a role, pretending to be at these battle conflict zones and such, and just faking the whole thing going on. That news they're reporting.
Technology, that movie technology. Sorry, just to reiterate and expand upon what you say, is that that technology has only gotten better. The CGI has only gotten better. The green screen technology you talk about has only gotten way better. You look at video game graphics and you look at the Unreal engines, and we don't know what even they have that. I mean, it mimics holographic reality completely true. And I think so.
Yeah, they already have 8K demos of games for real-time ray tracing.
Yeah. Really? I didn't know that. I haven't seen. Okay, I believe it though. I actually,
It runs like shit though. It runs fucking garbage.
So you can't
it's just
believe what you see. Yeah, but you can't believe what you see on the TV. This is the day I tell my friend John, who's been a guest on here many times, that Douglas talks about many times. And I still do a Bible study with him every week. But John Evans, he's blind. And I say, hey, you know what? In this day and age, it's a blessing to be blind because you can't be deceived by your eyes.
You're less corrupted, basically. You're not being corrupted from what you're being exposed to visually.
Right.
You have a clean subconscious.
Exactly. So you have to rely on your reason and other senses to discern what's true and what's not. Yeah. Right? And you got to be really careful, especially in this day and age, where everything is aesthetic.
Because everything's on the screen. Everybody's got to have their eyes on the screen.
That's right. Or in the ear or wherever it is, it's definitely not. So it's very interesting. Yeah.
And each new generation's becoming dumber and dumber, so they're just more easy to manipulate and deceive with this advanced technology.
Yeah.
Into faking anything they want. Yeah.
Listen, I mean, even my mom and my dad, it's like, oh, wow, they see it, they believe it. I see it, I don't believe it. Because I
question everything you say these days.
Absolutely, please. Go back to Cartesian skepticism of every sense you have to totally question. If I see what I see in front of me.
I'd be like Socrates. Yeah.
Socrates, yeah.
But it's just like him.
Yeah. I don't know. Who is it? Socrates. Who's that?
Socrates.
Socrates.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry.
No worries. There's plenty of times when Brandon also pronounces things that I don't understand.
Right.
It works out.
With you, man. You pronounce a lot of things that people don't understand either.
Understood. Understood. Yes, it definitely is the case. Okay, so what I'm going to do is invite you gentlemen to hang on as long as you want and then drop off whenever you want. In the meantime, you're all welcome to interject whenever you want. If you feel you have something constructive to say, then go ahead and go for it. I definitely am going to start going into monologue now. I've thought about it, digested a lot. I'm going to say on the record right now, Brooke Gibson asked me a question, which I will answer in monologue. And I'll answer it more in a spiritual sense than in a practical sense, because right now I don't think there really is a practical answer. Basically what she asked was, where can I move that's going to be safe in the coming civil/world war? And, I've told her the story before. This is something that people can look up. It's almost apocryphal by now, but it's anecdotal, but nevertheless, as far as I understand, quite historical, a real experience. There was somebody who knew World War II was pending, a Frenchman, and he did enormous research and decided that he would buy property as far away from the combat zones that he foresaw coming. And he knew the Japanese were heavily involved in mainland Asia. He could see things were happening in Europe. He felt Africa was so colonized that it was going to be, at that point, maybe the Italians had already invaded Ethiopia, so the colonies were just going to turn Africa into a puppet battleground between themselves, the powers that were involved in the world. So he finally chose, via his research, no one's going to fight over a useless island in the Pacific, and he moved to Guadalcanal. Bought an entire estate there, set up a plantation, purchased servants to actually move in, and
he fucked up.
Yeah. And then, of course, World War II happens. The Japanese and the Americans blitz everything he's got.
Yeah.
And how can you plan for some? It's like I told her, where
you can't. Yeah,
yes, you can't. It's just
you have to have divine providence and divine force on your side. Like there's no other choice. Like
yes. Thank you. And what I'll try to emphasize is that I'll try and give her an answer that at least I hope presents some level of potential satisfaction to anyone who feels the way she does, and I think we all feel that way to a degree. But definitely, we're in very challenging times. The more I go into it, the more everyone will see that. And we are definitely now heading towards a world war. This Israeli thing is obviously going to spread like a cancer because the Israelis won't have it any other way. They're going to try and drag everybody else in. Our man Mark H. was talking about, they're seeking moral support everywhere. If they're seeking moral support, you can bet they're going to seek fucking allied support in terms of military, military aid and shit. Granted.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw it was.
Yeah.
Biden gave them $5 billion for a military.
$6 billion.
I mean, that's
$6 billion, right, Nemo?
$8 billion.
$8 billion. $8 billion. Go on, Brendan. Yeah.
It's so comical. It's like, I mean, we've already given them like trillions. How much? What is that? That's like a drop in the bucket. Like,
no, beyond that, it's beyond
as if
offensive.
they don't have money,
Yeah. I mean, giving money. I'm sorry. This is gonna sound racist as hell, but really, giving money to Jews. I mean, it's like kind of like. I mean, what I can't even think of a parallel. What would be the parallel? To that. It's like.
It's like you're trying to pay off Mensa Musa and shit.
Yeah. It's.
I have no idea. There's not really a parallel.
Yeah.
America just won't stop serving and worshipping them. It's just full-on idolization to the max of those people.
Thank you. This is idolatry. It is true idolatry. And, it's, so I do want people to know that, let me see now. I guess what I'll do is, kind of answer the questions of, this individual who, was asking me about the American Civil War and their doubts about what I was saying about it being a racial war between different white races. They're still wrapping their brain around this and they're having a hard time doing it. So I'll try and rephrase this in a way they can understand in historical context that'll be more accessible to them. I do want to give people credit for their contribution. So let me start there. I'll go into the... by the way, Realtek, you just entered something. Why don't you tell us a bit about this link? Tell us a bit about this while I go look something up to give people credit for their contributions. Tell us what, some of these links, tell us for our listeners what they mean, what you're finding out about this in terms of detail. I mean,
the United States gives $3 billion a year to the Israeli government.
Thank you. And go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go on by all means. I'm just trying to encourage you to continue.
I could say something on.
Please.
Raytheon.
Yeah.
Yes. So not only does our government give them.
Oh, then they glitched him. Oh, they glitched him. Yeah. I said, oh, the fucker's gonna start talking about what the Jews get. I'm sorry, Israelis. What the Israelis get.
Khazars.
Yes, and it's hey, what happened here? Didn't I have?
They just spend most of it on U.S. military weapons provided to them in exchange. So that's just more money funneling back into the U.S. military because they already get over 50% of the U.S. Fucking budget, national budget, don't they?
It's something outrageous. It is egregious.
Especially this year. This year is super over the budget. It's insane.
Damn, they cut me off again.
Yeah, they cut you off again. As soon as you said, I got something to say, then you started saying something about Israel, the money they we're getting, and they blasted you off. They blasted you off bad.
So it's not only coming from our government, but it's coming from the private companies, like you were saying, Raytheon, the government companies, but also Starbucks. And the owner of Starbucks and the people on the committee, the shareholders and stuff, they all send, or what is it called? The corporate people, they send money to Israel in the billions of dollars per year. So that's why I actually boycott Starbucks myself, personally.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's not, well, and then also their coffee is GMO and sprayed with chemicals. That's besides the point. Yeah.
And go on, what were you going to say about Raytheon, Realtek?
Raytheon, since 2014, has been given a lot of government contracts to create and to help out with the Iron Defense Dome system, the missiles.
Okay. Yeah.
Way before that. Way before 2014.
Of course.
When there are Tomahawk helicopters going after and destroying Gaza Strip Palestinian tribal communities in the next coming days, know that that is not, Israel cannot manufacture those type of weapons. They're given by the United States to the
most
to
likely
Israel.
General Dynamics. Because actually there was stuff from Twitter from Unusual Wales, because this is all public information anyway, that members of Congress bought stocks into General Dynamics, ExxonMobil, etc. just before this happened. So,
well, yeah. But it's been, this is something that's been going on since 1946, or the inception of Israel, where they set up this country in the middle of Palestine, in my opinion, and they've taken over and over and over and over and over and over. Unfortunately, the Gaza Strip and the natural resources that are within the Sinai Peninsula and so on. Unfortunately, it has been sort of it is a United States surrogate. Israel is sort of this military CENTCOM
satellite nation.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, exactly. That exists with billions of dollars that are unaccounted for. And if you look at the United Nations Security Council votes since Palestine has, since the 40s and 50s, have tried to really bring it as human rights issues and war crimes issues, with destruction of the cantons that exist in Palestine. It's been vetoed by only one country in the whole world, and that is the United States. Here in the United States, you have a Holocaust industry.
Yes.
Where people like Alan Dershowitz will defend whatever Israel does and whatever war crime and abuses it does do since the 40s and 50s, and the press hides it up more so than it does in actual Haaretz, which is the newspaper of Israel, and the Knesset, which is the parliamentary system of Israel. So there's more free speech in Israel than there is in the United States on this topic, because for some reason the intellectuals of the United States will not. The Anti-Defamation League, for example, is a defamation league. They're not an anti-defamation. They're a defamation league. If you're just certainly critical of this, or look into the facts and draw logical conclusions, you are considered a hater of Israel.
They do disgusting. They'll say more than that. They'll say that you're a racist Judeophobe or an anti-Semite is the term that they use.
Or a self-loathing Jew.
Yes.
And then, like Chomsky. Yeah.
Thank you. No, all quite true and all damning. It's all damning. Of course, I'll damn them to hell and back before tonight is over. So credit first to some wonderful people. I want to give credit to, of course, our dear friend Nemo Albano contributed 10 United States dollars fairly recently. Claudia Romberg, she was a wonderful individual, 22 United States dollars. Love you, honey. Stephen Myers, brother from another mother in Manhattan, 75 United States dollars was contributed, and he asked if there's some way he could get on the call. You have to download Skype. Make certain you I sent you an email. Hopefully you got it. I don't know how often. Some people don't check their emails. They just use them for certain functions. So check your email, Stephen Myers, and hopefully you can download Skype. And then I give you my Skype ID, Douglas Dietrich 1, and just send me a Skype contact request, and try and make the account identifiable as Stephen Myers, so I know who you are. Don't let them create an account number for you. It's unidentifiable. You've got to say Stephen Myers. Somehow get the account under your name so I can recognize you and send me a Skype contact request, and then we can bring you on easily after that. Also, someone who wishes to remain anonymous contributed 100 United States dollars. Said he had a dream in which I appeared maybe a decade ago at this point, in which I told him to have more respect for his mother, and he said it helped him greatly in life ever since, and those memories have helped him, and so he's contributed. God bless him. Then I think these ladies are cool with my identifying them at this point. Brooke Hagberg provides $40 a month, basically automatically. And this wonderful lady in Hawaii. By the way, Brooke Hagberger, I believe, is from Austria. So this lovely lady from Austria contributes $40, pretty much on autopilot every month, and it's an automatic deposit. And then Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, 30 United States dollars. God bless them all. Incredibly wonderful people. And KP, of course, contributed recently some 22 United States dollars at least. So I'd have to go look back at that and open the account again to find the exact amount. So, a shout out to all these incredible people. Blessings to them all. And and thank you to all our concurrent viewers. We maintained pretty good numbers while everybody was speaking, and now that I'm going to go into monologue, hopefully we'll have further participation in the chat. I do always encourage that. A question was asked, of course, about the American Civil War, so let me try and give people the precursor to America's Civil War, which was, of course, the English Civil War. So we're talking about around, rather than the American Civil War, which was the 1860s, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, 1861, wasn't it? We pretty much started that. So in the English Civil War.
1861 to 1865.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The English Civil War was 1641. So around 1641, you started hearing the term Roundheads, which basically isn't what people think. There's this stupid kind of canard where they say that term came from the pilgrim hats because the pilgrims had the round brim that they wore. Not really. It started off as basically that was their term for skinheads. In those days, they didn't have the term skinheads. They used the term roundheads. That was the term given to supporters of the Parliament of England during the English Civil War in reference to the shaved heads of the London apprentices who had been so active in demonstrating their support for Parliament during the months before the fighting, which came to refer to the short haircuts worn by some of the Puritans as soldiers. Now, Puritans, that was the name given to people who were members of the particularly violent, rabid group of fundamentalist English Protestants, also known as parliamentarians. They fought against Charles I of England and his supporters, the Cavaliers, or royalists, who claimed rule by absolute monarchy and the divine right of kings. Altogether, the Roundheads were merchants and traders of the Southeast and London who supported Parliament. Their goal was to give the Parliament supreme control over executive administration. So by the mid-1640s, England was devastated. This civil war divided the nation into 12 tribes, Roundheads and Cavaliers. Counties, towns, and yes, of course, families and friends were rent apart as the nation pledged its allegiance either to King Charles I, supported by the Cavaliers, or to Parliament, backed by the Roundheads. It is tabulated that 200,000 English soldiers and civilians were killed in the desperate conflict during the 3 civil wars, lost both to fighting and the disease spread by armies, said loss being greater population-wise than what is popularly believed to be that nation's bloodiest conflict, World War I. Nemo's going to cook dinner. He'll be back soon. Thank you, Nemo. Appreciate that. Let us know when you're back. All these deaths collateral to the victory of the Roundheads under Oliver Cromwell and the execution of the king come 1649. Now, shortly before these wars broke out, or basically the war collectively, partisans of both sides began applying an insulting nickname to their opponents, little dreaming that the trois scornful labels which they had chosen for each other would ring down through the centuries. All the succeeding centuries came to identify these people by these insults as to which side you were on. To parliamentarians, the royalists were quote-unquote cavaliers, a term derived from the Spanish word, the Espanol caballeros, meaning armed troopers or horsemen. Now, both terms reveal a lot about what the trois sides thought of each other. In parliamentarian eyes, the typical royalist was a dissolute gentleman, possessed of a suspiciously foreign air and prone to acts of sudden violence. As far as the royalists were concerned, the typical parliamentarian was a base mechanic, a low-born lumpen townsman, inexperienced in judgment and inelegant in appearance. There was more than a grain of truth in these stereotypes, but it would be wrong to conclude from them that the Civil War was primarily a class war, a punch-up between toffs and toughs. The considerations which prompted men and women to choose the sides they did between 1642 and 1646 were, of course, infinitely more varied and subtle than the trois-party labels suggest. The ideas that circulated in that febrile climate 350 years ago have shaped our democracy and also created a cultural divide that still resonates today. The Cavaliers represent pleasure, exuberance, and individuality. Countering them are the Roundheads, who would stand for, I would think, modesty, discipline, and equality. Now, to debate this topic and make a case for each side, well, one side, I would say that if you were defending the Roundhead cause, basically you'd say that the defeat and execution of Charles I marks the beginning of the end of what many considered quote-unquote roundhead concepts of medieval kingship and the birth of constitutional rule that we take for granted today. A Roundhead would argue that they're fighting for the respect for the fundamental rights of man against the arrogance of Charles I and his belief in the divine right of kings. Such opinion would, it would convey that this process left the British monarchy in a state that had been, that's been left broadly palatable over the succeeding centuries as basically a tourist attraction. This would all be compelling stuff if it were true, but it's rather selective polemic. The victory of the Roundheads, it needs to be pointed out, was emphatically reversed with the restoration of Charles II in 1660, if I remember, and one only needs to look to the 1680s when the Crown humbled Parliament to argue that the Roundhead cause did not irrevocably set a course towards constitutional monarchy. Moreover, the Cavaliers have been maligned by history itself, while largely remembered for their long locks, loose living, and doomed royalism. These men and women were in fact remarkable witnesses to their age, free-thinking individuals, many of them artists and intellectuals, because they were, after all, able to afford culture, who maintained their activities in the face of Puritan suppression and sobriety. Remember, the Roundheads introduced prohibition. In fact, they tried to eliminate the celebration of Christmas because it's pagan. I mean, the world that it was like, think of a religious fundamentalist version of the Khmer Rouge. That's a world without fun or expression. So if you're trying to decide which side you're on, Roundhead or Cavalier, Well, that would bring us to the American legacy of the English Civil War. You see, the first 2 areas of English settlement on the American continent were Virginia and Massachusetts. These colonies differed greatly in religion, politics, and culture. In the early days of America, many thinking people looked to the legacy of the English Civil War to explain these differences. Many who settled in New England had identified with the Roundheads, those who fought against the monarchy and for Oliver Cromwell. On the other hand, Virginia was filled with Cavaliers, sympathizers of the monarchy, or in some cases, exiled combatants therefrom. For many, these differences were derived from innate racial distinctions. The Southron elite looked upon itself with pride as the descendants of England's Anglo-Norman invading class, who had ruled for centuries since the times of William the Conqueror. The New England region was conversely seen as Saxon descended, filled with industrious but common folk, who lacked the vigor of the Norman element. It was thus considered natural that the culture of the South would be honor-bound, manorial, and aristocratic, or that the culture of the Northeast would be sober, puritanical, and industrious. Many Americans and even foreign visitors were conscious of these racial differences until the Civil War. Louis-Philippe of France wrote, "You have the Puritans in the North and the Cavaliers in the South, democracy with its leveling rod, and aristocracy with slavery, raising in the other section and creating a social elegance." Southron writers in turn produced statements such as, "This Cavalier, or Anglo-Norman element that had presided at the founding of the original Southron colonies, entered largely into the new populations, mingling with the refinement of the courtier with the energy of the pioneer," or that the solid South was settled by a Norman race, distinguished in its earliest history for its warlike and fearless character, a race in all times since renowned for its gallantry, chivalry, gentleness, and intellect. Now, one Unitarian clergyman of the North, however, he actually countered, really, with his contrapuntal, that the Anglo-Saxon race was further advanced in civilization, more enterprising and persevering, with more science and art, with more skill and capital, while Southroners / Cavaliers were poor gentlemen, broken tradesmen, rakes and libertines, footmen, and such others. Now, how accurate were such sentiments? In Virginia, indeed, many royalists who fled the Civil War found refuge with Governor William Berkeley in the 1650s. Some of them rose to become great landowners and scions of the Virginia political tradition, the Washingtons, the Madisons, the Marshalls, and so on. But the narrative took a life of its own, particularly as both Southerners and New Englanders found in it a convenient reinforcement of all their self-conceptions. Obviously, only a tiny Southron elite could enjoy the privilege, the horseback riding, the card playing, and all the gambling, the rich idleness and absolute power of a true cavalier. But the story was useful nonetheless as a rallying cry in times of trouble. And trouble is what came down the pike, and pretty soon they were out to exterminate each other. So, do people get it now? This was a war that had nothing to do with slavery. These were two white races that truly hated each other based on a legacy, based on a bloodline, a genealogy of familial feuding that was destined to... It's simply a displaced continent for a displaced conflict from the old world. a repeat of everything that had gone on in the old world was simply reenacted itself in the new. If you don't understand that dynamic of the American Civil War, you don't understand it at all. This is what really grates me. As for what survived from the South, apparently Realtek may not have heard what I've said in the past about how it all moved to Australia, much of it. How the Australians, they maintained slavery and white Australia policy until around the year that I was born, 1966. This was something that Australia, if there's to be a future environment in which we'll see some concept of chattel slavery return, it would be Australia. You've got a fly speck of a white population that has no real labor base, and the whites don't want to work. I don't mean that as an insult. You can go to Australia yourself, and people will... For one thing, they think Americans are the hardest working people on earth. They'll hire Americans in a heartbeat in Australia because they can't get Australians to do any work. If anybody needs slaves, it's the Australians. The place where they can find them willingly. Really, it's the Philippines. It's you're talking about a class of people who love white people, really seek a kind of white leadership. They really can't function because their economy is so dysfunctional without it. I think it's pretty ironic that two Pinoys, Daniel Arola, and then you got this guy claiming he was half Hawaiian showing up at my door, fucking up my life the way he did. I'm still, of course, trying to set things right with that. I think it's interesting they were dispatched to try to appeal to Brendan Zogit to come to the dark side and basically screw with my life personally. And the positive thing I can get out of that is at least I'll never answer the door again, because honestly, at some point, that was my most vulnerable point. I would always answer the door naked and just kind of crack the door open and try and collect whatever people were handing me. Or I always wound up half the time with this being some complete and total stranger asking for something or just crazy shit. Eventually, I would have been killed. At some point, somebody just would have put a gun through that crack and blown me away. So this at least prevents that or preempts that from ever happening. But certainly the attack of the Filipinos, so to speak, that took place with myself and my affiliates over the past few weeks, and it's pretty incredible. And I think it shows a lot about where the enemy's coming from at this point. They are basically attacking with people that they consider slaves. People like Daniel Arola are considered just basically coon cadres of the cult of the Kings of Edom, along with all the other colored useful idiots that they exploit, including Jambo the Reese Monkey. Now, as for the world and what it's going through right now, in the last week and a half, 3 major crises have unfolded. Most recently, and least importantly, Medianat Eretz Israel Hashlema, the nationalist state of Greater Israel, is in a genuine state of war. Yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, Hamas launched a multi-front attack that shocked Israel, infiltrating the Gaza border by land, sea, and yes, apparently by air. The attack, by the way, Mark H. says he's heading out. Thank you for addressing these topics. By the way, Mark, before you go, do come on in and say a good day to our audience. It's going to be morning for most of them, and then I'll try and, just go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to say everyone have a great day, and, again, thank you for addressing these topics. And it's really interesting to you really need to listen to get the most out of it, because, Douglas goes into a lot of detail here. But thank you, Douglas, and I'll see you soon. I'll talk to you soon.
Oh, by the way, before you go, of course, we all love you dearly. Get your rest. You've earned it, and we certainly want to catch up with you. Otherwise, yes, you asked me about the image embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream. You do recognize my son, don't you? You said the woman beside you. I don't mind you saying that at all.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Yes, I do. Now I know.
Yes. By the way, what we were watching at that time was the attack on Israel. That's essentially what we were watching while he was drinking tea. Believe me, he has every reason to be upset with them because of their attacks on Armenia. But you'll hear me go into that in monologue. But love you dearly, and you have a great week, okay?
Yes, sir. Likewise. God bless. Take care now.
God bless. Join us on Wednesday if you can, all right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you so much. And so with that, I do want people to understand that my son has been greatly impacted by what's been happening recently. I'll explain that now. Now, when we talk about what's been going on with this attack, it took place significantly on the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, nearly 500 years to the day after an Arab coalition's surprise attack on Israel. The last assault of this scale spurred the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Now, according to local reports, well over 600 Israelis have been killed. Thousands more have been critically injured, and an unknown number of civilians and soldiers are being held hostage in the Gaza. More than 300 Palestinians have been killed that we know of, and far more than 2,000 critically injured, as far as can be ascertained per communications from the Palestinian Health Ministry. Now, the night before last, I would say last night, but the night before last by now, Israel's Security Cabinet voted to officially put the country at war, and Israeli fighter jets have begun aerostrikes on targets inside Gaza. Of greater import, by way of Biden's strange tolerance for Albania's narco state, Serbia started amassing troops on its border with Kosovo Metohija in a state of high alert, directly responsive to skirmishes between Kosovo police and Serbian paramilitaries that left one police officer and 3 armed Serbs dead. Now, understand that to Yugoslavia, or to the Serbs, they basically have an attitude toward the Kosovo Metohija that is sacred. It is their holy land. It is where they lost an entire generation of young men in the fight against the Turks. The Turks, of course, supported Albania as a semi-Islamic. They're not really practicing Muslims. They were Muslim by conversion, but the Albanicos, as the Serbs would call them, really began moving in under the communist administration into this Serbian Holy Land, where during the Battle of Kosovo, the Serbs had lost a generation fighting the Muslim conquest of Europe. So the Serbs lost their nation defending Europe. The Turks took over for centuries, a development of colonialization that left the Serbs as scarred as any colonized people in Africa or Latin America or Asia are. They are basically the colonized peoples of white Europe. And the collaborators of this colonization became so powerful at it that an Albanian came to rule Egypt at one point in Egypt's history after the fall of the dynasties. This was during the time of the Ottoman Empire, that a pasha from Albania was the ruler of Egypt. And so the Albanians at this point in history, well, they're now the largest mafia in Europe. They've conquered the British cocaine industry. As a matter of fact, I think I should get people a link on this. Let's take a look at this. Albanians conquered Britain or British cocaine, and I'll put that in the chat room. Okay, here we are, kings of cocaine, and this will give people some. Understand, Britain, of course, still retains an empire. According to the NCA, Albanian criminal groups have also favored the creation of so-called county lines. These are capillary networks used to move drugs that run throughout the United Kingdom, moving drugs from large cities into the coastal and inland provinces. In other words, in a very real sense, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland is under Albanian occupation, kind of like America under a Zionist occupation government. And this is something that Americans are completely unaware of. Well, I'm going to make you more aware of it now. In May of 2021, Secretary of State Antony Blinken designated Sali Berisha, Albania's former conservative prime minister. Well, he designated him basically a terrorist for quote-unquote involvement in significant corruption. While Berisha left that office 8 years prior to Antony Blinken even saying this, his corruption has never been in question. What is in question, however, is why the Biden administration is tolerating the corruption of Albania's current socialist government under Prime Minister Edi Rama. Compelling evidence proves that Rama is directly involved in a narco-trafficking alliance between Albanian mobsters and the Mexico-based Sinaloa cartel. Now, that was formerly led by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, now in United States federal prison. The Sinaloa cartel is led by an alliance of El Chapo's sons and Ismael El Mayo Zambada Garcia. A report by Mexico's El Universal newspaper earlier this month outlined how Albanian mafia elements are tied to the Sinaloa cartel. Referencing Mexican intelligence sources, El Universal documents how Albanian mobster brothers Luftar, Arben, Feitos, and Ramiz Haiza are laundering money for El Mayo via resorts in both Mexico and Albania. El Universal notes that one destination for the laundering effort is the Marina Bay Resort on Albania's Mediterranean coast, owned by Besnik Lule. How does all this relate to Rama? In October of 2020, offering photographic evidence no less, Albanian news outlet Dozja reported on a meeting between Mark Hauptmann, Dorian Duka, and Rama at the Prime Minister's office. Hauptmann is a former Bundestag lawmaker for United Germany's center-right CDU, or Christian Democratic Union Party. He resigned in 2021 after being linked to Azerbaijani, to the Azeris, the people who want to exterminate Armenia, and their lobbying scandal in Germany. Duka is a former Albanian energy minister turned fixer for Rama. The World Policy Conference lists him as Rama's external advisor on investments. In 2016, a communist Chinese state media featured Duka's favorable attitudes toward trade with Beijing. Interestingly, El Universal reports that the Haiza brothers' activities include exports to the communist Chinese empire. But here's where things get really interesting. As reported by Albania's MCN News on September 16th, the October 2020 meeting at the Prime Minister's office also included El Mayo money man Luftar Haiza and Besnik Lule. And as Pamphletti of Italy reported, well, sometime this month, or was it the month before this month? Last month by now. Not only was Hauptmann married at that resort, Lule's construction company has received nearly $3.5 million United States dollars in tenders from Rama's government. Pamphletti, the Italian investigative journal, further references incorporation records that indicate Lule and Heise are hiding their partnership in a corporate cutout, a dummy front company, held by their respective sons. Top line, the Albanian Prime Minister, by all evidence, is involved in a narco-trafficking conspiracy involving the Mexican Sinaloa cartel. That is to say, the cartel responsible for the largest share of narcotics smuggling into these United States. And for whatever reason, the Biden administration does not appear to be terribly bothered by any of this. Now, this is where the parallels come in. And they're dangerous parallels indeed. America, of course, does not have an immigration problem from Mexico. Mexico is the goddamn wall. Mexico is the wall. The immigration problem sources from Central America, the nation south of Mexico. MS-13 was a Nicaraguan gang. These nations going through Mexico to make it into the United States, break it into America, the parallel was that imagine if America's sacred ground, the Alamo, for Texans, the closest you can get to a holy site, imagine if that were overrun and occupied by Sinaloa cartel, and they ran up a narco flag. That's what the Albanians have done in Kosovo Metohija, the ancient battleground where the Serbs lost a generation fighting the Muslim invasion of Europe, sacrificing their nation to prevent Europe from being invaded. That was overrun during the communist era and occupied by Albanians, whom the communists invited in to deprive the Serbs of their spiritual and cultural hearthland and homeland. The end result now is that their Jerusalem, their Holy Land, is occupied by, well, a narco-state of Albanico terrorists. This invasion, of course, the Serbs are essentially powerless to overthrow, they can't reverse the population base, which is now overwhelmingly Albanian. And this is why they turned in desperation to the Russians, who have always been their historical ally. The end result is Serbia is now definitively a Russian satellite state in the heart of Europe, trying to fight an immigration and occupation problem financed by drug money. Asked about the concern of Albanian government narco-corruption, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, when I called them from the anonymous lines that I can use at the estates, non-traceable, they referred me to the State Department. Neither the Albanian government nor the United States State Department responded to any of my requests for commentary. Regardless, there is an obvious double standard between the Biden administration's treatment of a former corrupt Albanian conservative prime minister and its approach toward the socialist incumbent. True, Albania is a NATO member state, and Rama has supported American efforts to stabilize the Balkans and deter Russian aggression. The United States is also understandably keen to mitigate CHICOM, or Communist Chinese efforts to draw Albania closer into its crony investment for political obedience geopolitical network. Back in the Cold War days, Albania used to stand for Communist China. They were Communist China's colonial stake in Europe itself. No one wants to relive those days again. But it is truly strange just how tolerant the Biden administration is toward Rama. One might even say delusional. Last May, for example, United States Ambassador to Albania, Yuri Kim, he even declared that the time of impunity is coming to an end. That is clearly untrue. On the contrary, au contraire, Albania is now a primary arrivals destination for Latin American cocaine imports into Europe. As Vice magazine reported in March, Albanian mafia clans now dominate the highly lucrative cocaine trade in London, once financial capital of the world. Is Rama extracting financial patronage from organized crime groups in return for political and legal cover to crime bosses? Sometimes it's not even clear who's boss. Publishing wiretapped conversations in 2019, the United German newspaper Bild evinced the close links between a Socialist Party mayor, Venjush Deko, and a narco-trafficker, Astrid Avdale. But it was only this April that Avdale was sentenced to 12 years in prison by an Albanian court. The Trump administration designated Deko as a corrupt official in 2019, if I remember. Also, earlier yesteryear, but only after years of political interference from Rama's Socialist Party, former Interior Minister Saimir Tahiri was sentenced to 3 years in prison for assisting drug traffickers, and only for 3 years. Like that of Mexico's Andrés Manuel López Obrador, Rama's government appears to be a government that does only the minimum necessary to keep foreign critics mollified. At the same time, Rama is determined to present a credible face to Western audiences. In October of 2012, Rama surreptitiously earned a photo with then-President Barack Hussein Obama at a 2012 campaign fundraiser. Rama later abused that photo in his own successful 2013 electoral campaign. Still, the question remains, why is the Biden administration playing so nice with the Rama regime? This week, in one of the worst confrontations since Kosovo declared independence from Serbia in 2008, kind of like the Alamo seceding from Texas, dozens of heavily armed ethnic Serbs attacked police in northern Kosovo and barricaded themselves in an Orthodox church, an incident leaving 1 police officer and 3 of the attackers dead. Kosovo's leaders, predictably, labeled it a terrorist attack. The Serbian president, Aleksandar Vučić, denied any involvement, complaining to Russia's ambassador to Serbia that Kosovo's prime minister, Albin Kurti, was carrying out brutal ethnic cleansing with support of the West. This escalation is a dream come true for Moscow. Serbia and Russia have been preparing the Serbs for escalations in Kosovo for months, inflaming tensions in the Balkans to distract the West from its war in Ukraine. They have flooded the information space with propaganda repeating the old claim that Kosovo belongs to Serbia. Not an unreasonable claim at that. One propaganda item argued that the United Kingdom is preparing a war there. As any student of Balkan history knows, such rhetoric has ignited ethnic violence in the region before. Russia was quick to capitalize on this incident, A Russian spokesperson declared additional Western pressure was bringing the entire Balkan region to a dangerous brink. Putin knows he does not need to send military forces to the Balkans. He can use hybrid warfare to destabilize the region and re-establish Russia as the only reliable conflict negotiator there. This plan accomplishes 3 goals: distract the West from Ukraine, strengthen Moscow's regional standing, and give Putin leverage over Western powers if they want to keep conflict in the region from escalating. Serbia also benefits. Vučić has been escalating and then de-escalating in Kosovo by positioning himself as the pillar of stability and using it as a bargaining chip with the West. Vučić's ultimate goal is to retain power, and the Kosovo crisis helps him divert attention from his own domestic political issues and to boost support for the upcoming elections. On Friday, the White House took the unprecedented step of warning publicly of a large Serbian military deployment along the border with Kosovo. As dangerous as this is, Vučić knows he does not need to send in the army. Instead, he can use Putin's playbook and send little green men, soldiers sans insignia, to undermine Kosovo and create plausible deniability. Perhaps that is precisely what has already happened. NATO has announced it is beefing up its troop presence in Kosovo, with the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense transferring command of an army battalion to NATO to provide assistance. But it must do more, and quickly, to quell the violence and warn off Russia and Serbia. More urgently, it needs to step up its information operations at home and abroad. Another Kosovar crisis could easily spill over into North Macedonia, a NATO member state, and would have major implications for European defense at a time when the United States is distracted by its own upcoming election. This is a dangerous moment, yet nobody, other than myself, is even talking about it. And finally, most impactfully of all, from genocide to ethnic cleansing, Europe has forsaken the Armenians again. In the South Caucasus, more than 100,000 ethnic Armenians have fled their homes since Azerbaijan seized control of the Nagorno-Karabakh region in a blitzkrieg, a lightning military advance, on September 19th. An exodus many observers have concluded to be ethnic cleansing. Armenian Americans testify that another genocide is underway in Nagorno-Karabakh and are rallying for American action. Nagorno-Karabakh matters, and it isn't over yet. In a few days' time, there will probably be no Armenians left alive in Nagorno-Karabakh, part of a long history of ethnic cleansing. The self-proclaimed republic, defeated by Azerbaijan, has announced its dissolution, signaling its historic failure, but it also has much wider geopolitical implications. It's a specifically post-Soviet tragedy, but also a reflection of the entire world's current state of disorder. History will remember the second to last week, the last full week of last month's dissolution of the self-proclaimed Republic of Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, announced solemnly by its defeated leaders. And it will remember, above all, this new mass ethnic cleansing, a practice perpetuated from war to war over the centuries. The images of the exodus of Armenians from the enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh, taken over by the Azerbaijani army. They're heart-wrenching. More than half of the enclaves, over 2/3 by now, of the enclave's 120,000 inhabitants have already headed for Armenia, their only refuge. They are leaving everything behind, certain never to return to their homes. A few more days, and they'll probably all be gone. Not a single Armenian will want to remain under Azerbaijani rule. Ethnic cleansing will have been completed, a tragic regression that nothing and nobody in the current context can prevent. In 24 hours of fighting Yesterceptimania last week, Azerbaijan regained control of this enclave, which had eluded it for 3 decades. It used force at a time when there was no longer any regional policeman or arbiter of conflicts. This is the product of a long multi-century history, which was frozen for a time during the Greater Soviets era, before starting up again at the end of the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics. History, but also geography, and an entanglement of people that make a mockery of borders. At the end of the 1980s, when the Greater Soviet straitjacket loosened, then in 1991 when it shattered, the old conflicts came a-roaring back. Territorial claims between Armenia and Azerbaijan led to war and the first exoduses. An estimated 200,000 Azeris living in Armenia and 300,000 Armenians living in Azerbaijan left en masse. Then, when Armenia won the war in 1994, once again, hundreds of thousands of Azeris and Kurds had to flee their villages around Nagorno-Karabakh. They became displaced in Azerbaijan until Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan's first victory in 2020 due to enormous Turkish military aid and an incalculable amount of Israeli finance. These individual lives, thrown into tumult by wars, are the real tragedies of a world that has failed to make the kind of progress that allows different people to coexist. A total human failure. As Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh are forced to flee their homes, is culture or corruption or something more sinister forcing a people to suffer so greatly a century after a genocide tried to wipe them all out? When we hear that an animal is endangered, maybe even at risk of being extinct, our collective outrage pushes us to defend its survival passionately, and yet we can't seem to muster the willingness to do anything about the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh. The more than 100,000 Armenians who have left their land in a matter of days did not choose to abandon a land to which they have been attached for millennia, thousands of years. Nor did they choose to abandon their ancient churches and monasteries, which will all be destroyed with bulldozers. They were forced to do so to save their very lives. The European Union has not lifted a finger to protest against the Azerbaijanis or to stop the ethnic cleansing of an ancient people from the land they have occupied for millennia, longer than human recorded history. In fact, they insist on calling the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh separatists, adopting the Azerbaijani propaganda point of view that they're somehow an insurgency into Muslim lands. How can a people who have lived in that territory without ever leaving it for 7,500 years be considered separatist? there be suspicion of older traditions. Our shameful silence is born of a variety of reasons. The more obvious of these come from an economic and political standpoint. We need to buy gas from Azerbaijan, and we are dependent on Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan to not release waves of migrants into our borders, either in Europe or this side of the Atlantic. But perhaps it also goes deeper. Perhaps there is a difficulty within us secularized Europeans or European-descended white American Caucasians to feel close to those ancient Christians, still passionately attached to their religious traditions. They are somewhat similar to us, and therefore represent an Eastern outpost of a European culture to be defended. But we are showing indifference to their fate, perhaps because from afar it seems strange to us that they are so attached to their crosses with flowers, their strange and ancient rituals, and above all, that they are willing to die rather than ever renounce their faith. We see them as attached to something ancient and distant, which perhaps we consider folklore, rather than a modern and respectable religion. Even the Pope has always been weak in his defense of them. The Azerbaijani government is already winning the sympathy of European politicians, bearing gifts of fantastic caviar, something Le Monde, the French circular, the investigative journal which translates as the world, calls caviar diplomacy. Could such lavish diplomacy have reached the Vatican as well? It's all about turning a blind eye. If not caviar, then let's look at least to the money given to the restoration of the catacombs of Camodia in Roma, and even the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican. Or we could always look towards some of the precious artistic assets donated by Azerbaijan, which are now preserved in St. Peter's Basilica. The extent of this history of generosity is such that in 2020, the wife of Azerbaijani dictator Ilham Aliyev was awarded the highest Vatican honor, the Papal Order of Knighthood, to a Muslim woman, no less. I hang my head. My father, either my biological father, Adolf Hitler, or my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, must be turning in their graves. Meanwhile, it seems that the pain of the Armenians irritates everyone. Europeans think that it is not their concern, but it should very well concern all of us. The Turks do not hide their plan to conquer the entirety of Armenia, considered a bothersome enclave wedged into the Islamic world. The genocide project that seemed thwarted after World War I will thus find complete realization right before our indifferent eyes. For the second time in a century, Europe turns a blind eye to a crime against humanity, an attack on the survival of an entire people. The West is even ready to even deny its own origins in order to avoid paying the price that courage demands. Is this the end of the story, then? Not yet, mark my word. The very map of the region betrays other simmering conflicts. Azerbaijan has an Azeri-populated enclave, Nakhchivan, to the south of Armenia, close to Turkey, and is demanding a corridor to link its two territories. That would be a corridor that passes through Armenian soil, but also borders Iran. If it pushes its advantage to obtain this strategic passage, a new war will be triggered. Iran's own role is quite fascinating. Tehran, capital of Iran, happens to have close relations with Christian-majority Armenia against Muslim Azerbaijan. The explanation lies in the presence of a large Azeri minority in Iran itself, up to a quarter of its population, and Israel's support for Azerbaijan with every intent to disintegrate Iran. This human, geographical, and strategic complexity, in which a quarter, 25% of Iran's population has declared itself an Israeli insurgency. And you wonder why the Iranians want the goddamn bomb. All of this has turned the entire region of greater Southwest Asia into a land of conflict. Ethnic cleansing, unfortunately, continues to be part of the arsenal of war. There be much work to be done to avoid the next conflict. This treble crisis unfolding in Nagorno-Karabakh, the Kosmet, the Kosovo Metoya, and Eretz Israel, the Greater Israel, while concerning in and of themselves, also point to how Russia's war in Ukraine is fraying the global security order vis-a-vis the global reach of Alexander Dugin, the Russian nihil nationalist, as in nihilist nationalist, the nihilist nationalist, the Nihil nationalist, who has become an international spokesman for the far right. This is what brings us back to our man, Dan van der Meulen, in Nederland. A man who basically asked for me to relate to you what he had said. Basically, he said, "Hey man, why did you say that I am pro-Russian? I think you got me wrong. I really did not like that. I was expressing the sentiments here. And I don't like the pro-Russian politicians. And what I was saying is that I don't believe any politics can really make the change that needs to happen. It will have to be a people's movement. That is happening right now with the farmers that are protesting and normal people joining." I told him I'd clarify that. He says, "The politics are really corrupt here," meaning Europe. "You can vote whatever you like, but it doesn't change anything." Now, by the way, what he's saying is not untrue. As I said, you might get representation at the national level, but at the European level, Europeans are run by bureaucrats who are not elected. They are selected. Europe is a bureaucracy, not a representative republic. He says, but now the farmers got their own political campaign, and they are likely becoming the biggest party. And real Europeans hate the Russians. We know what they did after World War II. Those people suffered more than during the war. Furthermore, I love your speech about the Jews. Took me 10 years to discover what you were talking about, but I found it out through the slave trade, all run by Jews. The Dutch were the only country not to kill the Jews. That's why they came here during the Inquisition. The VOC Dutch India Company, or Dutch East Indies Company, was paid by Jews. The WIC went to Indonesia, which was an enormous Dutch colony, the largest archipelago in the world, covering a great deal of the Earth's equator. Is 71,000 plus islands, 71,100 islands plus. All of that belonged to the Dutch at one point. as our man Dan from Nederland points out, the WIC that went to Indonesia was a military operation run by the state. Crazy story about Columbus. Really enlightening. But I don't think Putin is going to get very far. Even the young Russians are fleeing to Europe. Well, thank God for that. And we pray that many more of them do. And I hope that Europe takes them. He says they don't want to fight. Yes. Thank God for that. Okay, so I've read what Dan von der Meulen has to say. Hopefully he reviews that. Here's what I've done. The problem was that while he was here on bandwidth, he was repeating the Russian party line. Whether he realized it or not, as Brendan Zogit said, you know, people get online, they absorb this stuff and then regurgitate it without even thinking. But he was saying Ukraine does not exist. They can't beat the Russians. The Russians are advancing. All the normal canards you hear from the Q crowd and the conspiracy cabal that are indoctrinated into people who dive into that sewer of shit we call the internet, which, you know, our friend Troy Bellamy, teacher in Florida, says was invented by a black man. I'll be eager to look at the evidence. Not to laugh at the very idea. I mean, it's amazing what we're not taught and what we never learn of. I did indeed learn of the black architect who designed Washington, D.C. when I was going to the undergraduate school. That was something that I learned about in like junior high school, maybe even before then. So we had truly a progressive educational system in San Francisco, which is to be expected. Let me see if I don't remember the guy's name consciously, so I'll have to like scroll up. But it was Benjamin Banneker. Yes, so there we are. As Troy Bellamy says, he was a Prince Hall, Maine, which is the African-American version of Freemasonry. Well, there you go. That shows why he was given the contract. He was on the inside. Okay then. Okay, all that being said now, returning to, shall we say, a kind of a train of thought, which will take us through the rest of the night. Let's see how much of the rest of the night we have. Not nearly enough for all that needs to be covered. Oh, Jesus, did I not enter this? Did I not press that enter button? Okay, you've got it now. About, of course, how the Albanians control the cocaine in the Greater British Empire. How could I not have entered that into the chat? People need to remind me of these things. Point out if I don't do what I say I'm going to do. At any rate, when it comes to, Alexander Dugin, the man I personally met under orders of Michael Aquino, the man who helped to overthrow the Greater Soviet Union, along with Aquino himself. This is something that, with his extravagant beard and his wild rhetoric, Alexander Dugin has found it easy to attract attention. Some have even labeled the far-right philosopher Putin's brain, or Putin's Rasputin. Other commentators, however, have dismissed the very idea, that Dugin is taken particularly seriously in the Kremlin, pointing to the fact that he lost his job at Moscow State University in 2014. Still, somebody obviously took Dugin very seriously indeed. Yesteryear, his daughter, Daria Dugina, a nationalist journalist, was murdered by a car bomb outside Moscow. It is widely assumed that Dugin himself was the real target. Whatever the personal relationship between Putin and Dugin, the Russian dictator's decision to invade Ukraine brought to fruition ideas that Dugin has been pushing since the early 1990s. In his 1997 book titled The Foundations of Geopolitics, which was assigned reading at the Russian military's General Staff Academy, Dugin argued that Ukraine as a state has no geopolitical meaning, just like our man Dan from Nederland was parroting. When asked about his influence on Putin at a 2018 lecture at Fudan University in Shanghai, the Communist Chinese Empire, Dugin himself was coy, but pointed out that he was arguing for the Russian annexation of Crimea in the 1990s, long before Putin. Dugin's presence, his very presence in Communist China, was most significant. He has capitalized on his supposed proximity to Putin and his linguistic skills. He speaks fluent English and French to build himself a considerable international role. In China, Iran, and Turkey, Dugin has become a spokesman and coordinator for those who are seeking to destroy America's global hegemony. Meanwhile, in Europe and these United States, he has liaised with far-right forces, positioning himself as an ally in the battle against globalism, the new buzzword. In his lecture series at Fudan in Red China, Dugin argued that Russia and Red China must jointly build a multipolar world order, ending American dominance forever. At a meeting in April, the Russian and CHICOM, Chinese Communist Foreign Ministers, embraced this idea, with Sergei Lavrov assuring Wang Yi that the two empires would, together, move towards a multipolar, just, democratic world order. In Dugin's Weltanschauung, a term my bio-father would use, my bio-sire, my biological father, Weltanschauung, worldview. The continental countries of the Eurasian landmass, centered on Russia, of course, are naturally opposed to the maritime world led by these United States, and, before that, by the Greater British Empire, whom now the Albanians have conquered, a satellite state of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. Dugin has even parroted, lacking originality himself, the great Nazi philosopher Carl Schmitt, for he himself has conceded what he himself has conceded to be the man's clear understanding of the enemy facing Europe, Russia, and Asia, that is the United States, along with its island ally, England. These anti-Western and illiberal ideas have also found a ready audience in Iran. Dugin has been a frequent visitor and is particularly popular with the hardline elements in the regime. In 2015, he flattered his Iranian hosts by telling them that Iran is the main base of the war against modernity. A good thing, apparently, to them. Dugin has also regularly visited Turkey, sometimes as a guest of the ruling AK party, and has made common cause with all the anti-American forces what comprise their government. In Europe, meanwhile, Dugin and his sponsor, the Russian banker Konstantin Malofeev, have cultivated ties with hard-right parties such as Austria's Freedom Party, Italy's League, and France's National Rally, maintaining links through conferences, lectures, and meetings in Russia and Western Europe. In these United States, Dugin's natural bedfellows are on the far right. Early in the Trump presidency, Dugin granted an interview to the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, expressing his hopes for Mr. Trump, who I support with all my heart. He told Alex Jones that pro-Trump and pro-Putin forces must unite against our common enemy, the globalists. Richard Spencer, America's far-right figure, who was filmed shortly after Trump's victory shouting, "Heil Trump!" and giving a stiff-armed salute, is also connected to the Russian nationalist. Spencer's own wife has translated Dugin's work into the English language. Honestly, I stand in wonder that nobody investigates this. I guess they'd have to know before they started to investigate at all. Know that it's even a thing. But people know nothing. It's all that Jewish media, you see. In a recent appearance with communist Chinese and Pakistani academics, Dugin assured his audience that the Russian Empire would use nuclear weapons rather than accept defeat in Ukraine. One immediate question was whether yesteryear's car bombing would lead the Kremlin into even more aggressive policies in the war and in domestic politics. And so it did. By the way, our dear man Nemo Albano has returned. Thank you. The Russian intelligence services, the successor to the KGB, the FSB, instantly claimed to have solved the case of the car bomb that took Dugin's daughter. They accused Ukraine of commissioning the assassination and claimed that the alleged killer had already escaped Russia and crossed the border into Estonia. These accusations were straightaway abused to justify intensified Russian bombing of Kiev, including the targeting of key government buildings and officials individually. Once the Kremlin decides to confront Estonia by backing up its demand for the extradition of the alleged suspect with threats, then it will put Russia on a collision course with a NATO state. The Ukrainian government, of course, was quick to deny. Well, they were swift to deny any connection to the bombing. But that did not change any minds in Moscow. Extreme nationalist voices, exemplified by the likes of Alex Dugin, have long been calling for Russia to pursue even more ruthless tactics. Dugin specializes in violent and incendiary rhetoric, delivered in lecture halls and television studios, a safe distance from any actual fighting. But yesteryear, the front line came to Moscow. After enduring so much suffering, few Ukrainians shed tears for Dugin, a man who in 2014 called for Russians to kill, and kill again Ukrainians. Useful idiots, further from the conflict, have found it harder to believe than anyone else, that anyone else deserves to see their child blown up in front of them. But that's because they feel that they can act with impunity. Being Americans, no one will ever strike back at them, they think. I can only hope and pray that someday soon they'll be proven wrong. You see, Zelensky's Ukraine is quite real. Putin's does not exist. In a stand-up routine on his late-night variety show, Kvartal, or Kvartal, 95, Volodymyr Zelensky said, "If things had turned out the way my mother wanted, I would have been a violinist. That's right. As a good Jewish boy, I played the violin as a kid." That Zelensky is a good Jewish boy presents a problem for Vladimir Putin, who has repeatedly accused Ukraine of fascism and even Judeophobia. Putin's language of fascism, nationalism, and Nazism revives the Greater Soviets-era shibboleths that suggest an ideology of protecting ethnic minorities, including Jews, from dangerous forms of ethno-nationalism. And yet, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is now attacking a Ukraine that has one of the lowest rates of Judeophobia in Europe. That's according to all the recent Pew studies. A diverse public sphere, and even a Jewish president. The inconsistency between Putin's accusations and Zelensky's Jewishness has helped to clarify the deeply problematic premise for the current invasion of Ukraine. Russia claims it is attempting to denazify a country that has, over the past decade, become not more ethno-nationalist, but less so. In the process, Moscow has exposed its own right-wing nationalist agenda and its distance from the anti-fascism and even anti-colonialism it may have represented at various points during the Greater Soviets period. Putin's abuse of the term nationalism evokes a familiar Soviets accusation in which acts of self-determination threaten the power and centrality of Moscow. But what the Kremlin's narrative has attempted to deny is the fact that many Ukrainians have outgrown a dated understanding of identity, which relies on a monolithic ethnic understanding of a single Ukrainian people sharing a language, history, and religious traditions. Ukrainians have moved increasingly toward a civic understanding of Ukrainian identity, centered on citizenship as opposed to parentage. Zelensky's rise to the presidency as a Russian-speaking secular Jew is living proof of this shift toward a pluralistic Ukrainian identity, which Dan van der Meulen in Nederland insists makes them the villain. His words. The fact that an ethnic Jew is now expertly commanding a war from besieged Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, has struck some outside Ukraine itself as ironic, for the history of ethnic relations in Ukraine includes terrible episodes of anti-Jewish pogroms. But Jews have long played positive roles in Ukraine as well. Moreover, Zelensky's landslide victory in 2019 came at a time of open conversation in Ukrainian society about its diversity and the righting of past wrongs. Over the past several years, new Ukrainian art and literature have explored themes of the Holocaust and the multiple displacements of the Tatars. The government has moved to protect indigenous cultures, and the Cabinet of Ministers has discussed the legalization of same-sex civil partnership. Zelensky himself has not only embodied Ukraine's poise under pressure, he is, after all, the entertainer who won Ukraine's Dancing with the Stars, and dubbed the voice of Paddington Bear in Ukrainian, but has also reminded the world that Ukraine, far from being full of Nazis as Putin claims it is, has become more welcoming of religious minorities and more unified across geographical and linguistic divides than it was a decade ago. When Russian tanks crossed the border in February of yesteryear, purportedly to protect Russian-speaking Ukrainians, Zelensky addressed the people of Russia in their common native language. The Ukrainian people are already free. On the 1st of March of yesteryear, following multiple missile strikes, including a deadly missile strike near the Holocaust killing ground of Babyn Yar, Zelensky posted a Ukrainian language video address to his Facebook page, accompanied by a translation into the Hebrew. This brings us to the shift in Ukrainian identity itself. The Ukrainian political scientist, Volodymyr Kulyk, dates the shift from basing Ukrainian identity on citizenship rather than blood lineage to the Maidan protests of 2013 through 2014 and the Russian military intervention in Crimea, observing that these events, in his words, brought about a perceptible change in ethno-national identities, as many people felt both stronger attachment to Ukraine and stronger alienation from the Russian Empire. This civic understanding of Ukrainian identity represents an important evolution from Greater Soviet's definitions of ethno-national groups. The Greater Soviet Union may have laid ideological claim to Marxist internationalism and anti-colonialism, but in fact, Greater Soviet's policy often drove a wedge between members of different ethnic groups. Greater Soviet's Ukrainians, Jews, and Russians were viewed as belonging to separate ethnic categories, and these identities were inscribed into their very passports. As a result, ethno-national difference remained an important paradigm for many Ukrainians in the years immediately following independence, circa 1991. Former President Viktor Yushchenko bestowed the title of Hero of Ukraine on the Ukrainian nationalist leader Stepan Bandera, who collaborated in the 1940s with the Nazis to fight against the Greater Soviet state. While some appreciated the acknowledgement of the historical struggle against Moscow, many, of course, criticized the posthumous embrace of Bandera as a fatal political miscalculation. Even Petro Poroshenko, who led Ukraine during the difficult years after the 2013 through 2014 Maidan Revolution of Dignity, ran for re-election on a platform of army, language, faith. That a Russian-speaking secular Jew from the industrial East defeated the incumbent Poroshenko in 2019 suggests that a majority of Ukrainians wanted a more unifying narrative. Zelensky, who spoke out against Putin's invasion and in defense of Russian language culture in 2014, was a vote against both Ukrainian ethno-nationalism and Russian neo-imperial nationalism. The civic energy that flowed out of the Maidan protests has also led to new artistic and political efforts to acknowledge Ukraine's multiple languages and religions as well as individual groups' past traumas. Non-Jewish Ukrainians have embraced Jewish history as part of the Ukrainian story. The Lviv-based poet Mariana Kianovska published a haunting book about the massacre in Babin Yar in 2017. In 2021, the filmmaker Sergei Lozhnitsa released a controversial film about Babin Yar that provocatively presented the Nazi massacre of Jews in Kiev alongside the fringe Ukrainian nationalist movement in the western city of Lviv. Although the film provoked much criticism for having potentially gone too far in connecting Ukrainian nationalism with Nazism, the fact that a film critical of Ukrainian nationalism was screened and discussed at all speaks to the general openness in Ukraine to engaging in difficult conversations about history itself. The Tatar singer Elvira Sarikariel has collaborated with the Ukrainian hip-hop group TNMK to raise awareness about the displaced Crimean Tatar community. Mustafa Naim, an Afghan-Ukrainian journalist, was one of the first organizers of the Maidan and later became Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. Russian language literature has long thrived in Ukraine, even as the war in Donbas broke out in 2014. Novelists like Andrei Kurkov and poets like Iakiva and Boris Kersonsky wrote strong literary indictments of Russia's occupation of Crimea and military involvement in Donbas in the Russian language. Nemo Albano says he's going to head off. I will say goodbye to the listeners. Please do so. By all means, come on.
You're doing a good job, and just told the listeners good morning, day and night. Support Douglas any way you can. Donate to him via PayPal and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bless you, Nemo Albano. We all love you dearly, and get yourself some replenishing rest.
Yeah. All right, you have a good one. Take it easy.
Thank you so much, and hope you get a chance to look forward to your review of the rest of the monologue on Wednesday.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Bye for now. Now, on July 1st of 2021, Parliament passed Zelensky's bill on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, which granted special protection to the cultural heritage and language of the Crimean Tatars, as well as 12 Crimean Turkic Judaic groups, the Krimchaks and the Karaids. These discussions of multi-ethnicity aren't easy or perfect, but a collective effort to acknowledge Ukraine's multiple histories has helped to define a pluralist vision for Ukrainian society. Ergo, Putin has misfired. As Ukrainians of different backgrounds have embraced a civic understanding of their identity, Kremlin representatives have doubled down on ethno-national categories to describe Ukraine, and Zelensky himself. Zelensky's Indigenous Peoples Bill incensed Vladimir Putin, who compared it to Adolf Hitler's race laws for its exclusion of special protections of the language and culture of native Russian speakers. Notably, the bill, which was aligned with the United Nations' Declaration on Indigenous Peoples, omits groups whose identity is reflected by an existing state, including Ukrainians themselves. After the bill was introduced, Putin asked on Russian state television, "What about people with mixed blood? Zelensky himself is an ethnic Jew. He may have mixed blood." Putin's preposterous confusion of indigenous cultural preservation with race laws is part of the larger and equally inconsistent narrative that he has cultivated to equate Ukrainian government to Nazism and Russian speakers with Nazi victims. In a long article published on the Kremlin website in July of 2021, Putin argued that Russians and Ukrainians are one people, the heirs of ancient Rus, with a shared language and religion. Putin declares that Ukraine is a greater Soviet construct, and that by rejecting Russia, Ukrainians are attempting to create an ethnically pure state. He compares Ukraine's anti-Russian sentiment to a weapon of mass destruction. The document, read in hindsight, was a declaration of war. If such ideological rhetoric can be a weapon, Putin has misfired. In Putin's July 12th article of yesteryear, he wrote, "Our relationship is passed down from generation to generation. It is in the hearts, in the memory of people living in modern Russia and Ukraine, in the blood ties that unite millions of our families." Few in the world can take this draconian insistence on the importance of blood ties seriously after Russia's bombing of Ukrainian hospitals, university buildings, and theaters, wreaking particular violence on the largely Russophonic, meaning Russian language speaking cities of Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, and Mariupol. Ukrainians' unity in defending their country and protesting the invasion has been inspiring. Ukrainians have chosen an uncertain future because, in addition to the horrific human toll, Ukraine's embrace of a diverse civic identity may be at stake as the war itself progresses. If Putin succeeds in reinventing Ukraine in his own twisted image, Ukrainian public discourse, which has become more nuanced and open over the past decade, could regress into the kind of nationalistic rhetoric it has managed to resist throughout the Donbas war. The invasion and the military buildup that preceded it has, understandably, aroused strong anti-Russian sentiment among Ukrainians. This has already created some rifts within the Ukrainian cultural sphere. In January, the government passed a law making Ukrainian the official language in public settings. Although this law does not at all restrict belletristic literature in the Russian, some Russian language writers have shared on social media their intention of shifting to Ukrainian. The Russian language novelist Andrei Kurkov wrote that the Russian language is almost officially in Ukraine now the language of the enemy. I will use my Russian for my novels, but nonfiction I write now mostly in Ukrainian. In March of 2022, Sergei Loznitsa, who sparked controversy with his film about Babyn Yar, was dismissed from the National Film Academy for his support of screening films by those Russian filmmakers who sprack out against Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Zelensky, for his part, has continued to call attention to the tolerance and open-mindedness of Ukraine, in contrast to the revanchist, Russian Empire, promising Russian soldiers, for example, that if they defect, they will be treated as people decently. Before becoming president, Zelensky created and starred in the TV show titled Servant of the People, about a high school teacher, Holoborodko, who is accidentally elected president of Ukraine. In one poignant episode, Holoborodko hallucinates a conversation with Ivan the Terrible, the 16th century Tsar, who, among his many deeds, murdered his son and purged all his opposition. The Tsar tells him, "We are Slavs! We are one blood!" Holoborodko disagrees. "You go one way, we'll go the other. We'll meet again in 300 years. For the past decade, Ukrainians have chosen an uncertain future over the myth of a past greatness based on blood ties. In doing so, the country has ceased to be legible to Putin and Russians who support him. We must hope that Ukraine can emerge from the current war with renewed optimism about its future as a democratic society, that it will continue to avoid the trappings of pan-Slavism that Russia has tried hard to awaken in it. Because a brutal Russian playbook has been reapplied in Ukraine. The besieging of cities, the deliberate targeting of civilians, they are the tactics Russia used before. In Grozny, we saw similar before. In Ukraine's capital, Kiev, amid the deadly rubble of heavy Russian artillery, there is much that feels familiar, not least a terrible feeling of dread. Nearly 30 years ago in Grozny, the capital of Chechnya, a territory in southern Russia that dared declare independence from Moscow as the Greater Soviet Union was breaking apart, the Chechens paid heavily for their presumption. The Russian army twice invaded and twice flattened the city in what has become a familiar Russian playbook for imposing control over outlying regions of the former Russian Empire and bludgeoning people into submission. Ukraine is very different from Chechnya, which was a small territory of just 1 million people in the North Caucasus. Ukraine is a sovereign nation with a population of more than 40 million, an armed force of over 200,000 troops, and a capital city of 3 million or more inhabitants. But Chechnya's experience is worth recalling, since it was the first time we saw Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin develop his game plan to reassert Russian dominion wherever he wanted. His methods are brute force and terror, the bombing and besieging of entire cities, deliberate targeting of civilians, and the abduction and jailing of local leaders and journalists, and their replacement by loyal puppets. The tactics are straight out of Stalin's playbook, as former Secretary of State Madeleine K. Albright wrote shortly before her death. The war in Chechnya began with a shocking display of Russian incompetence, just like later in Ukraine. On New Year's Eve, in 1994, Russian troops were sent blundering into Grozny, largely composed of conscript soldiers who were ignorant of what to expect. The force drove long columns of tanks and armor into the city in what was intended to be a swift overthrow of the Chechen leadership. They were met by highly motivated units of Chechen fighters armed with anti-tank rockets, who ambushed their columns, trapping and burning hundreds of Russian soldiers and armor in a single night. An entire brigade, the Maikop Brigade, was wiped out almost to a man. There was stunned silence in Russia in the days that followed, as the leadership took stock of what had happened and the army sent in reinforcements. The Chechens celebrated their victory and let their prisoners telephone their mothers back home in Russia, calling on Moscow to withdraw its troops. But the lull did not last. The Russian army moved to flank Grozny on 3 sides and unleashed a terrifying onslaught of air and artillery strikes upon the city. Their forces smashed the leafy suburbs, the industrial parks, and then residential districts, block by block, moving in on the ground bit by bit as they forced the Chechen fighters to retreat under overwhelming bombardment. We all saw it close up from both sides, reporting from behind Russian lines as their big guns pounded the city, and running the gamut of bombs and shells to reach the bunkers where the civilian population lived under siege. A modern European city became a ravaged moonscape. We all remember how buildings were shorn in half, and the contents of people's lives spilled out of their apartments into the open air. Haunting memories convey how the First Chechen War humiliated post-Soviet Russia, exposed its weakness, strengthened hardliners, and enabled the rise of Vladimirovich Putin. So Russia's Chechen War was the war that continues to shape Russia a quarter of a century later. The Chechen fighters were ubiquitous, racing in civilian cars to the front line, running through back streets and destroyed buildings. They became master urban guerrillas and held out for weeks against overwhelming odds. They had widespread support from the civilian population, which was angered by Moscow's abuse of brute force. A Muslim people, the Chechens had suffered oppression and deportation under Stalin and had a long history of resistance to Russian rule. When the Russians found a particularly obstinate defense, they would drop lethal cluster bombs that cut through anyone or any vehicles on the streets, whether combatants or pensioners trying to collect water or fleeing civilians. After 3 months, Russian forces took the city center and soldiers sat on plastic chairs, guarding a wasteland of destroyed buildings gouged earth, and stricken tree stumps. The fight moved to the southern suburbs, where Russian forces destroyed the last resistance with bunker-busting bombs, which crashed through 8-story buildings right into basements full of civilians, and fuel air bombs, which exploded above the rooftops and spread a powerful shockwave. There was much in the experience that echoes Ukraine today. Even though nearly 30 years have intervened, it is staggering to see Russia employ many of the same tactics and mistakes in Ukraine. Despite the hard lessons learned in Chechnya and in Afghanistan before that, Russian troops drove down the main highways with their tanks and fuel trucks in an attempt to seize control of the Ukrainian capital in the first weeks of March of yesteryear. Ukrainian troops were waiting and mounted repeated ambushes. They destroyed tanks and armored vehicles, creating such a pileup that they blocked the Russian advance. Scores of Russian soldiers were killed and taken prisoner. Survivors were forced to escape into the surrounding woods. Other tank columns were destroyed on the eastern approaches to Kiev. There followed something of a lull. The city breathed again. A few cafes even reopened. Now, in the second year of this war, Ukrainian officials say the Russians have turned their focus away from an assault on the capital for now, but Western analysts warn that Kiev remains very much a target, and we are already witnessing horrific bombardment of other cities around the country. Even as many Russian forces have pulled back from Kiev to regroup, others have already spread out and begun flanking the city. Among the miles-long Russian armored column that had advanced upon the capital, military analysts identified multiple rocket launchers, heavy artillery, and even fuel air bombs, the fuel air weapons that suck the oxygen from the very air and collapse people's lungs internally. Heavy fighting is unrelenting in several northern suburbs, and the city has come under almost nightly, and more recently daily, cruise missile and artillery strikes. Twice in the last 12 years, the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, has ordered a 36-hour-long curfew, ordering all civilians to stay indoors for 12 nights and a day, as military commanders warned of mounting danger. Last year, at an open-air news conference, as air raid sirens sounded across the city, Mr. Klitschko pleaded, "Please stay at home. It will be much more safe." A former world heavyweight boxing champion, he tried to prepare his shocked people for an extended fight. He said, "We cannot give an answer of how long will be this war. We hope it is weeks. I hope not years." So even as Kiev was bracing for the worst, Russian forces were pounding Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, the port city of Mariupol, the southern city of Mykolaiv, and the northern town of Chernihiv. Thwarted from seizing them in the first days of the war, the Russian military pounded them from afar, steadily demolishing infrastructure and buildings, including hospitals, bomb shelters, and schools, even while thousands of civilians were trapped inside to die. Of the Russian military, Samuel Crony Evans, an analyst at the Royal United Services Institute, a British research body, said, "They are an artillery army, really. Artillery is the first response to most problems, whether they are fighting in a field, mountains, or a city. The result of this, in the later case, is a flattened city and supermassive civilian casualties." A Chechen commander, Muslim, that's his name, Muslim Sheberlovsky, who fought against the Russian army in his homeland for more than a decade, knows the Russian methods only too well. He came with some of his fighters to support Ukraine when Mr. Putin moved to annex Crimea in 2014. He is now commanding a battalion of Chechen volunteers near Kiev. He described the fighting on the outskirts of Kiev as a game of cat and mouse. Russian forces, the forces inch half a dozen armored vehicles into a village, and his fighters, alongside the Ukrainians, try to hit them before they dig in. He was derisive about the Russian armed forces. He said the Russians were trying to advance, but their wheels are spinning. They have stupid tactics from the time of the Russian Empire. They have not changed. Their most important tactic is throwing bodies into the battle. They do not care about their own soldiers. There is a whole next stage to the Putin playbook, which is well known to the Chechens. As Russian troops gained control on the ground in Chechnya, they crushed any further dissent with arrests and filtration camps, and by turning and empowering local protégés and collaborators. After unleashing horrendous firepower, the decisive blow exerted against Chechnya was the use of loyalist Chechens to impose control. 6 years into the war, Mr. Putin turned the chief mufti of Chechnya to betray the rebel cause. The mufti's son, Ramzan Kadyrov, became Mr. Putin's chief henchman and has supplied Chechen fighters to support Russian forces in the wars in Syria, and now Ukraine. There are already signs of such methods in Ukraine. The arrest and disappearance of local officials, detentions and threats against local journalists, and the mass evacuation of civilians to Russia, along with, most detestably, the mass abduction of thousands of children, never to be seen again. The methods applied by Russian proxies over the last 9 to 10 years in the separatist districts of eastern Ukraine, the rigid suppression and notorious prison, are as good an indication as any of the way the country would be run under Russian occupation. A Canadian diplomat and politician, Chris Alexander, who served in Canada's embassy in Moscow at the height of the Chechen War, warned too of worse to come. He went on record to say, "The only danger to Ukrainians at this point are Aleppo, Grozny-style massed indirect fires. This is not over. Far from it." While an estimated 100,000 ethnic Armenians have now fled conflict-torn Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan, Americans have been woken to an attack from Hamas as if it were a second 9/11 on American soil. To reiterate, more than 100,000 refugees have fled to Armenia. Some 100,000 ethnic Armenians have now fled Nagorno-Karabakh, more than 2/3 of the population of the enclave that Azerbaijan seized yestermensis last month between the conclusion of Zhongyun Eguijie, the Metaversal New Year's Day, or the Chinese Hungry Ghost Festival month on the lunar calendar, and the commencement of Oktoberfest on the solar calendar. Armenia's prime minister testifies that ethnic cleansing has started. Armenia is the land of Noah, and Nagorno-Karabakh, illegitimately internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, has been settled by ethnic Armenians for 7,600 years since the Noachic flood of 5,600 years before Christ. Let me try and provide you an example of this that you'll understand. Let's take a look at John Sparks and his timelines. These are indispensable. John Sparks' histomap of religion, in particular, will help us here. Here we are with Curtis Wright's maps. Let's see if they give you a display that you can enlarge in. This is the histomap of religion. If you press it, you can make it somewhat larger. It's not large enough. Let's see if I can find one by going to the images. The histomap of world religion. And, here we are on Scribd. This should help. Let's see if you can access this. Well, this is like requires some 30-day trial or something, and you probably need to be charged. Fuck that shit. I know I can find you this for free. I use these graphs to teach the Blood Boys. They're the foundation of all of my itinerary. Alright, let's see now. We've got the histomap of evolution. Western perspective, they call it. I like that. Jeez, that's cool. I'm going to have to I think it's a perfect title for this. I have never really seen it referred to as such before, but people do analyses of John Sparks' maps, and it's always good to see new analyses, because his histories are maps. They're essentially a map of human evolution. I mean, quite literally. So let me see if I can find something here that will help you out so you get a better thing other than these stock file things that I'm running across. Chart of principle, eBay. This is all eBay shit. Okay, histomap of religion is SA. Here's one, x.com. Maybe this lady has made it accessible to humanity. Let's take a look. Oh shit, that's Twitter shit. Okay, but yeah, maybe it'll go to oh god. Okay, so this she's got something different, but she's pointing out something. Oh, this at least gives us a something to look at. By the way, I want to thank everyone for the patience with me. Maybe this will be where you can here we are. Can they make it any larger? No, but I gotta leave that bookmarked as well. Okay, let's see who's with me right now to help provide a kind of backup for me. No, it's just Aristides and the Real Tech Geek, and I don't know if either one of them is conscious. It's a pretty pity Brooke never woke up. But I do want to get this into your heads here. How do I do this the right way? Let's go back a little bit further, see if we can find okay, histomap of faith, chart of world religion here, John B. Sparks. Reddit should do it. Come on now, let me press the open button. Okay, this is it. Oh, I found it for you. Okay, this is a jive-ass way to access it. This is going to be incredibly inconvenient. This is bullshit. Okay, this isn't convenient at all. All right. And okay, then you've got idiots complaining about communism being counted as a religion, which it is. It is a counter-religion. Okay, John Sparks, histomap of religion. See if I can still find something for you. Okay, there we go. Go back to it. And by the way, if you're awake, Real Tech, come join me for a few minutes while I go through this. Find ourselves something here that will help us teach the people so to speak. All right. And hopefully I'm maintaining numbers while going through all this shit. Spiritual unity, this might have it. Okay. Okay. Can't do it by accepting all cookies. Screw that. Okay. And let me take a look at our numbers here. Go to live stream. Okay, fairly good numbers considering the time. Guys, this 9-hour stream, yowza cowza. Oh, dude, you should have heard me in the past. I would go on for hours and hours. You ain't seen nothing yet. So, again, back to the task at hand. All right, John Sparks. Wow, okay, somebody out here has got all 3 charts. And that's always to be appreciated. But the histomap of religion. Let's take a look. Who the hell has got it? Religion. This is Etsy again. They might have scrubbed they may have scrubbed this from the internet. I am really appalled. I used to be able to find this shit. And you know, if anyone else can find it, give me a link. Something that's accessible. This is the problem, is that most people will not be able to read this. This is they've got no ability to really make this large enough to read. So that is unless it's large enough for you to read, it's not going to help anybody. So I guess I'm stuck with the closest one I can give you, which is the Reddit bullshit. So for now, we're stuck with this. You can read it all right, but you're going to have to do a lot of scrolling to get to wherever you want to go. It's going to be completely confusing to you. Presentation method sucks ass. But I'm putting it in the link because it's the only thing we got right now. So here we are. And this is the histomap of religion. And it will provide you kind of like a time frame for man's evolution in terms of consciousness from the time of the bicameral mind into the time of a greater sense of identity of oneself. And I have my own ability to access a actually legible chart. I don't know if I can describe it well enough where it's going to serve you to any degree. So I'm just going to have to go to my great realignment file, go to my histomap section, and see if I can find the chart as fast as possible, and then tell you exactly what to look for on the chart I've given you in the chat room. Everybody go to your chat room, students, access the chart, and I'll tell you to go to BC, of course, and BC will essentially present you to the area at hand, where we have the origins of the people, so to speak. All people, in a sense, because it led to the agricultural revolution being spread worldwide, was the flood. H-I-J-K, here we are, I up here, then we should be heading towards H, here we are, history. Okay, so histomap of religion. Let me see if I can find it. Histomap of religion here in my own files, so I can guide you as to where to go. And here we are, Histofaith. And I should have maintained original links on these things, but, you know, hate to do that as well. Okay, press this to go larger, and from there we can... Now, if you notice, 5600 BC, if we're going back to 1000 BC, then we're going back to 10,000 BC, you have 500 BC and then you go towards 6000 BC, in that block between 5000 and 6000 BC, you have the dawn of Aryan culture in Central Asia. Whenever you hear that term, Indo-European, they mean Aryan. They don't dare to use the term Aryan anymore. You take a look on the other side of the chart, 5000 to 6000 BC. You're going to see that great thaw in the year 6000 and the floods of Hebrew and Chaldean literature, the destruction of the Akkadian city of Ur, the early Neolithic period in Europe. Then the Hindus, Iranians, and Nordics differentiate from Proto-Nordics by migrations from Turkestan. Aryan culture and languages developed, pre-dynastic culture in Egypt. So, you're going to see the dawn of Aryan culture in Central Asia, from which evolved Iranian, Persian, Hindu, Asian Indian, and probably also the earliest Greek religions. Now, if you go a little further, you'll notice that this is well before Moses and the, shall we say, solidification, the congealing of Jewish identity. The religions of the Aryan culture were first. So this was the time, of course, when you had the great dispersal of agricultural civilization through the flood, which drove people out from the area around the Black Sea into the rest of the world. This is when man left Eden in a very real sense. That's when Adam, the first man, who was essentially the cultivator of white civilization, his son Seth, the surviving son, the righteous son of Adam who did as he was told, not the murderer and not the poor victim, neither murderer nor victim, went to China and effectively, well, converted many of the Chinese to proto-Christianity, the origins of which came before the Jews. It was around this time that you had the settling of the Armenian peoples into the Caucasus Mountains, from where the very word Caucasian comes from. So that being a kind of brief introduction, and you have much more that you can look at with that chart, I'll go back into the situation at hand. With that having been specified, more, as I said, what you need to know right now is what I need to concentrate on. There be 4 points on the culture and history of the tiny landlocked mountainous nation of Armenia, located in the South Caucasus, that cometh to my mind most readily. It is the true biblical land. Armenia, which in the 4th century became the first country in the world to officially embrace Christianity, is an ancient biblical land from where the book of Genesis testimonializes Noah's Ark came to rest on Mount Ararat after the Great Deluge. Now inside the enemy territory of Turkey, Mount Ararat is regarded by Armenians as a national symbol and features on the country's coat of arms and banknotes. The Bible itself was translated into Armenian in the 5th century by Saint Mesrop Mashtots, the creator of the distinctive Armenian alphabet. Aside from that, there is the great crime. When World War I broke out in 1914, Armenia, which for most of its history has been occupied by foreign powers, was divided between the Ottoman and Russian empires. During the war, Ottomans massacred and deported more than 2 million Armenians in what has become the most tragic event in the history of the Armenian people, which they call Medjugorje. Medjugorje transliterates as the Great Crime. Up to this day, Armenia and the Turco-Israeli nexus are locked in a bitter diplomatic battle over whether the massacre should even be described as genocide, which the Jews want a monopoly on, that only they, in their fantasy, have been genocided. The UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, established in 1945, has deemed Armenia's treasures to be humanity's great treasures as well. Armenia's preeminent cultural institution, the Matenadaran Museum, is a repository of the country's national treasure, the vast collection of ancient manuscripts that cover almost every sphere of Armenia's ancient and medieval science and culture. In recognition of its universal significance, the collection, one of the world's richest, was inscribed on UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 1997. This collection includes more than 17,000 manuscripts, books, and 30,000 other documents that embrace a wide range of subjects such as theology, philosophy, history, medicine, literature, art history, and cosmography in Armenian and many other languages. And, of course, there's the star-studded diaspora, the Armenian diaspora that developed in the wake of the 1915 Holocaust. And yes, this is a true Holocaust of the Armenians that occurred in World War I, is now vast, around 8 to 10 million people according to estimates. And it includes some famous figures, of course. Reality TV superstar Kim Kardashian foremost comes to mind. The late singer Charles Aznavour, Hollywood Cher, and France's football World Cup winning striker Yuri Georgiev all have roots in Armenia. The politically influential diaspora was strongest in Russia at about 1.5 million, followed by these United States at 1.3 million peoples, and France with some 400,000. Now, Nagorno-Karabakh will cease to exist. The so-called separatist government of Nagorno-Karabakh announced pretty much yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, that it will dissolve itself and that it will cease to exist by the end of this year. This came just after Azerbaijan carried out an offensive to reclaim full control over the breakaway region and demanded that Armenian troops in Nagorno-Karabakh lay down their weapons and the government dissolve itself. While Azerbaijani authorities have pledged to respect the rights of ethnic Armenians in the region, the known fear of reprisals has already prompted an estimated 3/4 of Nagorno-Karabakh's population, some 100,000 people, to flee to Armenia, precipitating Putin's setup for a coup d'etat in Armenia itself. 'Twas a whirlwind 24 hours in the Armenian enclave, whose sudden surrender on the 28th day of Yestermenses last month is reshaping the power dynamics in the volatile Caucasus region, leaving lingering questions about the future of a region long under the Russian sphere of influence. It happened quickly, much faster than anyone could have imagined. It took the Azerbaijani army just 24 hours to force the Armenian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh to surrender. The fighting, which claimed about 100 lives, ended Wednesday, as dated September 27th, when the leaders of the so-called breakaway region that had been there since time immemorial, accepted Baku's, the capitals of Azerbaijan's, conditions. Thus ended the Noachic-descended Republic of Artsakh, the name by which modernists referenced biblical Nagorno-Karabakh. How can we explain such a speedy defeat, given that the present crisis has been going on for nearly 3 decades in the modern sense and has already triggered 2 high-intensity wars in 1994 and 2020? The answer is simple. The motherless Russians backed the beleaguered Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh into a corner. This is really about Armenia versus Russia. 2 major actors in this geopolitical and humanitarian tragedy played a key role in this defeat: Turkey and Russia. From the beginning of the fighting, Armenia itself made it clear that it could not intervene, sealing the fate of Nagorno-Karabakh. Armenia's Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan knew that coming to the rescue of the Armenians at the helm of the enclave meant risking war spilling into its own territory. A war waged by the Azerbaijani army, much more powerful than Armenian forces. To save Armenia, he therefore had to sacrifice Nagorno-Karabakh. As for Russia, it remains passive, whether as a result of strategic calculation or because it is likewise or otherwise occupied on the Ukrainian front. Russia simply sealed its southern border. Russia's focus is currently on its western front in Ukraine and neighboring countries. There is, however, another front that concerns motherless Russia: its southern border, which runs along and through the Caucasus Mountains. South of those mountains lie Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, from whence our friend the Real Tech Geek has recently returned. These mountains protect a strategic area of Russia itself. The area northwest of these mountains leads to the Sea of Azov and the Ukrainian border near Donbas, which has been heavily contested over the years. To the northeast is the Volga River and the historical city of Stalingrad, now called Volgograd, as it once was before. Named after basically it transliterates as the city on the river Volga. An attack on Russia from the south would have a decided effect on Russia's ability to execute the war in Ukraine, and in the long run could sever critical rivers such as the Volga and the Don. Therefore, protecting the Caucasus from penetration by any hostile force is vital. All this can be seen as significant of Moscow's diminishing influence in the Caucasus region, where other powers like Turkey, a brazen supporter of Azerbaijan, are asserting themselves as per the clear and present trajectory of Turkish militarism. You see, with the initiation of Azerbaijan's self-declared anti-terrorist campaign against Nagorno-Karabakh on September 19th, discussion of war yet again echoed across Turkey's mediascape. As was the case in 2020, when Azeri forces crushed Armenian defenses within the disputed region, commentators and officials were decidedly joyous at the news. Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan's long-awaited offensive, was widely touted as the completion of a struggle dating back years, if not many decades. Azerbaijan's success for large numbers of Turks is not simply one enjoyed by a friend or an ally. The close historical and cultural ties that bind Turkey and Azerbaijan, it is widely known, make the fall of Nagorno-Karabakh a victory shared by one nation with 2 flags. The dogmas of pan-Turkish nationalism are not the only source of Ankara's interests in these events. As in 2020, pundits on Turkish television delighted in the use of Turkish-made weaponry by the Azeri armed forces. Defeating Armenian defenders in the Karabakh, in this sense, is greeted as still another triumph of the Turkish defense industry. The bellicose tone of events on Turkey's eastern periphery stands in stark contrast to Ankara's, or the capital of Turkey's, posture towards its neighbors to the west. Relations between Ankara and Athens have improved considerably over the last 6 months. Turkish and Western press agencies have applauded dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan's new national security team as a sign that Ankara aims to build a better rapport with Europe and these United States. This dramatic shift in the tenor of political affairs has reignited a certain amount of optimism regarding Turkey's future. With Erdogan ensconced in office for another 5 years, an inkling of hope endures that Ankara may make one last pivot westward towards NATO and Washington. Ankara's current attitude toward events in the South Caucasus may be a more telling bellwether of Turkey's long-term trajectory. As Selim Koru recently observed, nothing appears to have changed in Ankara's general posture or strategic outlook. The bedrock of Turkey's foreign policy remains a version of nationalism that is, as Koru put it, existentially and ferociously opposed to Western geopolitical dominance. But there is a discrete aspect of this nationalism that is worth further consideration. Now, perhaps more than ever, strong militarist tendencies lie at the heart of Turkish domestic and foreign policy. A growing fervor surrounding the country's defense industry increasingly impacts Turkey's perceptions of affairs abroad. Popular media, much of it guided by Erdogan's offices, channel this excitement in promoting the belief that the country stands on the cusp of independence and martial dominance. In the long run, the cultivation of these acute militarist tendencies will lead Turkey to follow through on more destabilizing behavior in both the Caucasus and the Aegean. So let's take a look at this concept of the Turks of being born a soldier, the long shadow of history itself, of course. Some years ago, Erdogan insisted, in his own words, "The Turkish nation has continued to exist throughout history as the best military power of its region and the world." For many Turks, there is nothing idle or unserious about these sentiments. The bedrock of Turkey's historical greatness, as told by many of its most esteemed scholars, is associated with the military prowess of the Ottoman Empire, one of the original modern gunpowder empires. They taught Vladislav Dracula himself the use of artillery in battle, which he ultimately turned and used against them. The full territorial expanse claimed by the sultans stands as obvious testament to the success of the Ottomans enjoyed in war. Today, high school students are taught that the Ottoman army was the most powerful force in the world up until the 17th century, a fact that allowed the empire to play a role in determining the politics of Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. The obvious conceit of this lesson lies in the fact that the Ottomans lost this status late into the empire's development. Failures on the battlefield, more than anything, ensured the collapse of the Ottoman state. The importance of military might, as Erdogan sees it, is not simply a matter of national survival. In 2016, he told a crowd that the bravery of our ancestors grew the Ottoman Principality from a community comprising 400 tents into a world state. In other words, countries that have soft power elements as well as hard power elements have been able to leave permanent traces in history. What is decidedly absent from this reading of history is any sense of guilt when it comes to the legacies of war and war making. Erdogan is not alone in his belief that Ottoman expansionism brought peace and civility with each act of conquest. Imperialism, as he and others, such as Putin and Xi Jinping, would have it, is a Western form of exploitation and not something to be confused with Ottoman rule. This stubborn sense of blamelessness is most vividly displayed in the ways in which scholars, politicians, and the public deal with the legacies of World War I, their greatest genocidal campaign. As seen during the 2018 commemorations of the end of the war, Western leaders and commentators have tended to depict the conflict as folly, one brought on by the fetishization of military might, intolerant nationalism, and hypermasculinity. From the perspective of Turkish popular media, as well as school textbooks, the cautionary lessons to be learned from World War I are slim to none, but few, if any, and those would be that we needed to kill more people in their glazed and vacant eyes. It was a noble and glorious war for Turks, even in defeat. As a conflict waged across Europe's greatest imperialist powers, the war is construed as a righteous struggle that, in some ways, continues to this very day. Married to this sense of historical innocence and ongoing war against the West is the common conviction that Turks, by their very nature, are a warrior master race, or rather a master warrior race. Evidence of this dogma can be found in the last names of large numbers of Turks. When the government mandated in 1934 that each citizen adopt a proper Turkish patronym, many chose or were assigned names inspired by military virtues. Erdogan, for example, who happens to be dictator of the goddamn nation, means one who is born a soldier. Inherently martial race elements. Well, the Turks believe they're the master warrior race that will conquer planet Earth. With their empire now celebrating its centennial, its 100th year as a modern state, the notion of Turks constituting an inherently martial race remains as strong as ever. The fact that Europeans tend to eschew their militarist past, as one noted scholar and commentator has put it, is not something Turks would ever admire. While Europeans distinguished themselves in the past as painters, musicians, and philosophers, Turks could still stand proud that their undying art and quality was nothing but pure militarism. This brings us to Turkey's new techno-militarism. Erdogan is not the first Turkish dictator to instrumentalize the glorification of war and military service. During the height of Ankara's war against the Kurdistan Workers' Party in the 1980s and 1990s, schools and public rituals furiously promoted the notion of Turkey as a military nation in order to combat resistance to conscription and legitimize its fight against Kurdish separatism. Under the rule of Justice and Development Party, JDP, both government rhetoric and mass culture have grown distinctively, ever distinctly more militaristic as time has progressed. Symptomatic of this drift is the synergy that exists between Turkey's entertainment industry and state messaging. Much has been said of the thriving popularity of Turkish soap operas and adventure series featuring notable conquerors found in Turkey's past. The voguishness of these pogroms often bleeds into the public relations campaign and boosterism manufactured by government, state-sponsored spectacles, campaign advertisements, and social media posts often draw upon the imagery found in historical military dramas produced for television. Anchoring this trend, of course, is Erdogan himself. He has never been shy of voicing his support or criticism for programs based on historical events and characters. He has an especially consistent habit of referencing the Battle of Malazgirt, which marked the Turkish conquest of Anatolia at the expense of the Greek Byzantines. This 11th century victory encapsulates a variety of tropes critical to his Weltanschauung, his worldview. Malazgirt, for Erdogan, represents the humbling of Greek ambitions and the smashing of Western imperialist crusaders. It embodies the sacredness of Turkish territory and the oneness of the Turkish nation. Malazgirt, in Erdogan's terms, crystallized the superiority of the Turkish warrior and his time-honored fealty to Islam. Citing this historic victory in war, in other words, is not simply meant to elicit feelings of pride. It instead serves as a source of inspiration in Turkey's pursuit of goals towards worldwide conquest here in the present day. The much heralded rise of the Turkish defense industry has created a new dynamic within this lionization of the Turkish military and its past. The origins of this growth, as commentators often note, is rooted in comparatively recent events. While there be no question that American and European restrictions on arms sales have played the role in stimulating Turkish technological advances, Erdogan has framed defense sector's maturation as the product of a much longer struggle. He has claimed that Turks were pioneers in the military sciences before ceding this advantage to Europeans. The Ottoman Empire exacerbated this weakness by borrowing Western technology, as opposed to manufacturing weapons for themselves. This was according to Erdogan, a critical mistake, especially since, in his words, students were sent to the West to learn engineering, mostly returned home with their minds seduced by ideas foreign to us. Becoming more technologically competitive in the present, however, is not simply about reversing the tide of history. Erdogan has emphasized that defense innovation is critical to raising future generations to defend both the country and its civilizational values. This marriage of nationalism, militarism, and material innovation is now the focus of a yearly spectacle called Technofest. Since 2018, organizers have staged this carnival cum convention multiple times a year in each of the country's major cities, thus accommodating immense crowds of sightseers. This year's iteration in Istanbul purportedly welcomed over 2.5 million visitors. The main activities hosted by the fair comprise a series of competitions aimed to attract the participation of children, schools, and professionals. Virtually all of the contests center on the design, construction, and use of robotics and drone technology. While coordinators tout Technofest as a celebration of the empire's youth and ingenuity, displays of Turkey's most modern weaponry always steal the show. Models and demonstrations of new missiles, rockets, aerocraft, and drones, produced by Turkish-run industries, provide much of the entertainment for visiting crowds. Erdogan has seized upon each of these events as forums to articulate his vision of Turkey's past, present, and future. He personally dubbed the conclusion of this summer's Technofest Victory Month, in honor of a slew of anniversaries marking historic Turkish victories from the distant past. The technology and strength premiered this summer, as he explained it, was an homage to such military feats as the Ottoman conquests of Hungary, Magyarország, from where our dear friend Maria D'Andrea sources, Beograd, the White City, the capital of Serbia, which I once served, and Cyprus, the island with the divided capital, which now, quite thankfully, is becoming more and more of an American ally. Amid this year's iteration of Technofest, Turkish pundits and officials struck a generally more soothing tone in addressing foreign audiences. Ankara now intends, as one columnist put it, to open a new page specifically with the Western Bloc while continuing its autonomous foreign policy and security strategy, striving for total independence, as another presidential advisor put it, is not at odds with what he called the country's new and solution-oriented multilateralism. Evidence of the kind of peace made possible by this approach could be found in Turkish support for Azerbaijan's seizure of Nagorno-Karabakh. Erdogan expressed his own confidence that by making war on the looters in Karabakh, as he called them, and not the Armenian state, Baku, or the capital of Azerbaijan, was working toward normalizing relations with Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. A similar confidence is conveyed with respect to Iraq, Syria, and Hellas, or Greece as well. Upon becoming Turkey's new foreign minister, Hakan Fidan has taken great pains to assure audiences that Ankara, the capital of the Turkish Empire, remains committed to the territorial integrity of its neighbors. So we have militarism, but to what end? Ankara's vocal insistence upon the novelty of its foreign policy posturing has yet to yield any real indication of substantive change in tactics. Both Damascus, capital of Syria, and Baghdad, capital of Iraq, have made it clear that any improvement in relations is contingent on Turkey's withdrawal from its territory. As recently as this summer, Erdogan has maintained that Turkish troops will remain in Syria and Iraq as part of a broader strategy of destroying the terrorist threat at the source. So Turkey's occupying two foreign countries, people. It is an aggressor on the world stage. Not to mention its invasion of Cyprus, no less, its genocide of its own people, as it claims them to be in Kurdistan, and of course now sponsoring genocide in Armenia. I have to breathe. So, meanwhile, Ankara's recent pledge to pursue a diplomatic opening with Greece over various issues commenced with the proviso that Athens negotiate independently of Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, in toto, and the prerogatives afforded to it as an EU member. Though Erdogan has ceased issuing threats towards Athens since the spring, there is no sign that his government has had a change of heart when it comes to the sovereignty of Greece's islands. As he told graduating cadets this summer, our stance against the aggressive actions against the Aegean, meaning the Aegean Sea, is already known to all our interlocutors. Yeah, I'm surprised he knew that vocabulary word as well. So how should observers interpret these contradictory signals against the backdrop of Turkey's enduring and expanding militarism. Perhaps Technofest and Erdogan's rhetoric are all purely designed for domestic consumption. After all, Turkey's romantic attachment to war and soldiering predate Erdogan's rule by many decades. Moreover, it is hard to divorce the pervasiveness of this culture from the constant air of electioneering that hangs over the country. Celebrating Turkey's warlike traditions is in keeping with the intense nationalistic climate that has endured since Erdogan's re-election. What's more, Technofest echoes the government's materialistic standards of achievement. As seen in the recent campaign ads, Turkish-produced drones are symbolic of an administration that also gave citizens a space program, a high-speed train system, electric cars, and other modern advances. Being able to successfully market and sell military technology abroad has added electoral advantages. Realistically, Turkey's militarism will prove to be a factor driving foreign policy in its own right. In this regard, the future of the conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh could serve as a test case for whether Erdogan's fascination with hard power remains confined to domestic politics. Negotiations are currently underway over the implementation of the so-called Zangezur Corridor. Nikol Pashinyan's government in Yerevan continues to resist calls to cede Armenians any control over the southern territories of Zangezur. And any Azeri military action against Armenian territory proper would invite a firmer reaction from the European Union, United States, and, yes, even the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire. More concretely, the stakes over any division of Zangezur have grown after Iranian officials and social media accounts intimated that Tehran, the capital of Iran, would use force to oppose any partition of Armenian land. Despite all this, Erdogan, as well as members of the press, remain sanguine. Turkey's dictator has announced that diplomatic discussions are underway to resolve Tehran's objection. Erdogan's advisors and supporters continue to harp upon the geopolitical rewards that will come as a result of Zangezur's partition. The building of a road cutting across Armenia's south, it is believed, would expand Ankara's influence among Turkey's ethnic kin in the Turkic states of Central Asia. The corridor, it is hoped, equally would transform Turkey into an energy and commercial giant. Azeri dictator Ilham Aliyev, as well as official Turkish outlets, have also cast doubt on Armenia's inherent claims to Zangezur as a whole. Like the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin in his view of Ukraine, Aliyev of Azerbaijan contends that the Greater Soviet's government unfairly awarded Zangezur to Armenia despite its long history as a land inhabited by Turks. It is possible that Iran and Armenia may allow Turkey and Azerbaijan to proceed with their plans in Zangezur, abandoning the threat to resist by force. Or it is possible that Ankara and Baku, the capitals of Turkey and Azerbaijan respectively, will push ahead regardless, seeking to create another fait accompli. As Andrew Basevich noted in his study on American militarism, technology can have a seductive influence on how both state leaders and everyday citizens understand and embrace the utility of war. By the start of the 21st century, technology as panacea grossly undermined the bloodlust sullying associated with armed conflict. As he argued in the case of the United States invasion of Iraq, America's superior military technology deluded many into thinking that war was more than just the natural response to the threat of terrorism. It became instead a grand pageant that affirmed Washington's might and righteousness. A similar belief appears to be on the rise in Turkey. Erdogan has helped sustain the reigning dogma that Turkish technology is transforming the nature of modern war. This most recent episode of fighting in the South Caucasus constitutes, for many in Turkey, further proof of Turkey's newfound status as 21st century Goliath. If Erdogan is to be believed, technology has unlocked or amplified Turkey's potential to resolve its national security concerns swiftly and decisively if it so chooses. In some cases, such as against Athens yesteryear, Erdogan has only implied that he was willing to unleash his empire's arsenal. Should regional conditions change, or if Ankara's rebranded foreign policy fails to deliver, the militarist culture that Erdogan has helped to foment can only convince him that war is the answer. NATO needs to have a serious conversation about what to do when a member can no longer be trusted. As war rages between Ukraine and the revanchist Russian Empire, NATO members in Europe's east fear they might be next in Moscow's gun sights. Finland and Sweden asked to join the Transatlantic Alliance, and Turkey, a member since 1952, treated the opportunity as a visitor to the bazaar, demanding that Stockholm crack down on Ankara's Kurdish critics in return for its assent. Why is Turkey still considered an American ally? Why is Turkey still in NATO? President Joseph Biden, who thereafter visited Saudi Arabia to beg for increased oil production, is taking a similarly craven approach toward Turkey. Despite Ankara's obstruction of NATO expansion and previous purchase of Russian S-400 aero defense systems, the president advocates selling F-16s to and upgrading existing models for Turkey. Biden, of course, insists that no quid pro quo is involved, but his proposal conveniently comes after Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan dropped his objections to Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO. Nor is that all. Earlier this year, the Biden administration proposed selling missiles and radars to Turkey. The plan was said to face stiff headwinds in Congress, which had insisted during the Trump administration that Ankara be sanctioned for buying the S-400s. God, we've got good numbers. My thanks to all. When Turkey joined the Transatlantic Alliance, there was subdued desperation in Washington. The United States was defending a still weak Western Europe from the Greater Soviet Union. Overmatched in conventional arms, Washington relied on the threat of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons to defend the continent. It has nuke it till it glows. Moreover, the Korean War continued to rage, ending only the following year after the death of the Greater Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin. No one was inclined to focus on Turkey's democratic infirmities or its later military coups d'etat. Indeed, Portugal was a dictatorship when it was named a founding member in 1949. And Hellas, or Greece, remained a member despite its infamous 1967 Colonel's coup. However, after the Greater Soviet's collapse, NATO rushed past the European Union to welcome the detritus of the Greater Soviet's empire proclaiming the alliance's determination to promote democratic reform. Even as NATO's lead member wandered the globe, bombing, invading, and occupying nations at will, resulting in hundreds of thousands of deaths along the way, alliance members proclaimed their democratic credentials. NATO strives to secure a lasting peace in Europe based on common values of individual liberty, democracy, human rights, and rule of law. If Ankara applied for membership today, it would be firmly and brusquely rejected. 12 decades ago, Turkey was a limited democracy, with its military setting boundaries to civilian rule. No prime minister was allowed to abandon the nationalism associated with the Republic of Turkey's founding. Moreover, the military enforced rigid secularism, ready to defenestrate any politician or party that approached the third rail of Islamic politics. However, over the last 12 decades, Erdogan, an adept politician who rebounded from a jail stint for publicly quoting a forbidden Islamic poem in his time as Istanbul's mayor, broke the military's power by means fair and foul. What little independence remained in the armed forces disappeared after the failed July 2016 coup d'etat. At that point, Erdogan was already trending authoritarian, going from persecuted to persecutor. Yuri Friedman wrote, "In the past year and a half, government prosecutors have opened almost 2,000 cases against Turks for insulting the Turkish president. Since 2002, Turkey has dropped from 99th to 151st in Reporters Without Borders' annual ranking of press freedom in different countries, largely because of the government's intimidation of critical journalists and censorship of the internet." Erdogan abused the botched putsch like, well, you e-history amateurs out there would say, like Adolf Hitler using the 1933 Reichstag fire, to take a cheap shot at an easy mark, as an opportunity in Erdogan's case to punish political opponents and critics. Tens of thousands of Turks have been fired, barred from traveling, or imprisoned, most for little more than holding a critical view of Erdogan, or having a distant relationship with Fethullah Gülen's social movement, which Erdogan unconvincingly accused of orchestrating the coup d'etat. In aftermath of the putsch, Erdogan transformed the government from parliamentary to presidential, enhancing his own power in the executive. Years later, the regime continues to use Gülen to justify a continuing crackdown. In Turkey, belief that the American empire was involved in the incident is widespread. According to Freedom House, Turkey has fallen to just 32 out of a possible 100 points and is now rated not free. The organization explained that despite initially passing some liberalizing reforms, the Turkish president's Justice and Development Party, the AKP in the Turkish language, government showed growing contempt for political rights and civil liberties and has pursued a wide-ranging crackdown on critics and opponents since 2016. Constitutional changes in 2017 concentrated power in the hands of the president, removing key checks and balances. Exactly what Netanyahu wants to do vis-a-vis the Supreme Court in Israel. Alas, if anything, repression is likely to deepen as next year's parliamentary and presidential elections approach in Turkey. The economy, once Erdogan's great political strength, is a wreck. The official annual inflation rate has hit a record 70%, and some economists believe the real rate is higher. Moreover, as his popularity has declined and former political lieutenants have challenged him, Erdogan has turned to nationalists for support. It is unclear whether he will tolerate a free vote at all. For the first time in 2019, Erdogan refused to accept an election outcome. That was, shall we say, the model Trump followed the year thereafter. This forced, on the other side of the Atlantic, in Asia Minor itself, which is a territory occupied by Turkey, a revote for Istanbul mayor, which his party lost disastrously. Next year, he might simply fix the outcome from the start. However, the bigger issue for Washington is Ankara's fidelity to NATO. Long ago, the United States should have turned the transatlantic alliance over to the Europeans, who have demonstrated their determination to continue to cheap ride on Americans even after proclaiming their shock and outrage at Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As long as Washington relies on NATO, however, it is important that members remain committed to the Western Alliance, and Turkey is not. Ankara has long been essentially at war with European Union member state Cyprus and fellow NATO member state Greece. In 1974, Turkey invaded the former and carved out an ethnic Turkish state, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, recognized only by Ankara, the capital of Turkey, the offending power, the invasive aggressor. Of late, Erdogan's government has interfered with regional energy development, claiming those resources for the TRNC. Moreover, successive Turkish governments have refused to accept Greek sovereignty over contested islands and routinely invaded Greek aerospace, triggering regular military confrontations. Athens devotes a larger share of its GDP to the military than even the United States of America, but does so mostly to confront Turkey, not Russia. Erdogan has adopted an even more aggressive independent foreign policy than did his predecessors. That foreign policy is always hostile to the West, as is Greater Israel's. Locking Turkey and Israel in the same nexus against ourselves. Erdogan suggested revisiting the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne, writ during the year my late and sainted womb matron, my Cyrus, my mother, was born, which set the boundaries of modern Turkey. There is much conspiracy talk about the agreement ending next year, but it has no expiration date. Erdogan is pushing what has been called an Ottoman foreign policy, whose nationalist supporters dream of significantly expanding Ankara's reach. The Maritime Doctrine, Blue Homeland, which looks to control Mediterranean waters claimed by Cyprus, Egypt, Hellas or Greece, and Israel, is gaining support. Indeed, Erdogan's government has clashed with French and United German vessels seeking to enforce an arms embargo on Libyan forces and United States-backed Syrian Kurdish forces, which with American support defeated the Islamic State's Caliphate. The Caliphate, though, ruled by a bunch of mentally retarded clerics. Of even greater significance is Ankara's close but complicated relationship with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. That makes sense for a neighbor of the neighbor of a great power with which it had fought more than one war throughout history. However, playing Moscow's comrade and friend is inconsistent with being a member state of NATO, whose only serious potential military adversary today is the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Turkey is buying Russian weapons, inhibiting Allied naval operations in the Black Sea, and resisting Allied sanctions against Moscow. Who in the alliance believes Ankara can be relied on if NATO ends up at war with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire? Naturally, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg resolutely defended Ankara in March, declaring that Turkey's strong leadership and commitment to NATO's collective security is highly valued. However, that was in the past. Turkey began to shift away from the West after Erdogan took control. In 2003, the new Turkish government refused to allow Americans to operate against Iraq out of Turkey. Early in the Syrian conflict, Ankara worked with the Islamic State, allowing its fighters to travel in and out of Syria. Today, Turkey wages a war on United States-backed forces in Syria, exhibiting what Amnesty International described as a shameful disregard for human life, carrying out serious violations and war crimes, including summary killings and unlawful attacks. After the coup d'etat attempt, Erdogan purged officers detailed to NATO and replaced them with those more inclined to an Ottoman Weltanschauung, or worldview. They are positioned to act as a fifth column of sorts in any conflict opposed by Erdogan or whomever follows him, refusing to aid or even acting to obstruct operations. American University's Mustafa Gurbush quipped that some analysts may come to see Ankara as Russia's Trojan horse within NATO rather than the other way around. Outweighting Erdogan is no answer. Some critics hope that his health will force him from office, but so far he has shown no signs of ever leaving. Moreover, there is no guarantee that his successor will be chosen democratically, or if so, that the successor will be any significant improvement. Possibilities include the Interior and Defense Ministers and Intelligence Head, who might prove even more nationalistic and authoritarian. Indeed, there is little popular support in the country for cooperating with the American empire at all. Favorable sentiment toward the United States ran at just 20% in 2019. Over the last 12 decades, that number has fallen as low as 9%. Yesteryear, 6 of 10 Turks named the United States as the greatest threat to Turkey. Thrice, that's 3 times the number, who pointed to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire on their doorstep. In March, a poll found that nearly half of Turks blamed the Russo-Turkish War on the United States or NATO. Almost 8% said Ukraine, and only 1/3 pointed to the aggressor nation, the aggressor imperialist nation of Russia itself. The United States and the rest of NATO should stop catering to Turkey. If the alliance is serious, it should insist on members' loyalty to other members and their willingness to join collective action against a presumed antagonist. If a government's behavior significantly diverges from the alliance's objectives, other members should consider ousting that state and forging more realistic cooperative arrangements for the future. The United States should not be actively hostile to Turkey until the war starts, and Europe should forge its own ties. which are likely to be even more complicated given the closer economic relationship and continuing fears of refugees flooding in through Turkey from the Middle East. Separation would also free the American empire from any felt need to accommodate Ankara for Europe's sake. Adding Finland and Sweden to NATO does not necessarily help America in this regard. Rather, as doing so expands Washington's defense obligations, if we're looking for a truly independent Europe in the future that doesn't free ride off American largesse. But I digress here. I personally think America needs always a singular foothold in Europe, even if it be but a chunk of European land to call its own in the sense of a Euro-American Union. Something small like Basqueland, to save it from both France and Spain. For years, Washington has accumulated military allies like people add Facebook friends. The former have proved about as useful as the latter. With Turkey, the United States should move in a reverse direction. NATO needs to have a serious conversation about what to do when a member can no longer be trusted. Ultimately, the Turks might be better friends if the United States does not expect them to be allies at all. This, of course, brings us back to Moscow's hostility toward Armenia. Before I go old school on us, depending on how much time we have left. Numbers are holding good, but I'd like people to participate more in chat. We have about an hour left remaining. And our upvotes are good. Russia has a military base in Armenia and about 2,000 troops deployed in the Nagorno-Karabakh area under a previous peace agreement. These troops did not intervene, not even as peacekeepers, but they still facilitated last month's ceasefire, leading to the de facto surrender of the ancient biblical enclave. The Kremlin's actions are also undoubtedly influenced by its strong hostility toward Armenian Prime Minister Pashinyan, who came to power in 2018 in the wake of one of those color revolutions that Vladimir Putin despises so much. The liberal progressive Pashinyan dared develop friendly relationships with Western countries and is viewed very unfavorably in Moscow. Midweek, the closing week of Yestermenses, the head of the Russian propaganda channel RT, Russian television, Margaret Simoyan, stated that Russia owed nothing to Armenia and reused an insult that had to be thrown at Nikol Pashinyan, calling him a bald Judas. This brings us back to the specter of ethnic cleansing. The full meaning of the Azerbaijani victory remains to be seen. A new era beginning in the last week of last month, as negotiations opened between the government in Stepanakert, the capital of Artsakh, the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave, and Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan's representatives, has already been established. On the agenda, the disarmament of the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave, as well as its reintegration into Azerbaijan. Under what conditions, with what future for its Armenian population, and with what guarantees? These are weighty questions with the looming specter of ethnic cleansing. But there may be more geopolitical changes ahead. Pashinyan's hold on power in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, is not a given, as he faces the anger of a portion of the public pronged by pro-Moskva networks. A coup d'etat cannot be ruled out. Last but not least, Russia's influence in the region is being challenged in this new balance of power imposed by the Azerbaijani army. Those 24 hours of fighting waged midweek, the closing week of September, have indeed significantly reshuffled the cards in the Caucasus. Incidentally, by contrast, a state of war has been declared in Israel, half 100 years after the country was caught flat-footed in the Yom Kippur War. Lawrence Tribe, an emeritus professor at Harvard University, posted a remark belaboring the obvious that the Hamas attack on Israel was Benjamin Netanyahu's attempt to distract from his own corruption, hours after the supposedly surprise Saturday morning Hamas attack on Israel. X-users hit back at Harvard professor emeritus Lawrence Tribe for tweeting out and then deleting the painfully obvious fact that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pursuing war against Hamas militants to distract from his own corruption in government. Tribe deleted his post after it sparked backlash, including from liberal political commentator Keith Olbermann, who called it moronic and indefensible, altogether disgracing the Harvard professor into apologizing for his ill-informed and inappropriate observation. So, Israel didn't see this coming? Just 1 week ago, Joe Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, told The Atlantic magazine's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, that the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. But the day before yesterday, Atlantic magazine contributing writer Juliet Kayam wrote, just a few days ago, the Gaza border seemed to have been stabilized after some unrest, and nearly 20,000 workers were able to travel across it again. Then, thousands of rockets, which must have been obtained and hidden, were launched by Hamas. It did not end there. Hamas used drones to strike at Israeli targets. It sent its fighters on foot, by boat, and by air on motorized paragliders. Images have emerged of Hamas attackers on the streets of Israeli towns, terrorizing citizens, and worse. Now, Kayam argues, and here I read from her own writ, one aspect of this needs little analysis, but a lot of explanation. How did Israel's extensive counterterrorism efforts fail to pick up an attack waged by land, sea, and air? How did its defenses fail so extensively? And the role of Hamas's backers in the Middle East is still unknown. Yesterday, the Atlantic magazine staff writer Graham Wood wrote, and here I read therefrom, so far the geopolitics of this war are only starting to be understood. Hamas has backers, Iran and Syria foremost among them, and unlike the flat-footed Israelis, they are likely to have had plenty of time to think through how the war will unfold. Now, all of this is bullshit. The backer is Benjamin Netanyahu, and the trainers of the so-called terrorists are, well, Israelis. In fact, many of the attackers, particularly on those paragliders, are probably Israeli special forces. In terms of the most immediate results that I can think of, well, negotiations with the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, or Saudi Arabia, and Israel will most likely stall. The most predictable consequence of this war will be a pause in the process of diplomatic recognition between those two countries. The countries have long had a working security partnership, and it is an open secret that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman would, for the right price, expand that partnership to include full normalization. That is impossible while civilians on either side are dying in large numbers, and their mangled bodies are being exhibited on social media. Most immediately for us, the American empire will need to start rationing our weaponry. If war breaks out generally around Israel, and questions arise about Israel's very survival, the United States will have to start counting its ammunition. How much is left for Israel after Ukraine has taken its share? And what about my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, now third in line? And ultimately, this could be a Pyrrhic victory for Hamas. Yesterday, the day before by now, Nathan Sachs, a senior fellow at Brookings Institution, wrote, and here I quote therefrom, "The trauma in Israel today should give pause to those thinking that Israel will simply acquiesce to a short tit for tat. As bad as things have been in Gaza in the past 2 decades, and they have been terrible, the coming weeks could prove even worse. Israel is in a genuine state of war, not merely one more round of Israel-Hamas fighting. The psychological impact of these attacks creates political cover and political demand for Israel to go much further than it has in the past, to be willing to pay and to exact prices it has previously stopped short of. All reality aside, surreal sights and early reports from around the country began to trickle in. Israeli vehicles had been taken over by Palestinian militants and were barreling through southern Israeli cities. Ski-masked terrorists were shooting indiscriminately at oncoming cars and into homes in Israeli towns. Several gunmen were seen paragliding across the border, and there were news reports that an Israeli military base had been commandeered by Hamas. Friends posted about their relatives living in kibbutzim on the Gaza border whose homes had been raided while they were huddled inside with small children, pleading for help. Images emerged purporting to show 4 Israeli men stripped down to their underwear on a sidewalk of an unspecified southern city, militants standing next to them, holding rifles over the Israelis' heads. The coming hours and days will tell us the details, the facts, the numbers, but in Netanyahu's orchestrated circus, the fear is immediate. According to the Israeli military, more than 12,000 rockets have been fired from the Gaza Strip since early yesterday morning. At least 100 Israelis were then reported killed via the initial salvo alone. More than 900 injured Israelis have been hospitalized, some critically, but those numbers are expected to rise. The health ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, reported that 198 Palestinians had been killed in the hours since the escalation began. Last time I bothered to check into it, dozens of militants were still storming through the streets of Israel. Palestinian gunmen continue to infiltrate Israel's border fence with Gaza, which is now effectively breached, including by bulldozer. According to Israel's Channel 12, when I tuned in amid my latest visit on-site the estates, at least 12 communities around the country were still under siege. Footage has been released of senior Hamas leaders gathered together in a room wearing suits, intently watching the images of war on a television screen, clearly content. Some 5 hours after the morning's events began, Israel declared a state of war. In a video message recorded in Tel Aviv-Yafo, financial capital of Israel, recognized as the true capital of an invader state establishing an apartheid regime in occupation of Palestine by the overwhelming majority of the world's legitimate governments, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "Citizens of Israel, we are at war. Not an operation, not a round of fighting, but at war. This morning, Hamas initiated a murderous surprise attack against the State of Israel and its citizens." Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, said, "Hamas made a grave mistake this morning and started a war against the State of Israel. IDF soldiers are fighting the enemy at all the infiltration sites." Gallant also approved a wide-scale call-up of military reservists for service. Sooner or later, there will be the inevitable discussion about how Hamas was able to launch such a devastating surprise attack which comes exactly 500 years after Israel was caught flat-footed in what became as known as the Yom Kippur War. There will also be time to note the cost of the Israeli occupation. The military's resources are overwhelmingly devoted to patrolling and guarding the occupied West Bank, at the expense of the country's vulnerable southern communities. But it cannot be a coincidence that this operation was launched as Israel has been experiencing its worst civic conflict in years, with the government's campaign to overhaul the judiciary. Attempts that have been met with weekly mass demonstrations and public fury. Military reservists, who had been among the fiercest critics of the government's actions, today called on Israelis to unite and report for service. The leaders of the protest movement swiftly declared that yesternight's planned protests for the 40th week have been canceled. But that story, well, the story that is emerging as perhaps the most worrying of all, is the murkiness of the hostage situation. There were unverified reports from Hamas that about 35 Israelis, soldiers and civilians, have been taken hostage. Again, this is unverified. One must assume that a misinformation campaign is underway. Still, Israel has not dealt with violence this grave since the Second Intifada. 2 decades ago. Any country will be greatly tested under such circumstances. The specter of hostages is especially grave. In 2011, the year of my own late and sainted Cyrus's murder, or slaying, as they say for vampire, the year my mother was killed, the year of Fukushima Daiichi within but a week of her passing, an Israeli soldier, Gilad Shalit, was released after 5 years in Hamas captivity in exchange for more than 1,000 prisoners, primarily Palestinians. 3 years later, a controversial Israeli military directive on the prevention of hostage-taking received new scrutiny. It's still too early, and too devastating, to know the picture that will emerge from this coordinated attack. In Israel, there is already talk about this being the beginning of a protracted Sukkot war. Yea, I knowest this be Yom Kippur too, but the 1973 Yom Kippur War soon becamest the Sukkot War. While that war did infamously begin on Yom Kippur, the conflict lasted for a total of 19 days, which encompassed the Sukkot holiday, the holy day that always starts 5 days after Yom Kippur and lasts for 7 days. Given the ongoing war, the chief military rabbi at the time declared soldiers exempt from the commandment of Sukkah dwelling. But it clearly held a strong emotional bond for many, and they built improvised booths on jeeps and military vehicles, sometimes in enemy territory. This brings us to the concept of Sukkot and the war against terror in the ideological battle over genuine security and strength. This is for Brooke Gibson, who asked me about a safe place to move to in these times of tribulation. Veronica Barrera has joined us. Buenas noches a todos, señora. Love you dearly. Let me send this lady a kiss. And then we'll proceed with a bit of, well, whatever wisdom I can offer. Here's some lips and love for my dear Senora Veronica Barrera. All right. Time remaining. Numbers good. Let's take a look at who's on call. No one left but our friend Aristides. Good man. Okay, back to business at hand. Force myself to breathe a bit here. Close my file on that histomap of faith. I hope everyone's taking a look at what they can on what I offered through Reddit. And let's get back to task at hand again. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs. One built a house of straw until the big bad wolf blew it down and gobbled him up. One built a house of sticks until the big bad wolf blew it down and gobbled him up. By now we can conclude one thing: the wolf's neither Muslim or Jewish, which already makes him more sympathetic to me immediately. But one pig built a house of bricks and was safe from all the huffing and puffing of the big bad wolf. Society teaches values to successive generations through its children's stories. The story of the 3 little pigs is one of our most enduring fables, teaching the importance of good planning and disciplined effort. But it also carries with it a more subtle message, that safety rests in our own hands. And I want to thank Peter Moon for his latest notification. Has he joined us on the call?
Yes, I have.
Oh, good man, Peter. Welcome aboard. Do me a favor. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this little bit of, shall I say, what wisdom I have to offer. Brooke Gibson was asking for what's a safe place to move to in these times of tribulation.
I heard you ask a question, yeah.
Okay, so let me try and round off these thoughts because I slept on it, and this is what I have to offer. I'll finish it up, and we'll talk with Peter, who always has something to offer as well. So what the story of the 3 little pigs and its more nuanced message carries for us is that safety rests in our own hands and our own labors, that security can be bought for the price of a pile of bricks and a bucket of mortar, and obviously some hard backbone put into the work to shape it into something secure. This ideal, if ever it was true, went up in flames together with New York City's skyline and Washington's military nerve center 1 year ago on, well, fuck, it's 1 year ago as far as it feels to me. Jesus Christ, when I had the dream in which I came up with these observations, or insights rather, I really felt that 9/11 was yesterday. Let's just say at this point, September 11th of 2001, 22 years ago. Now, more appropriate now than the 3 little pigs is Robert Burns' adage about the best laid schemes of mice and men. Indeed, the Twin Towers were each expressly designed to absorb the impact of a 727. What the architects failed to factor in was literally the fact that George W. Bush's brother and cousin ran the security company of those Twin Towers that patrolled them every floor with explosive sniffing canines that had been set to that task ever since the attempted bombing to bring it down with a car bomb in its garage. And they were withdrawn so that all those canine patrols were withdrawn so that controlled demolitions could be installed before those towers were ordered to be brought down, and bring, of course, the man who now owned the buildings all that profit of all that insurance. And therefore, well, we had one of the greatest acts of mass murder committed by another aggrandizing Jewish individual, attack against his fellow Americans, no less, that has gone completely unpunished well, all of the Israelis involved, the ones that were dancing when those towers went down, were sent home and interviewed by their own people as heroes. Of course, the ignorant still don't blame the architects, presuming none of us imagined the acts of incomprehensible evil that brought down those towers. Which is precisely the point. We cannot imagine the design and the reach of evil. We can make our best effort, erect walls of brick around ourselves and roofs of steel over our heads, but we will never be completely safe. The world is too unpredictable an arena, the mind of the wicked too dark a cavern. As if to drive home the instability of temporal existence, traditional Christians around the world are preparing to disrupt their normal lives by moving out of their homes into little stick houses to live as our popularly presumed antecessors lived in the desert after their exodus from Egypt with the latest conflict in the Middle East, pending apocalypse to these true believers. But more than an attempt to recreate the experience of a fledgling nation traveling toward its homeland, the holiday of Sukkot offers us an opportunity to attune our minds to the most fundamental principle of Biblicism, that however great our strength and the might of our own hands, however elaborate and well-conceived our plans, life strews unexpected obstacles in our path that can scuttle our most certain victories and demolish our most solid edifices. A sukkah may be built of virtually any material: wood, brick, steel, canvas, or even string may be used to construct its walls. But no matter how stable or how precarious its walls, the roof of a sukkah must be composed of sakach, thin strips of wood or leaves through which the light of the stars can shine at night. And when one sits in the sukkah and looks up at the sakach, the barest representation of a roof, which will not protect him from even the lightest rainfall, he is inspired by the recollection of his ancestors who trusted in the protection of the Almighty, the one who took them out from under the rod of their oppressors and guided them through the inimical desert before bringing them safely home. In the case of the original Jewish tribe that all too many Christians think that they descend from spiritually, to a genocide to be committed against an innocent people so that their land could be stolen. In his visionary writings, the prophet Ezekiel describes a great battle on the eve of the Messianic era, when all the forces of evil in the world combine themselves into a great army called by the name Gog and Magog, which I'll go into in great depth in Wednesday's episode. The brilliant 18th century thinker, Rabbi Shimshon Raphael Hirsch, interprets the prophet's vision not as a military battle, but as an ideological war between the philosophy of Gog, which means roof in Hebrew, and the philosophy of Sukkah, where those convinced that their fate lies in the power of their own hands and their own resources will attack the values of those who recognize the limits of human endeavor to influence all the world. In the immediate wake of the World Trade Center attack, cries rang out for vengeance and military retribution. But as the year progressed, which feels like yesterday to me because of my recent awakening from that dream that I had about it, more measured voices asserted that this war would be like no other, without defined enemies or defined borders, without clear strategies or any decisive victories. This proved an unfamiliar kind of crisis, where we found our capacity to respond in our own defense or to secure our own future profoundly diminished in a new world disorder. So, the citizens and leaders of the world's last remaining superpower have had to grapple with the uncertainties of a violent present and a murky future. Some have responded by declaring that we must work harder to take control of our own fate, But others have conceded that we will never be secure again. And they're right. No building, no bunker, no shelter made of brick or concrete or iron will guarantee our safety from the perverse imagination of extremists who can rationalize indiscriminate mass murder. Yet for all that, the Cynic Christian, the Christian who finds their roots in proto-Christianity of the Mage Kings of China, sitting in his sukkah, will look up at the heavens and be at peace. He will recognize that the best laid schemes oft come to naught, and that after doing all that can be done, we are best off leaving our fate in the hands of the one who placed the stars in all their courses. Protection ultimately cometh not from one's own strength at all, but from the source of all strength. As the winds of autumn blow with the first hint of winter, we may shiver with cold, but never with fear. The sukkah's flimsy, see-through roof reminds us of the invisible reality of the wings of the divine presence. We neither abandon ourselves to fate, nor tries to seize hold thereof, but turn with confidence to face the future, secure in the knowledge that we have prepared ourselves as best we can to meet whatever life holds in store for us. Now, I'm going to bring Peter Moon onto the stage with us, and I want to give him this link because this is how I'll segue into Gog and Magog in our next episode. I'm going to put this first here in the text box right here in this call, and I will put it in his private box because I believe he may be interested in referencing this column in the near future. I will now put it in the chat of our episode for tonight. And
I have it in the chat. I have it in the chat.
Oh, bless you, sir. Thank you so much.
More evils to face when you are old.
Yes.
Wow. They will. Should I read them or?
Oh, go ahead. It's yours by all means.
Well, it says Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of Qin,
yeah,
was well known to fear death. That's not a very good thing to be well known for.
Yeah.
To death. He desperately sought the fabled elixir of life, which would supposedly allow him to live forever. That's interesting because he is the elixir of life.
Yes.
You are. That's what you are.
Thank you.
You, personally, whoever you are. Unfortunately, this elixir of life is non-existent in the real world. But it is existent because you are it.
Thank you.
Comes and it goes. As a practicing physician, this is whoever's talking, writing this, even though I couldn't make patients immortal, but at least I hope they can live healthily up to 100 years old. Why do people want to live to 100 years old?
Your question's well taken.
You know, it's like, do you think of somebody 100, and there are exceptions, but, you're fading. I'm fading. I'm melting. I'm melting.
Well, yeah, believe me, that's quite funny, and it's quite true. I myself fantasize about living beyond 100, but then again, I'm integrating into my fantasy advances in genetic technology. Go on, though.
Well, I think the longer I live from, say, a civilization perspective, when I think of myself growing up in the 20th century, it's like everything is so different. It's like I'm in a brave new world, even if it's not as bad as Aldous Huxley says or projected. It's like what God. What about the good old days? It's like things change so much, and then you see the younger generation coming along, and who and what are they? They're different creatures. They're different creatures, and
yes.
They're not that different that I in any way object to them, but they're just different, and they should be different. So anyway, but I'm sitting there like saying, I felt I was a little off yesterday playing football. I did okay and I did not okay. It went from,
but I felt off, and I had a headache that was like probably because I hadn't eaten. I don't know, and I slept irregularly. I went to bed at 8 the night before. It was weird. So I was a little off, and I'm feeling like, man. Then again, there's other areas where I'm making progress. So, there's some days that are better than other days. But it says 4 evils to face when you are old. The very first day when a human being is born, he or she is destined to grow old and die one day. We have to accept this fact of life.
Must we?
Well,
go on. Yes.
That's the beauty of life, because if you're not born, you're not going to live life.
Yes.
And if you don't die, you haven't lived life. Yes. Unless you are continually living life. For a practicing doctor, I'm trying my best to keep my patients healthy and live as long as possible, which is his job to give you these 4 evils. 90% of the time, 90%, now he says, 90%, eventually all of us are going to get one of these 4 evils when we are old and die from the complications. Ischemic heart disease, which is coronary heart disease.
Yeah, it's called ischemic heart disease.
Ischemic. Stroke, infection, cancer. These are the four evils: stroke, infection, cancer, ischemic heart disease, coronary heart disease. So heart, stroke, and stroke can lead to a heart attack, not necessarily disease, but a heart attack, because that's what happens when the blood stops getting to the brain. It's a major malfunction. When the drill sergeant looks at the soldier and says, "What's your major malfunction?"
Yeah.
I just had a stroke. He's dead. he's dead. That's a major malfunction. In infection and cancer, these are immune system breakdowns. By preventing these 4 evils from taking your life during your golden age, doctors and scientists have thousands of studies to prove the benefits of various drugs.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, patients listen to Google, Yahoo, Facebook, neighbors, relatives, traditional practitioners, or even fortune tellers for medical advice.
Imagine that.
Supplements, direct selling tablets become favorites of all times in Malaysia, Singapore, and the rest of the world. At the end of the day, only doctors are going to tend to your needs when you are frail and sick. It is easier to give all kinds of medical advice without responsibility. Doctors. And, well, good luck to you, people, because the medical profession shuns ozone, not as much as it used to. There are clinics springing up. Unfortunately, it's very expensive. If you're really adept, you can learn how to administer it yourself, but that, and then Qigong is, of course, great medicine for all of this stuff. It doesn't obviate the need for a doctor when you do need a doctor. Doctors do have their use, but this guy's making them seem like they're the only source of anything.
The ultimate.
Yeah, the priesthood. But these 4 evils are named, but these are not. I don't know if you can translate these. Tao, Te, Undun.
Oh yeah. I would say that. Let me see if I can take a look at the characters here. Yes.
So do these translate into what this guy says? I don't think they do.
No, they don't. Basically, the 4 evils are Tao Te, or Tao Tai, Hundun, Zhongji, and Tao Wu. Now, these basically mean that these are like greed, and they're kind of like Tao Tai. Tao Tai is greed, and so when it comes to Hundun, there's different versions thereof. But in the version that I'm looking at on this painting, Hundun is a monster that cannot distinguish right from wrong. So he's like a huge dog. He's got bear's palm, yet no claws.
Got his head up his ass.
Yeah, thank you. It's his eyes, yet cannot see. He can walk, yet cannot move. Has ears, but cannot hear. A belly with no organs, such as a heart, liver, spleen, or lungs and kidney. It has intestines, yet cannot twist. Anything it eats passes through the intestines directly. This is all part of the mythos of Hundun. It's basically, you don't want to be this creature. It's just basically knowing no right or wrong. There's nowhere you can go. That's the doom of Hundun. Chongqi, that is more like quarrelsomeness, a kind of rare animal that eats gu, or these venomous insects that are legendary at this point in history. They're kind of like the Bible's locusts that eat you alive, that sting you, these flying scorpions and shit. They're like a Chinese horror tale of that may have existed in prehistoric times, but then thankfully died off as we evolved. Just a metaphor for those who act in bad faith and defame those who show loyalty. The other one, Tao Wu, that's like a tiger-like beast with the tiger's feet, the man's face. Those teeth are a pig's teeth. Its hair is like a lion's mane, 2 to 3 meters long, a tail that's supposed to be 315 meters long. It lives in the remote West, represents the worst aspects of the West. It's basically fierceness, stubbornness, just one of the bad offspring of one of the 5 great ancient emperors who could never be taught. So basically, these are like the representatives of the evils in the world, and what this doctor did was he just using them to say that, these other diseases are kind of like these challenges. They hang over us like Damocles swords over our lives, and one of them statistically is going to end our lives for all of us out there, statistically.
That he's mispositioning his advice with Chinese wisdom, which it's not.
That I agree. Yeah. Yes, Peter's right here. Yeah, the man's a Malaysian doctor, and he's basically using this ancient Chinese wisdom of metaphor as kind of like medical propaganda. Is that how you view it as well?
Yeah, exactly. Like there's great wisdom in what you just said, and but and then he wants you to live 100 years and follow my doctor's prescription.
Well, you if you look at what he says, take those pills, baby. Take those pills. What does he say? He says it's like running a marathon. You won't know who wins until the last, half 100 meters of the race. I mean, well, there's your life, man. It's a race to the finish line just to see who lives the longest. Just keep taking those pills. That keeps the pharmaceuticals happy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the fact that he's Chinese, he's abusing the fact.
Well, he's Malay, really. He's actually Malayan.
But he's probably ethnically Chinese.
Probably, yeah. I would presume that, yeah.
And in other words, he probably is trading off of that.
Yes, thank you. He's exploiting.
Identity.
He's exploiting
Asian identity. Yes,
thank you.
And I had written on one of the Facebook timelines of these Tai Chi masters that Rudy Curry participates in, and they were saying, beware of white people, wearing Chinese garb or the accoutrements of Asian, and I said, good point. I said, beware of Chinese people doing it too, and they liked it very much. In other words, it's true that white people will take on the accoutrements of Asia and pretend they're wise. But by the same token, you have the same problem.
Well, that brings us back to that guy who was the Buddhist monk who happened to be a white guy introducing the Jewish bar mitzvah kid who looked like he just got beat up. He was the AI expert that would save us all.
Right. Sam Altman.
Thank you.
Yeah, but this is just, I guess, what you just say, standard fare for the way human beings behave. But back to your, your talk. I tuned in, and it was well said about the 3 little pigs. In other words, one can look at their astrocartography and figure out where they should be. Brooke lives in South Carolina. I don't see anything
particularly dangerous about living there. There's a lot of other places that are a lot more volatile,
right?
Such as the big cities. Any of these big cities, they're trouble spots. Homeless people, and problems like this, and boy, but yeah, it's like most of the see, this is the thing. Most of the world is just not that violent. It's really not.
Yeah.
There is considerable amount of violence that makes the news, and it is violent. But if you go out and you take a walk, and I would say even if you go out into the Ukraine right now and started walking, if you or like say you could walk fast like a gin or something like that, most of the places are going to be quiet. Some of them are going to be starved. It's going to be strife, but most of them are going to be quiet because violence comes in fits and spurts.
Yes.
And then when you have, like we had the tropical storm Sandy, it wasn't even a hurricane, that devastated Long Island. And that was a whole drama and social trauma that went on and went on and on and on and on and on. I mean, it happened in November. I think I was, I was out there, taking stuff, this trees that fell down, and I had to take up some neighbor came by and cut up the tree because it was blocking my neighbor's driveway. And then I had to take all the stuff and bound it up and put it on the curb so that the city would come by and pick up all the debris. I mean, that took probably about a month. And then, I'm out there in the summer fixing the fence because I'm not going to fix the fence in the wintertime.
Of course, right.
I mean, I could have, but why? Well, it wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
It was just an open hole to the neighbor's yard. Big deal.
Right.
But and some people, like one of my friends, was his kitchen. I mean, his whole house had to be renovated downstairs because of the flood.
Oh, Jesus.
FEMA came to the rescue.
Wow.
He needed a new kitchen anyway.
Okay.
But anyway, just most of the time, nothing's going to go on.
Mm-hmm.
I would be interesting to see how many parts of Ukraine have literally been untouched physically. I'm not talking about from the trauma of lack of goods and all that,
right?
But have actually been unscorched in terms of any physical damage. I just don't know. But I think
I'm sure quite a few areas because it's a large country. I mean, you're talking about geographic area the size of France, maybe even larger. So it's that's a lot of land, and indeed, a lot of the major World War II battles on the Eastern Front were taking place in Ukraine, in the Ukraine. So a lot of World War II was fought there. So it's not like what's going on now by comparison. Probably comparatively, shall we say, somewhat compartmentalized by comparison. Go on.
Yeah. Or as FDR would say, there is nothing to fear but fear itself.
Right.
Which is actually true, unfortunately.
Yes.
That he said it. It's
unfortunate he said it, right, but it's
unfortunate, to quote him in any way, shape, or form. But
thank you.
But what you said, I tuned in when you started talking about Armenia.
Yeah.
And of course the dictator of Turkey, nobody really, when you look at world politics and all the people that will be making comments and posts, it sounds like a Yogi Berra quote. Nobody knows nothing about nothing.
Thank you.
I don't think he ever said that, but he should have. Nobody knows nothing about nothing. And how can any of us, we're just not exposed to this information. Even if you hunt for it, you're not going to find it for the most part.
Thank you. Yes.
And then you do, it's like you went fishing and you caught up a fish. You look, Dad, I caught a fish. Look at it. You're holding up the fish. It's some scrap of information that you found. Douglas Dietrich was right.
Right. Or as Sammy Romero always says, "God damn it, Douglas, you're right again." Yes, go on.
Well, yeah, or like that scene in Blazing Saddles when all the townsfolk are sitting there, and I think they're in the church. Gabby Johnson was right. So and so was right. They're all, putting their hands up, and